but they do look much closer to the team that we thought we were going to see this season. It's more about the defense. You knew Lamar was going to be just fine. How's that defense going to play out moving forward?
Well, let's just remember, defense gave up 250 yards in the first half. And if McDaniel wasn't coaching the game to get fired, and if the quarterback could throw the ball 45 yards downfield even, because that's all they would have needed for a Hail Mary. Like, this wasn't a 70-yard Hail Mary. Like, they needed 45 air yards from the quarterback and didn't think they could get it. Like, there's a lot of things that went the Ravens' way for the Ravens not to be trailing at the first half. And Achane got what he wanted. Now, when it's 28-6 and early in the third quarter, Achane's out the door. They had backup tight ends, right? The top two tight ends are hurt. They could still throw to that Tanner Connor when they wanted to. And, like, I wouldn't get carried away about the Ravens defense. They're going to look good the next 3 weeks because it's McCarthy. It's whoever's quarterbacking for the Jets. It's whoever's quarterbacking for the Browns. But I still think they have major issues on their D-line. And when they have to go on the road in the playoffs and face a real quarterback, Lamar better get you 38-40 that day because you're going to need it.
Even with some major issues on defense, they still will likely win this division because the Steelers have dropped a couple games. They have a tough one against the Colts today. Right now, Ravens minus 165 over at BetMGM to win the AFC North. Steelers sitting at 2-1, and then Bengals and Browns way behind them. All right, guys, let's dive into today's slate, Week 9. If you are listening to the show and want to watch, you can do so over on YouTube or Twitch. Just search BetMGM Network. And if you miss anything throughout the show or you want to go back and listen to a couple of the games that we hit on maybe early in the show, you can do so anytime on the free Odyssey app. Let's dive into Week 9. Start with our Chicago Bears, minus 2.5 at the Bengals. This number has kind of been dropping money coming in on Cincinnati. It sounds like Joe Flacco will be a go today. I haven't seen anything that he's been ruled out. That changes a little bit of how I look at this game because if Jake Browning is in, I don't have any faith in the Bengals. And I certainly don't have any faith in the Bengals doing their part in getting this total over 51. But if Flacco's in, he's been significantly better than Browning. So, Joe, any thoughts? Bears, Bengals, Bears 2.5, total 51.
Yeah, everything I've seen is Flacco. That's the plan, is that he's going to end up starting this game. So I think that, and based on what his teammates were saying, they're like, oh, he's hurt? Really? So maybe there are some games played. It's a big difference. A lot of times we wonder, especially if it's a second quarterback in, what's the difference here between this guy, this backup, and that backup? Certainly big. But that's why they make the trade. Boy, this Bengals defense can't stop anything. 500 yards to the Jets. Every metric you want to look at, it's mostly Bengals last or Bengals or Cowboys last. Just about everything. They're awful. This is a get right Caleb spot. And he's going to be out without his starting running back, who's had a really good year, Swift and Ben Johnson's offense. So that's interesting. RB1 and RB3, both out for the Bears, DeAndre Swift and Roshan Johnson. Kyle Monangai, he is the guy today. So you might want to take a look at those props. We know how much Ben Johnson wants to run the football. No matter who carries the rock, they should be able to do it with success against this hideous Bengals defense. But, the Jamar Chase numbers are amazing. He is averaging 18 targets per game with Flacco under center. So that's why it's massive. With Brownie, he was struggling a little bit. He was getting frustrated, but he's averaging 115 yards, 18 targets per game. So the Flacco one is big, but don't forget, it is a bad defense. But they do have someone who can rush the passer, and that's Trey Hendrickson. He's doubtful. So it sounds like he's not going to be out there. This defense is going to be even in worse shape.
I think he's going to be traded.
Yeah. I think they're doubtful. Yeah. So he doesn't play.
I think Mike Brown's
get hurt.
Finally in the, we can get this guy out of our building. I don't want to help good teams win Super Bowls.
Mm-hmm. There was a Schefter report this morning that said he's not sitting because he's going to get traded. But if the Bengals lose to the Bears today, those talks are going to be heating up some more, and he likely will be. So, I mean, that's Schefter kind of covering for the Bengals.
They're going to get a 2 plus a 3 for him, probably. They're going to do real well for him.
He's going to
disgusting. I mean, your audience isn't stupid. Just shut up. That's just dumb.
Right. We all see through that.
We know We know. We got it. Okay, appreciate it. I do lean to the Bears. They better have a bounce back spot. I was very disappointed in Caleb's performance last week. Crucial turnover late, setting up that the Ravens touchdown to jump ahead with their backup quarterback. But they've got to have a better performance in this spot. If not, oh man, it is going to get ugly here in Chicago. But I do lean to the Bears -2.5. Some of the sharper books already at 3. Can't say it's one of my favorite plays of the day, but Adunze, low 60s for his prop. He's plus money against this defense to score an anytime touchdown. He's been their number one receiver. So that's something I would look at as well.
Yeah, I just really like the over. And it got high, but then it stabilized. I was worried how high it was going to go. And then the Flacco news came out and things kind of stabilized. And right now it's 51.5 at MGM. I still like the over. These two teams combined are 11-4 to the over, which is saying something because there was 3 weeks where Browning was pretty much incapable of producing any points at the quarterback position. These two teams, Cincinnati's over 6 of their last 7. Cincinnati's allowing almost 32 points a game. Cincinnati's had 7 straight games where they've allowed at least 27 yards and at least 27 points and at least 350 yards. Cincinnati with Flacco is putting up 30 points a game and 380 yards per game. The Chicago defense is still very much a work in progress. So I think it's an over game. And a lot of my plays, I've got this number down at 43.5. So basically teased it down a touchdown. And then I've parlayed it with Flacco 2 touchdowns and Loveland over 40 yards. I've dabbled on a Komet anytime touchdown and a Loveland anytime touchdown. The Cincinnati Bengals somehow, still barely November, have allowed 10 touchdowns to tight ends. A 128.9 rating when you throw to tight ends. They've allowed 80 attempts to tight ends already this season, which is 10 more than any other team in the league. So everybody knows. Get your 12 personnel on the field against these guys and just pick which tight end you want to throw to. Do they both tight ends with Chicago have at least 30 yards in this game? Probably. Do they each or both have a touchdown? It's not out of the question. And look, do we go over it? Do we get 52? Are each of these teams capable of scoring 27 on the other? I think so.
I like the over. I think 52 over. I mean, it's 51.5. So getting to 52 points makes sense. Is Chicago scoring outside of last week against the Ravens has been pretty solid all year. And Flacco's been putting up points too. So I lean towards the Bears -2.5. And I also like the over. Let's go over to New England. We have Falcons at Patriots. I don't know what to make of this Falcons team. I laid the 7 last week against the Dolphins, and that just got crushed. Like they lose 30-0 to Carolina. They beat Buffalo. You beat the Commanders, and then you lose 34-10 to Miami. So, I mean, Jason, this to me, it feels like when it's obvious that the Falcons could/should win, don't bet them. When it's obvious that they're more than likely going to lose, bet them to cover because they'll show up in those games, which makes no sense to me.
Well, you said the 3 magic words for me when it comes to Atlanta Falcons because I've learned my lesson the hard way. Do not bet them.
Don't bet them.
Don't bet them. Do not bet them would be 4. Do not bet them ever, ever, ever. That would be 6-7. That would be 6-7. I'm off the Falcons. We can talk about it more after the break. I am out of the Vulcan betting business. They have killed my wallet twice, and we've only played, 8 weeks, 9 weeks? They're on my do not bet list. They're on my they are the bleeps list. I'm not betting them again until Zach Robinson gets fired as their offensive coordinator. So I can explain why after we sell some commercials or whatever, sell some stuff with commercials. But I don't know who they are, but they're unbettable for me.
Well, let's sell some stuff with commercials, and we'll talk about this game on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM Game Day here on the BetMGM Network.
2nd and 10. Going for it. Oh, out in front. Hold in. Lad McConkey. Touchdown.
Welcome back to BetMGM Game Day. Here are your hosts, Kate Constable, Joe Ostrowski, and Jason La Canfora.
It was Justin Herbert to Lad McConkey touchdown versus the Vikings last week. Rough go for Minnesota in that game. Chargers kind of getting back on track a little. We'll talk about both those teams coming up here in just moments. Got to finish our conversation on the Falcons and Patriots. Jason, you were quickly going to tell us why the Falcons are an absolute no bet for you, and then we'll get Joe's take.
Because they have maybe the best player in football, and they don't know how to get the ball in his hands. They've had two of the worst. Like, it's one thing you lose to a bad team. You know, a couple calls don't go your way. Like, you get a big lead, you play with your food, they come back on you, a few crazy things happen, they catch a Hail Mary. They've been emasculated by the Panthers and the Dolphins. And you can tell me, well, Cousins played in one of those games. I really don't care. Like, that can't happen. I did used to like them kind of at home. I know I'm not betting them on the road. I mean, they're 1-7 their last 8 on the road against the spread. Like, and now
their
on the
only road win this season, Jason, is also against the Vikings, which doesn't say a whole lot.
Yeah. And now you're on the road outdoors against a team that's flexing its muscles a little bit. Like, it's a good defense. It should be a good defense. Like, from a yardage standpoint, it's a good defense. But it's also a defense that has the propensity to melt down at any moment. I just don't know what to make of them. I can't get behind them, right? Like, when you're betting on something, like, you're trying to find truisms, right? You're trying to find, okay, if I strip this game down to these core elements, what do I truly believe this team and this player are? And what do I think this team and that other player are? And how do those counterbalance? Like, Atlanta should be a team that road grades you in, game in and game out, because they have an offensive line and 2 backs that are able to do that. But the quarterback play has been suspect, and the offensive coordinator is totally fugazi. So he could undermine that at any given moment. Like, I mean, it's a defense that's well above average in opposer passer rating. It's top 10 in sack rate, which it's never been before. Up until a week ago, you couldn't run on them, or a few weeks ago, but like Rico Dowdle did, and Achane and those guys did, and that new back Gordon did last week. So I don't know. Raheem Morris is a good defensive coordinator. He's not a good head coach, so he might mismanage the game close and late if we get in those situations. I just don't believe in them. I found myself believing in them at times, and it has cost me significantly. I like New England. I'm not totally sold on New England. We know this league. New England's got a hiccup coming, right? Like, New England's not running the table. New England's not running away with that division with Buffalo in it. Like, it's not a magic carpet ride. It's not going to be. The quarterback is still really, really young. It's, a new coach early in his tenure. Like, I think he's made some significant differences to their defense. And when Gonzalez plays for them, they're a different defense. But, like, are they ready to handle success? Has this gone to their head a little bit? And Atlanta is a tough enough team physically that they could be a problem here. I will say this. When Gonzalez plays, New England's 5-0, and they're allowing 15.6 points per game. So if you're making me take somebody in this game, I would take New England. I don't know about laying that many points. I would take them down to 2.5, and I'd play the Atlanta team total a little bit under, and I would sort of tease it that way. Atlanta's 6-1 to the under their last 7 games. And New England has covered 5 in a row. And Vrabel was a cover monster in Tennessee. A lot of that, though, was as a dog. Vrabel is a favorite, not quite as airtight. So I don't know about you guys. I've got $0 on this football game.
Last week was so frustrating. If you're on that Atlanta side, whether it be Survivor or a bet, you were never in the game. Never had a chance.
Or if you
Bijan
just
never.
needed Bijan, even if you needed Bijan to modestly get you 100 scrimmage yards, which had been, he's doing it at halftime when he gets fed.
I was all over Bijan last week. I
Right.
bet the Falcons and I bet Bijan.
He
and
never
it was
got the
a
ball in his
disaster.
hands.
And you should have.
Yeah.
The matchup made all the
Yeah.
sense in the world. And he gets 9 carries. He did have a brutal turnover. And then it seemed like, okay, they're like, okay, we're done. We're not winning this game.
God awful.
Take a seat. Cousins brutal. So there's your positive stuff with the Falcons. Cousins is not going to be playing. Penix and Drake London both taken off the injury report. You didn't have either of those guys last week. So you had zero explosion. Felt like zero chance to score any points as that thing played out. Speaking of stopping the run, the Patriots are awesome at it. They're a top team. I mean, Judkins, he was hobbled a little bit last week, but before that, 9 carries, 19 yards. They held James Cook, to under 50 yards this year. Chuba Hubbard under 50 yards. Genti was averaging 2 yards per carry on 19 chances against them. They have shut down the run every single time, and it should be the big strength of the Falcons, except for last week. So what are we going to do here? Should the Patriots be favored by 5.5? This number's gone down a little bit, so there's been some money coming in on the Falcons. I would lean to the Falcons, but it's really hard for me to tell people, hey, go ahead and take this Falcons team on the road. They're 2 key players on offense with London and Penix both returning from injury, and take down a top 3 MVP candidate, because that's what Drake May is right now. At one point, he was 100-1. And now he's top 3 in the odds. He's sitting at 5-1 with the guys that will be facing off in the mega matchup today, Josh Allen and Mahomes. Like that's where he is right now. I don't know that he should be, but he's given us no reason to doubt him. I would lean to the Falcons. I'm not betting it. I'm not going to tell people to bet it. They do have a number of guys injured on defense. It could be another one of those big Drake May games. Nickelback Bowman is out. D lineman Harrison is out. Jesse Bates questionable. The rookie linebacker Walker is questionable. Leonard Floyd is questionable. We're talking about 5 starters potentially out for this Falcons defense. I'm staying far away. I have noticed the Bijan props getting bet way under. It was 69.5 the other day, guys. 69.5 for Bijan off a bad game against a tough defense. Now it's 62.5 this morning. So usually the Bijan numbers go north. They're heading south today.
I'm not touching this game, either side. I'm not touching Bijan props. I'm not doing any burned one too many times by the Atlanta Falcons. Let's go over to, it has not been good. Let's go over to the Chargers, who kind of got back on track after losing 3 of 4. Then they get a win against Minnesota, so won 2 of their last 5, and it was a big win, 37-10 on Thursday night. So Chargers coming off of a mini bye or extended rest, however you want to put it, and they are in Tennessee facing a Titans team that is just an absolute disaster. They don't have a head coach. Cam Ward doing the best he can as a rookie quarterback in this league. Chargers laying 9.5 here. Joe, trap game for the Chargers a little bit, or we trust Harbaugh not to have any letdowns here today.
I have trust in Harbaugh. And look, a lot of this is really about the Titans. This number, I view it should be double digits, and it's inside of double digits, so that's why I'm there. And then you also have this dumpster fire in the Titans. Jason was saying, hey guys, this McCoy coach bump, no, that ain't going to be a thing. and it has not been a thing.
No.
I don't see it happening either. The talented players that they do have, that there are a few of them, they're not playing in this game for whatever reason. Ridley's still out. Jeffrey Simmons, we'll see if he gets dealt. He's still out. And then there are a couple of other defensive starters that are decent, like Arden Key, the linebacker, Xavier Woods, the free safety, also out for this one. So Titans at home in this spot. Can they do anything? No, they can't do. They're an awful offense and awful defense. Just a bad team overall. I do have more trust in the Chargers. And do they have to go full throttle to cover this number and win by 10? I don't think they do. That's how bad things are right now. What is amazing, though, is Joe Alt, on and off the field numbers. When he is there, he changes everything for the Chargers. I don't mind laying this big number. I am not a heavy favorite player, but at 9.5 in that range, I'm fine. I think the Chargers win by double digits.
Yeah, I do have a lot going in this game. I have a lot going in this game. Look, Tennessee is 32nd in points per game, 32nd in points per game differential, 32nd in yards per game allowed, 32nd in third down defense. My man Harbaugh, since he came back to the league, 16-8-1 against the spread. He has covered. Tennessee's covered 4 times since the start of last season, now with 2 different coaches. Tennessee's been outscored 69-27 with McCoy. There's your bump. Tennessee's getting outscored per game by 15 points per game. There is no home field advantage for Tennessee to speak of. Alt is back, and I think Jesse Minter has done some soul searching after his Chargers defense was under fire, and I think they've got their swag back. Look, I've got a lot going in this game, taking the Chargers down to 5.5 or 6.5, taking the Chargers team total up to 27.5. Herbert, 225 passing yards. I love Ladd McConkey here. He's got 34 targets the last 3 games since they've started airing it out again. You look at what Tennessee does against receivers in general, 9.7 yards per attempt, 31st in the NFL. When receivers are not in the slot, when they're lined up outside, 11.1 yards per attempt, 77% completion percentage against the Titans to outside receivers. I expect McConkey to be outside quite a bit in this game. He's got 294 yards and 3 touchdowns over his last 4 games, as I mentioned. 34 targets in the last 3 games. You look at his route runs on the outside. He's going to get plenty of opportunities here. Keenan Allen can't really run anymore. Gadsden, I think he shows up here. I think he has at least 30 or 40 receiving yards, which as a parlay leg will help you out considerably. I've also just drilled this down to Chargers minus 9.5, Chargers over the team total. I've also played this as high as Chargers minus 13.5. I know Harbaugh can sometimes get conservative. They got conservative against Minnesota and still blew them out. Do they score 20-some points in the first half of this game and still get us at least 28-30 in the game? And, does Tennessee really move the ball on them at all? I just don't see anything I believe in with this Tennessee offense.
Yeah, not a whole lot to believe in whatsoever. I do like Ladd McConkey anytime touchdown, plus 155, best number I've seen out there so far. I think that's a fairly decent look, Jason. Going over to Detroit, NFC North matchup, Vikings at Lions. Lions laying 8.5. JJ McCarthy back under center for Minnesota after a nice little vacation break. What do we want to call it? Paternity leave?
Leave.
Paternity leave. Let's be real. It was a soft benching for JJ McCarthy. Didn't quite show exactly what Kevin O'Connell wanted through his first couple starts, and really has only played 1 good quarter of football so far. But Carson Wentz's shoulder fell off last week, and so he can't go. And McCarthy's back in. Lions 8.5, guys. I know, Joe, this is also the most, this is number 1 in the room, the most public bet of the week.
Yeah.
I like Lions 8.5.
I like Lions 8.5. I'm there. Yeah. I don't even care who else is on it. Who doesn't. It's a big number. Look, and McCarthy, his struggles early, I don't think that was surprising. Now, how they've handled things, instead of rushing to get the kid back out there, they would have rather had Wentz in a couple situations. Okay, he's good enough to play, but not good enough to start, which makes no sense to me. That scares me because they have more information than anybody on this kid, and they didn't really want him back on the field right away. That's a little worrisome. No, but not all that surprising because we didn't know what to get out of the guy, what he was going to be. I'm shocked by this defense. Whoa. 37 points allowed last week to the Chargers. Before that, you're giving up 28 to the Eagles with all this pressure that they have. I know they're a little beat up, but that's the surprising part. Don't forget Darisaw, the left tackle for the young quarterback. He's questionable to go today, so we don't even know if he's going to play. Van Ginkel, also questionable, arguably their best player on defense. And then you've got this Lions team coming off the bye where they play their best ball at home. Incredible cover rate over the years. Outstanding on offense and defense, maybe the most balanced team in the NFL. There's nothing I'm concerned about there. It is the right time to play the Vikings. You've got McCarthy coming back off an injury. The defense is playing poor. I know it's a divisional matchup. I don't care. I agree with you, Kate. I'm fine laying the 8.5.
You said time to play the Vikings. You meant time to play the Lions there, just confirming.
I meant it's the perfect time. Yes. To play the Vikings, yes.
It's the perfect time for us to discuss this game because I have parlayed.
Play the Vikings. I got you, Joe.
I was just going to say, I said minus 13.5 with the Chargers. I have that parlayed with minus 13.5 for the Lions. You put those two together, you're getting like 6 times your money.
All right, we got Jason's parlays on the other side. This is BetMGM Game Day.
BetMGM Game Day with Kate Constable.
Cook had himself quite the afternoon in his last outing. That was a 64-yard touchdown against the Panthers. He finished with over 200 yards on the ground in that game. Can he do that today against the Kansas City Chiefs as they are in Buffalo today? We'll touch on that game here in just moments. We have to wrap up Vikings and Lions, though. Jason has a ton of, well, I shouldn't say a ton of. You said you had a parlay or two. That,
I got more than I should, Kate. Got more than I should on this game.
Give it
Especially
to
if you
us,
ask my
Jason.
wife.
Vikings,
She would
Lions.
tell you. If she knew, she would tell you what.
Thank God. Yeah,
Dude.
I know. When she sees me like really getting animated about something, how much did you bet? Don't worry about it.
Yep.
Just walk away.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Famous last
Look,
words.
I
All right,
think
Jason, what do you got?
Minnesota's fugazi. I think we've seen enough to know that they're beat up. The injuries on defense have taken their toll. What's not going to stop is Flores blitzing, right? He's going to blitz even more without personnel. So he's still number 2 in the NFL in blitz rate. And they still generate pressure. But if you look at what Goff has done historically to his defenses, even when they were in top form, and even when they did have Van Ginkel and the full, Harrison Smith was still a thing and all that, and, Danielle Hunter was still there coming off the edge. Goff in his last 4 games against Flores defenses has completed at least 75% of his attempts in all those games. He's 5-1 against them in his last 6 meetings. 3 of those games, they've won by at least 10 points. He's averaging 258 passing yards in those games. He's got 2 or more touchdowns in 5 of those 6 games. I just think he's going to light this version of their defense up on, plenty of rest at home with a full complement of offensive players. I just think it's a terrible matchup. Like Detroit at home since 2022, start of 2022 season, is averaging 33 points per game. Since 2024 at home, they're averaging 34.5 points per game, over 31 a game against division opponents at home since the start of last season. We know Dan Campbell. He's a cover monster, right? Like, we're looking at Dan Campbell. Since he came into the league, guys, 56 wins, 30 losses, 1 tie against the spread. That's historically significant. That's putting him top 5 all time since the merger in 1970 of all head coaches who've coached at least 70 games. The numbers are even better at home, and they're great at home against division opponents. I don't buy McCarthy at all. I don't think they're going to take Jefferson away. I don't know what his viable options are really going to be to move the ball down the field. Minnesota just looks like a beat up and hobbled team. Maybe they step up here. Maybe they don't. Like I told you before the break, I do have a little parlay going. Lions to win by 13.5. Chargers to win by 13.5. We've seen in this league, it's becoming a little bit more like college. Like teams are getting spanked, and they're getting spanked bad. And the Lions have been doing that spanking, especially at home on a perfect day for pitch and catch, quite a bit. Like Minnesota's allowed 24 or more in 3 of their last 4 games, and they're facing an offense that's putting up 28 at home without really trying. Like Amon-Ra St. Brown has gone off against the Vikings for years. I really think the way he's being fed lately, he's going to go off against this version of the Vikings defense. So like Detroit minus 6.5, Detroit at least 24.5 points. I've got a ladder going with that up to 30.5 points. Goff 2 passing touchdowns, Goff 225 passing yards, Lions team total 26.5, 27.5, 29.5. Like I'm there with you. Goff 2 passing touchdowns, Amon-Ra St. Brown 1 anytime touchdown, which I played that at 110 by itself early in the week. Like, he's got 7 of them this year. Like he's routinely like going off against Minnesota. He's got a touchdown in 3 of his last 4 against them. Like he's getting target share. I think he's going to continue to get target share. Like that. That's where I am on Minnesota. I don't think they believe they have a quarterback. Take what we think out of it. If they thought they had a quarterback, he'd have been playing by now. So, and I trust O'Connell's judgments on quarterbacks. So they're not going to be able to play from behind. I think Detroit is going to turn him over. Like I've got some McCarthy interceptions sprinkled in some parlays. Like that's how I'm looking at this game. baseline of 2 touchdowns from Goff. Baseline of 200, and some I do have it at 225. I'm not going that much higher than that because we know he gets his explosives, and then they might run the ball the whole second and a half. But points-wise, because McCarthy's going to give them field position, because O'Connell's going to have to manage this game, dumb down and strip down and live the fight another day, they're going to be punting in situations that they might not punt with it or with a real quarterback. I think that's going to continue to give Detroit possessions and Detroit field position. And I think whenever Dan Campbell gets his foot off the gas, I still think they hang 30 on these guys. I think it's a smash spot. I'm not on that many games this week. The ones that I'm on in a bunch of different ways, and I'm obviously on this a bunch.
I really can't argue with playing this a bunch of different ways. Team totals over. I like Amon-Ra St. Brown. You mentioned it, anytime touchdown. I like him over his yardage, which is high. I mean, it's like 90 some, but hey, I mean, seems to hit this every week and even early on in games. So even if they decide to run the ball late and they're up big, I still think Amon-Ra looks are good. Let's go over to Steelers and Colts. We'll touch on this one before the break. Colts have been, I mean, they've been a surprising team, but they're not a surprise anymore at the success that they had early on in the year. It was like, can we really believe this? But now they're not only one of the best records in the league, they're 6-2 against the spread so far. Now they go on the road against a Mike Tomlin team. Joe, tell me if you've heard this before. Mike Tomlin as an underdog at home, you have to back him. I think this trend, do we still think that that's alive? I think it might be dead. I don't know if you back the Steelers today.
It was dead on Sunday night. Exact same spot. Home underdog, under the lights, coming off a loss, and it didn't work. Doesn't mean that's how it's going to be moving forward. That's just what occurred. I've been looking at this point spread all week, and I'm like, what am I missing? What am I missing here? And it's gone up a little bit, and now we're sitting 3.5 everywhere. It was sitting 3 last week. It was 2.5. So the book is they're making their adjustments, their proper adjustments in favor of the Colts, and I don't think a lot of people want to bet on the Steelers after losing by 10 to Green Bay. Here's why it might be dead, Kate, because we're not getting what we're used to getting out of the Steelers. Like, what's foreign to us is the Steelers defense giving up 35 points to Green Bay, 33 to Cincinnati, 31 to Seattle, 32 to the Jets in week 1. That's what doesn't compute here. That's the strange part. And they're not fighting back like you would expect them in some certain spots. Now, this past Sunday, Packers are a really good team, and they couldn't do anything on third down with Aaron Rodgers under center. But this Colts team, man, been lights out. Jonathan Taylor for MVP. That's been the buzz this week. That's how great that he's been. And never mind Daniel Jones being one of the best quarterbacks in the league. They can go over their win total today. It's week 9. They might go over their win total today. Unbelievable. They're looking to go 8-1. Offense, nothing to pick on. Are you going to do it on the road in this spot? They haven't had a lot of these tough road spots, but I was impressed when they went out west and faced the Rams, one of the best defenses. The Steelers are not one of the best defenses. I don't love that we're past 3 to 3.5. I am not betting the Steelers. I'll say that. I would go Colts or nothing. But, Jason, I keep looking at this number all week. I'm like, what am I missing? This number should be higher.
Jason, quick, before you jump in, I talked to Mike DeFabo yesterday, who covers the Steelers for The Athletic, and I asked him, like, what's the path to the Steelers winning? Because they're also really banged up in the secondary. Like, their defense is not great. And he's trying to not upset Steelers fans, but he goes, well, Jonathan Taylor, he really struggled with fumbles early on in his career. Like, the path to success for the Steelers is for Jonathan Taylor to fumble. That's not a recipe for success for Steelers fans. So I think he can go Colts today. All right, Jason, floor is yours.
Yeah, look, to Kate's point, Tomlin, 15-5-1 against the spread his last 21 as a home dog. 7-1-1 against the spread his last line as a home dog of a field goal or more. So how did I play it? I just took Indianapolis money line. I'm not worried about them covering. They can win by a point. I don't care. I like them to win this football game. I think it's still a statement spot for them, because hey, it's Tomlin, and it's Tomlin, with a chip on his shoulder at home. I think there'll be plenty of talking points to get these guys fired up to play. Daniel Jones is making this thing go. It's not Jonathan Taylor. Jonathan Taylor's been there a long time. Like, Daniel Jones and Warren, the tight end, are what's making this thing go. And now it's taking some heat off of Taylor. It's forcing you to defend them differently, and it's opening things up for him. But, Daniel Jones has 2+ passing touchdowns in 4 straight games. He's accounted for 17 total touchdowns already. He's top 3 in the NFL in completion percentage and yards per attempt. He's thrown for at least 212 yards in every game. And Pittsburgh might sell out a little bit to stop the run and see if Daniel Jones can beat him. I think this version of Daniel Jones with these toys and this offense could beat him. Now, it's outdoor. They just resodded that field again. It's a slower track than they're used to. I get all of that. Pittsburgh's also allowing 25 points per game over its last 16 games. In the last 16 games, they've allowed 27 or more 9 times. They've allowed 29 or more 7 times. And, they've allowed, 68 points the last 2 games. So, I like Daniel Jones to throw for 200 yards in this game. I like the Colts to win this game. I like Indianapolis in the course of winning this game to score at least 23.5 points. Those are my baselines. I've got a Taylor anytime touchdown in the mix with those moving around because it's happening. And for 2-1, yeah, I've got some Taylor to score 2 or more times. Unfortunately for me,
Fair.
I parlayed that with Harry Kane. Hat-trick Harry Kane to score twice for the mighty Bayern Munich yesterday. And he didn't start the game, which was okay. And they're up 3-0, and I'm thinking, just don't put him in the game. Don't put him in the game in the 63rd minute, Vincent Kompany. Save him for PSG and Champions League. No, we brought him into the game. He didn't look like he wanted to be there. He was barely moving. It was a little jog in the park. They're already up 3-0.
Only took us
Nobody's
an hour
trying
to get the
score.
Bayern Munich shot in there. Chiefs Bills on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM Game Day.
And Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
You could correlate it, field goal attempts. Like, all they do is kick field goals.
And Kate Constable.
I just think so highly of Kevin O'Connell and what he's able to do with quarterbacks. But Kevin O'Connell has kind of shown us that he can take any quarterback and help them find success.
3 hours, every game, every edge. Your Sunday betting HQ is live. This is BetMGM Game Day.
It's week 9 in the NFL. We're at the halfway point of the season. We got a bunch of games to talk through today. We'll continue going through today's slate. If you've missed anything and want to go back and listen to some of the games we talked about in the first hour, you can do so anytime on the free Odyssey app. You can also listen to BetMGM Game Day live anywhere with the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. And if you want to watch the show, head over to Twitch or YouTube and just search the BetMGM Network. All right, gentlemen, best game of the day, at least it should be on paper. Chiefs at the Bills. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen in Orchard Park. Chiefs are our favorites, -2. Bills have struggled at points this season. They've beat a lot of really bad teams. Like, their schedule has not been all that difficult where they've really been tested. And the two teams that they did play that were, I mean, we talked about the Falcons earlier, and who knows what to make of them, but the Bills beat the Falcons. They also they lost to the Falcons. They also lost to the Patriots this season, the two best teams that they have faced. Meanwhile, Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs only continued to get better after that 0-2 start. Josh Allen, 4-1 in the regular season against Mahomes and the Chiefs. Averages 261 yards per game. It's the postseason that Josh Allen cannot beat Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. So, Jason, do we continue the trend of back and Josh Allen in the regular season against Kansas City?
Real quick, if you're looking for something to watch while you're listening to us and you stumble across the Premiership game, we do like the Magpies laying a goal. We like the Magpies laying a goal against the Hammers. We like the Magpies of Newcastle to score first in that match. If you want to play Magpies first half money line, we're not mad at you. We know the Hammers have conceded first in 7 of their last 9, and West Ham is the worst first half team in the Premiership, whether under old management or under Nuno Espirito Santo, who has not really done
Is this on TV?
Is
this on TV, Jason?
Yes, that's why I'm putting it out there.
Even
it's on USA
YouTube
Network.
TV?
If you're on USA Network and you got a couple bucks,
we have USA.
I don't know about that. I thought they're fighting with ESPN and not NBC.
And
Are they
Disney.
fighting with NBC too?
Yeah.
Are they fighting with everybody?
There might not be Monday Night Football on YouTube TV right now. So
here's what I know. One of the guys I do my radio show with, I'll tell you off air. He's got a thing to see.
Yeah, you can find stuff
all
on Amazon.
the things. And it's apparently legitimate because he's been doing it for years. You got to pay with Bitcoin, which immediately that was a red flag with me. So for years I've been telling him, I don't believe it. But like he's got, and you can give it, like he's got his parents on it. He's got his aunts and uncles on it. Like I'm like, well, what about when I shut the spigots off and I kill Hulu and I kill Disney and I kill all that because you're telling me I'm going to get all that. Yeah, he's like, no, dude, you can give them your login. You can give your login up to like 3 different people. So the kids at college, right, instead of always asking me, what's the password to this? What's the password to that? It's going to be one password, and it gets you an access to like apparently literally everything. I've said all I'm going to say about that.
I'm going down that road.
Reach out to me, and you want to reach out to me on the down low, but it's apparent he's been doing it for years. His whole family's doing it. I'm dumb. A pox on all their houses. But yes, if you're watching a soccer game on USA, we would be behind the green team. We would want the green. The green team wins by 1, we push. I can live with that. Green team wins by more than 1, we're plus 202.
Their mascot is the Mad Pies?
Magpie, Magpies. I wouldn't really call it a mascot as much as like a nickname. Because like I don't think they have a magpie running around the stands. I mean, they probably some teams. It's kind of more German than England with the actual mascot. If you're into mascots, Google Cologne or Cologne, Koln. They've got an actual goat on the field, dude. They've got and it's not like your run-of-the-mill goat. This. Oh, here comes Meaty as we're talking about animals. This goal for the Magpies, baby. 4 minutes in. I told you they're going to score first. I told you. West Ham always concedes first. The goat, it's an actual goat, and it is a glorious goat. If you saw the horns on this goat, and they give him a little trough, and he just sits there at midfield, and he's eating his, like, curds and whey. I don't know. He's eating his grass. Like, he just sits there. It's amazing. And people come up and take pictures with him. Yeah, it's an actual goat, and he's glorious. And the Magpies are glorious. I don't really know about this Chiefs game, guys. I've struggled with this. I think both teams can run on the other. Like, I've convinced myself of that, which scares me a little bit in terms of the over. Like, I'm tempted to play Cook, but I'm also tempted to say, that Spags just takes that away. Because who's Josh Allen throwing the ball downfield to? On balls that travel 20 yards or more in the air, Josh Allen's the worst quarterback in the league. Like, he's Cam Ward bad when he has to push the ball downfield. Is this the week Josh Allen's legs come back into focus? I like that aspect. I didn't put any money on that aspect, but I could see that aspect coming to fruition. We know the Chiefs are scoring 28 a game now, again, like it's their birthright. Even if they take the first half off like they did last week. Now, Commanders are not very good. But are you buying Buffalo's defense? Are you buying anything about Buffalo's defense? Really? You buying pass rush? You buying run stuff? You buying two gappers? They don't have them. Their secondary's banged up. They're bringing safeties off the street. kind of like Josh Allen anytime rushing touchdown, but I don't love it. I kind of like him running for 30 or more yards, but I don't love it. I like the Chiefs over 27.5 points, but I don't love it. I do love that GOAT in Cologne, though.
Here's what I don't love. I don't love the state of this Bills defense. All season, yeah, you can gash them on the ground. And, all right, let's look at the interior. Ed Oliver, injured reserve this week.
Yep.
Daquan Jones, he's out for this game. Their nickel, Teron Johnson, he's questionable. So I think that's a little bit dicey. I don't know what's happening with Josh Simmons right now, the left tackle for the Chiefs. But here's what I do know. I know that this is the best version of the Chiefs that we've seen in the regular season in a long, long time. And for everyone that was like, okay, let's see what happens when they get their explosive players back. They're a lot better. They've made more of an impact than I ever thought they were going to. Like the Chiefs right now, even though they started the season 0-2, they're the best team in the NFL. And I kind of don't care that the Bills win in the regular season and the Chiefs win in the postseason. The Chiefs normally aren't playing to this level this early in the season. I get why they are a road favorite, 1.5 to 2. There are still some 1.5s out there. Guys, I like the Chiefs today. Let's go on the road and take out the Bills, and they're going to be in a really bad mood after that happens. The Chiefs are just way too hot right now. Mahomes looks like vintage Mahomes that we got used to a couple years ago.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that the Chiefs haven't looked this good in the regular season in quite some time. I mean, the Bills haven't looked this poor in the regular season in quite some time either. So that going against them. Josh Allen did talk this week about trusting his legs a little bit more. So I could get behind Josh Allen rushing props if you wanted to play anything Josh Allen wise. But I do like the Chiefs. I'm with you, Joe. I would lay even if 2 is the best number you can get, obviously do your shopping. But I would lay it with Kansas City. How about this one? We have the Giants hosting the 49ers. Niners coming off a loss to the Texans last week where they really didn't look competitive much in that game. And the Giants coming off of a loss to Philly last week. So lost 2 straight for New York. 3 of their last 4. Cam Scadaboo out for the season after that brutal ankle injury that he suffered. It's kind of Jackson Dart. I mean, Malik Neighbors has been out most of the season too. Who else is there for this Giants team? I like the 49ers to bounce back in a big way. I would take them on the road under a field goal, Joe. Can you get with me?
No, I cannot.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
I am fading this 49ers defense in the foreseeable future. A couple weeks ago, I think it was shocking how they were able to, without Fred Warner, perform on Sunday Night Football. And then I think we saw the real defense last week. They gave up 475 yards to the Texans. Were not very good. They were not able. That's a terrible Texans offensive line. They didn't sack Stroud once that entire game. So Bosa, Warner, they're done. By the way, Gross Matos, he's out. Bryce Huff is out. A few more starters that are questionable. I am full on fade. So what do? It's the Giants, and Kate, you just mentioned you've got your star receiver. He's done for the year. And now your running back, the rookie running back that you were leaning on, he's out for the season. And they gave up a ton of yards on the ground to the Eagles last week. I don't see a repeat, but they do have Christian McCaffrey on the other side. But I'm not expecting a repeat there. Here's what got me here, guys. In addition to all those injuries on the Niners defense, look at the Giants in their home games. They've played KC, the Chargers, the Eagles, not giving up a lot of points. Yeah. 17, 18, 22 points. Yep. Their defense plays well. I'm worried about the state of the secondary as well. We have more injuries there. But I think the Giants are going to win this game. So I'm taking the Giants plus 2.5.
Yeah, I the only way I would play this game, and I'm not on this game, is under 48.5 is too high. Giants are a dead under team at home, have been a dead under team for a long time. I don't buy the state of either offense right now. Mac Jones looks like, the cart is turning into a pumpkin for him. I don't really love San Francisco's offensive line either. I mean, the Giants are running it through a running back who just got hurt. I just don't know where all the points are coming from. I think Kyle Shanahan at his core is uber conservative, and I think this is a must-win game for him, and I think he knows his quarterback might be on his last legs. Does CMC touch the ball 30 times in this game? He probably does. They just, let him get beat up. I'm still not sure that, to Joe's point, that's going to result in a win, though, for the 49ers. I think the 49ers are pretty janky. So I just look for this to be an ugly game. I look for the Giants to muck it up. I look for the Giants' defensive line to have some joy here. And I'm not sure either team gets to 21 points here.
Well, here's another game that could be pretty ugly this afternoon. Packers 13.5-point favorites hosting the Panthers. Bryce Young back under center for Carolina after Andy Dalton went last week. It's supposed to be windy in Green Bay. Not necessarily like the frozen tundra of December, January, but it's going to be plenty windy this afternoon. Joe, Packers laying 13.5 against the Panthers team that plays significantly better at home than they do on the road, and clearly they're on the road today.
Certainly. I don't have a ton on this game. You've got Bryce Young making his return. They were had enough of the Andy Dalton experience. It was no good last week, and Bryce Young has been practicing in full all week. Here's the problem: their O-line is in shambles. The center is out. Possibly Damian Lewis and the right tackle out too. They're listed as questionable. We'll have to wait on that one. A little over an hour from now, we'll know for sure. But against this Packers pass rush, which includes Micah Parsons, is playing really good at home against maybe a bunch of backups with that offensive line chasing down Bryce Young. I don't think it's a good spot. So that gets us to this number. Am I going to lay it with Green Bay at 13? Nope. At times, I've been disappointed. I'm like, the Packers, okay, you're winning, but I feel like you should be more dominant. If you're going to lay 13, 14 points in this league, you better be very positive that your team's going to be dominant, and I don't buy that. Even in week 1, when they destroyed the Lions, that game was over early. If the line was 14, they're not covering it. I think they only won by 13 in that one, so I'm not doing anything. Survivor purposes, if you have Green Bay, I think you could lock them in. That's a strong play. Yeah, they probably destroy the Panthers, but I'm not putting any money on this. How about you guys?
I don't have much here. I played this like we talked about that Bears game. When fade the Bengals defense against tight ends, fade Carolina's defense against tight ends. I like Kraft long reception over 21.5. I like Kraft to have at least 60 receiving yards in this game. You're looking at a Carolina defense, 129.4 passer rating throwing to tight ends. Kraft is averaging 15.6 yards per reception. Panthers giving up 9.3 per attempt to tight ends. That's worse than the NFL. 77% completions to tight ends. I've just drilled down on that.
I have nothing in this game. What I do have is something in the next game we'll talk about. Broncos at Texans. That one coming up next here on BetMGM Game Day.
me off.
Harvey's got a first down. Harvey's looking for the end zone. Harvey takes it home. Welcome back to BetMGM Game Day. Here are your hosts, Kate Constable, Joe Ostrowski, and Jason La Canfora.
That was Denver rookie running back RJ Harvey, 40-yard touchdown for him last week. The Broncos are on the road, taking on a Texans team that just came off a big win over the 49ers, who we just discussed. Texans favorite here, 1.5. Total's 40, low total here. Not terribly surprising. This Broncos defense still pretty good on the season, but now they're without Patrick Surtain, their best shutdown corner. And that's a big blow to the defense, which opens things up a little bit more for this Texans offense. Although we also just discussed how poor the Texans offensive line has been all season. So I have a play in this game, but Jason, want to get your thoughts first. Texans minus 1.5. Where are you going?
I like the under. Don't love it. Like it. What scares me about the under is this ability for Denver to just turn on the spigot offensively and go crazy. And then obviously being down a guy who takes away half the field in the passing game for your defense is a big deal. I don't think Houston's offense is back or anything like that. Obviously they're showing signs of life, but these are two elite defenses. These teams are 10-5 to the under combined. Houston's 9-1-1 to the under at home since the start of last season. Look, Houston's allowing 14.7 points per game. Their games this season are going under by over 5 points per game. Denver games on the road this season, game totals 24, 38, 43, 57. Houston at home this season, games averaging 40 points. I'm sorry, since the start of 24 at home, games average 40 points. Houston games at home this season average 36.57 points. Denver, number one in sack rate. Denver also, though, doesn't allow pressure on the quarterback. You look at their sack differential. You look at their pressure differential. It's elite. I think Sean Payton likes to run the football. We heard the clip there from RJ Harvey. I think, being on the road against a good defense and knowing that Bo Nix has had his issues this year, I think he's okay playing field position. He trusts his team late, right? They've won a lot of fourth quarters. So I do think that this game could be 17-14, 20-17, something like that. But again, I didn't get there out of my own pocket. If I was playing this game, I'd play it under.
Yeah, it's a sub 40s total for a reason, right? You're probably going to get there, but sometimes turnover here, turnover there, and then that thing could flip. This Texans offense, yeah, they look good, but that was San Francisco last week. It wasn't Denver. And they still don't have an offensive line. And the Broncos, we could talk about Surtain, and I'm certainly looking at that, but they still bring pressure on a consistent basis. Going up against the O-line, I think they're going to be able to do that. I am on the Texans, guys, in this coin flip spot, minus 1.5 at home. Actually, that's been going up a little bit. I think we're at 2.5. They're mostly 2.5s, but I think there's a 1.5 out there somewhere. It's going to be an interesting matchup. Maybe this ends up being one of the better games of the day, even with Chiefs and Bills on the docket. I'm looking forward to this one, just seeing how it looks. Now, that Texans offense, when they had a good game last week, that was without Collins. That was without Kirk on the outside. So you got to credit Stroud a little bit. Both of those guys are coming back off the injury report. Keep an eye out for Dalton Schultz. Is he good to go? He's listed as questionable. Surtain, out at least a month. It sounds like month and a half. So I think that's going to be impactful. They're coming in hot. They've scored 77 points in their last 5 quarters. Bo Nix is either terrible or he's really good. Yeah. When he's playing from out in front, he's really good. Now, with this that going up against his Texans defense on the road as an underdog, that's not one of those spots, guys, where I want to back Bo Nix. So I'm in on the Texans. Looking forward to this one, taking Houston minus 1.5.
So I'm going against CJ Stroud today, and not necessarily fading the Texans as a whole, but his passing yards because of what you just talked about, Joe. Like last week against the 49ers, they don't have a pass rush at all right now, but the Broncos do. So I'm going to play under CJ Stroud's passing yards. And I know that may be a little, I don't know, silly sounding without Patrick Surtain in, because it's like, okay, you finally get this game without one of the best corners in the league, and you're going to play under his passing yards. But I just worry about the pressure that Denver's going to be bringing all game long, and maybe that lends itself to more short, intermediate passing routes where CJ Stroud isn't racking up the yardage that he typically does. So the number is 226.5. I will play the under on that one in Broncos and Texans. Seahawks at Commanders. Jay Daniels in for this game. Seahawks still the favorites here, -3 on the road, cross the country. Total is 48. Seahawks kind of been, not a huge surprise that they're having success, but somewhat because we didn't know what Sam Darnold was going to be like outside of Minnesota with Kevin O'Connell. It hasn't really changed a whole lot. He's been great for Seattle so far. So, Jason, Seahawks -3. Can you lay that on the road against the Commanders team that, yes, has Jayden Daniels back in the fold without Terry McLaurin today, though, and they've also been struggling just a little bit lately?
Yeah, I like Seattle's offense in a lot of ways here. I don't look, and we know McDonald, right, has been awesome on the road. And you got Seattle on extended rest, and you got Washington off short rest. I don't buy Washington's defense, and I do buy Seattle's offense. So Daniels coming back scares me a little bit. I think Seattle probably wins and doesn't cover, but I don't like that as much as just saying, okay, are they good for 24 points in this game? I believe so. Can anybody stop Jackson Smith and Jigba right now? I don't believe so. I certainly don't believe it's Dan Quinn and this Commandos defense that can't muster enough of a pass rush. That's having all kinds of issues now. Like, they're allowing opposing quarterbacks to have a rating of 104.9. That's 29th in the NFL. 8.4 yards per attempt. Worst in the NFL. 15 touchdown passes to 4 picks. They've allowed 6 passing touchdowns the last 2 games alone. And Sam Darnold is not little dink and dunk Sam from New York. This is chuck it across the field Sam from Seattle. Like, I will say this too. Sam Darnold's 16-7-1 against the spread since the start of last season, if you do want to lay the points. But what I like is Darnold to throw 2 passing touchdowns in this game. Darnold to throw for at least 225. No, like I said, Smith and Jigba's going crazy. He's got 3 straight games of 8 catches or more, 120 yards, 4.33 yards per route. Big boy football. I think he gets 7 catches in this game. I think he gets at least 70 yards, and I think he scores a touchdown. And I think team total is something I have floating in these different parlays as well. I'm playing it at 23.5 and going over. Washington's allowed the most passing plays in the league, over 50 yards, despite playing all that boring vanilla zone. Washington's been outscored 72-29 the last 2 games. And all that goodwill from year 1 of Dan Quinn and all that rah-rah college stuff, that his mentor Pete Carroll sells. That's all cute till you get smashed in the face a few times and your front office believe their own hype and went out and re-up with a bunch of old guys who now you're trying to trade for pennies on the dollar. And didn't draft particularly well. Bill or whatever, that was a fun story for 2 weeks. They can't run the ball. The quarterback's hurt all the time. It's not a good offensive line. It's not a good defensive line. And it would not surprise me if Seattle beats the crap out of them today. But I'm not on that.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. Like, I look at this matchup, I'm like, okay, who's a better offense? There's no doubt it's Seattle. Who's better defense? Oh, 100% Seattle. Coaching, Seattle. Better spot-wise. Well, it's a short week for Washington, and Seattle has extra rest. And Seattle's, as you mentioned, very strong on the road. In fact, for some odd reason, under McDonald, they're better on the road than at home. What are we doing here? This defense also healthier. They are one of the more balanced teams. I mentioned that maybe the Lions are the most balanced team. Mm-hmm. The Rams and the Seahawks are right there with them. Seahawks, incredible. Every week, those Super Bowl odds get shorter and shorter and shorter. And now it's like you look up at, like, whoa, yeah, they are. They are right there. So I don't have a play on this game. I think it's interesting. I want to see what's going on with Tunsil. left tackle, he's listed as questionable. You said McLaurin's out. I don't even know that Debo's any good right now.
No.
I'm not sure.
There was another
And
stupid signing. Adam Peters.
I know.
Like, dude, you had one. You've been there a minute, bro. You're not a genius. You're not a genius. Hanging out with Kyle Shanahan doesn't make you a genius because Kyle Shanahan's not a genius.
A lot of people convince themselves are geniuses after what we saw to Jaden Daniels in his rookie campaign, and then he gets injured, and, oh, well, things are suddenly changing. No more of Mariota, who, by the way, was the leading rusher last week. You're right, Jason. No run game to speak of. As we talk more and more about it, I don't really know what the Commanders have that you trust on any level. The Seahawks, though, there's a lot. So if you're looking for a play, if you want some action tonight, it's not my favorite, but I don't mind Seattle. Jason might be right. It might be another embarrassing output by this Commanders squad on national TV tonight.
Seahawks also 3-0 on the road so far this season. Commanders, I mean, yeah, they played Kansas City last week, but Dallas, I mean, you got smoked by Dallas. You lost to Chicago. Got beat pretty handedly by the Falcons. It hasn't been good whatsoever.
Commandos have allowed 24 or more in 6 of their 8 games played. That's why I'm circling that 23.5.
That's not ideal. Not ideal for Commanders fans. Real quick, let's touch on this game. Cardinals at Cowboys. Cowboys laying 3. Defense for the Cowboys still not all that great. Total in this one is 53.5. Cardinals on the road. We have Jacoby Brissett still.
Yep. They announced that yesterday. Yeah, Brissett.
Kyler Murray has never lost at the Cowboys' home is the headline I'm reading right now in an article. But he's not starting tomorrow, so that doesn't matter whatsoever. Joe, do you trust Jacoby Brissett and company to go into Dallas and get the win or cover?
Well, what's interesting about that, you're right, Kyler has not lost there. He's played well going to his hometown city. And Gannon's like, no, it's because of the injury. This is not a benching in any way. But then he also says, well, he might have a role for us. What? That doesn't make any sense. So which one is it? Is it because of the health, or is he not able to play? Like, what's going on here? So Brissett gets the start for the 3rd straight game. Remember, this is Arizona coming off the bye. So Kyler's had extra time to get healthy for this one. And they say, no, we're gonna stick with Brissett. 5-game losing streak for the Cardinals. However, all of those games have
weird
been by
losses.
4 points or less. Yeah, they are right. They're right there. Brissett
3 of them will walk-off field goals.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're saying Brissett's our better option to win.
Yes.
Right? They
and I believe
won't
them.
speak it into a microphone. I would agree with them as well. I think that's the right idea.
It's the similar situation in Minnesota, basically.
Sure. Yeah, I would. Well,
it's a very similar.
It was Wentz, but it was Wentz, and he.
Yeah.
Yes, and he's he's got no shoulder. He's down the shoulder, so
he's done.
Yeah. Dak's coming off his worst game. You certainly trust the Cowboys' offense. You cannot trust this Cowboys' defense. I think Brissett's going to move the ball up and down the field. If I'm playing a side, I would go to the Cardinals. If I'm looking at props, I would look at guys like McBride having a big game. It would not surprise me in the least if the Cardinals go to Dallas and win.
Me neither. I didn't like it with little Kyler Murray, but I do like it with Brissett. Dallas's defense is awful. Cardinals' defense is very solid. Like, top 7 in opposer QB rating, top 8 in rush defense EPA. Look, do I wish they had a little more sacks and a little more takeaways? I do. But only 7 rushing touchdowns allowed. Like, Brissett likes throwing to the tight ends. Dallas is terrible against tight ends. I like both tight ends for Arizona to go over their longest reception. I like McBride to go 7 receptions, 70 yards, anytime touchdown. He gets in the end zone this year. It ain't last year with Kyler. And I think Arizona might make Dallas's offense struggle a little bit, and Dallas's defense has got no calling card. I would think I like the over, but I don't love the over because I think Dak, I don't know, you can pencil Dak in for 3 and 4 passing touchdowns in this game. I'm certainly not. He might struggle to get 2.
Total is highest or second highest on the day right now is what I'm seeing. What do we have? 53 and a half.
Whew. I think it's the highest.
Yeah. That is I mean, with how bad Dallas's defense has been this season, I would be tempted to look at the over. But you're right, with how Dak's been playing lately, Jason. I don't know if that's something that is necessarily a shoe-in. Coming up on the other side, we will do Saints, Rams, Jaguars, Raiders, the only 2 games that we have not touched on so far. That's all coming up next. BetMGM Game Day with Joe Ostrowski, Jason Lockenfora, and Kate Constable.
BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Week 9 in the NFL. Going through each and every game on today's slate. 4 teams on bye this week, so we will not be touching on the Browns, Jets, Eagles, or Bucks, but we do have a couple more games that we haven't gotten to today throughout the show. We're hitting on every game, so if there's one that you've missed earlier on in the show and you want to go back and listen, you can do so on the free Odyssey app. Coming up over the next couple segments, we'll do our Survivor picks. That's next at the top of the hour, and then we will also build our same game parlay that we do every week. And Jason, we did not hit the same game parlay last week, so we got our work cut out for us this week in trying to change that. Let's talk about these last 2 games that we have yet to touch on. The Saints at the Rams. This number is up to 14.5 places in favor of LA. Partially because the Saints stink this year, and 2, Tyler Shuck is starting this week for the benched Spencer Rattler. Shuck's first start. He played a couple snaps in that last game, but his first true start. Especially on the road against a Sean McVay coach team. And Matthew Stafford and this offense have been rolling this season. So it's a big number, 14, but I can't look towards the Saints in this one, Jason.
No. I'm not backing the Saints in any way, shape, or form. And look, we've had fun with Spencer Rattler at times on this show, but Spencer Rattler gave them more competent quarterback play for a longer stretch of time than I thought was feasible. And he held this change off for longer than I thought was going to prove to be feasible. I don't buy this Shuck at all. I didn't buy him when they took him. If they had any conviction in him, as old as he is, he'd have been playing way before now. So I think this is them doing what they have to do to sort of tank, to check a box that we did look at Shuck. We took a shot at Shuck, but Mickey Loomis is in the quarterback drafting business for real coming up this spring. So I think the Saints have realized that the competitive or quasi-competitive portion of their season, in so much as there was one, is over, right? They've got one win, and that came when the Giants turned the ball over 5 times in Jackson Dart's first road game. Now, look, McVay's covered 13 of his last 18, but McVay, he gets conservative. They tend to play with their food a little bit. 14 is a big number for them to cover when they lean into the run game as much as they do, even at times where you're like, why are you running the ball? Stafford can do whatever he wants. Why don't we get to 30 points before we start running the ball? I've just been on the wrong side of too many backdoor covers and too many play with your food situations with the Rams offense that was cooking to get behind this one. If you're looking for a quick hitter here, I would point out the Saints have a minus 52 point differential in the first quarter. And now they just went to the lesser quarterback. Now, the Rams don't always start strong. I'm not selling you that. But like the Rams at home, on some rest, against a rookie quarterback with that front 7 that's feasting, like Rams laying the points in the first quarter, I'm more into that than I'm into it for the game. Saints have lost 9 of 10 on the road. We know the Saints are not a covering operation, right? They're 2-6 against the spread. So the way I did play this, Kate, is like, do I think the Saints get to 17 points here? I don't know that they get to 14 points, and I did play their team total under 13.5 at plus 113. But what I might like a little bit more is Saints under 16.5 and Shuck to throw a pick. And that I played at plus 180. Again, this Rams defense has allowed 7 or less in 2 in a row. They've allowed 10 points or less in 6 of their last 11 games. On the season, they're allowing 16.7 points per game. They've got an elite red zone defense, and this is a Saints team that will settle for field goals without you begging them to do that. It takes a lot of field goals to get to 17 points. So I think for me, ultimately it became, because I'm a little bit worried about McVay taking the foot off the gas, because I'm worried about the Rams playing with their food. I just think defensively, they're keyed up. They're going to get off on this quarterback. They're going to turn him over a few times. It's a team that has an elite get-home rate, multiple fronts. They're going to throw different looks at Shuck that he's not going to be prepared for in his first start. And I mean, look, they're not paying you much for it, Kate, but like, does Stafford get his 2 passing touchdowns? I mean, the Saints have allowed 14 passing touchdowns. Like, they're allowing a QB rating of 103. And we know Stafford has 17 passing touchdowns this year. And I don't think he's going to be under duress from a pass rush standpoint here. So is that another leg that I like in a parlay? I mean, playing it by itself is a little scary because, Kyron Williams scores a lot of touchdowns. And if they're up 21-0 in the second quarter, let alone the second half, McVay might start taking the air out of the ball, knowing his quarterback's got a lower back problem or whatever that is, spine problem. But I feel like that's kind of baked into the cake.
Yeah, I like your look of the first quarter, first half in here because of McVay's tendency to take his foot off the gas late. I mean, I was tempted to say do you look at Stafford for 3 passing touchdowns for actual plus money? I mean, especially Puka Nakua's back this week. Like, do you go Puka over 91 yards, over 100 yards for some plus money? I think that is possible too. And the defense, like you mentioned for LA, I think they're quietly underrated. Like, I haven't heard too many people talking about the Rams defense this year. It's
not enough.
The Eagles defense not being great. It's the Steelers defense not being great. Like, we talk about these defenses that are supposed to be good and are underachieving. And yet here's a Rams defense that's just quietly getting the job done week in and week out.
Well,
and now you have a rookie quarterback.
That's why I played it. Yeah, I mean, I played it that way because I felt like, you're giving me, plus money for them not. If they don't score 2 touchdowns, if Stafford doesn't throw a pick 6, 1 touchdown, then you're telling me that if he's going to get the 14, he's going to lead 3 other scoring drives. And I don't totally trust the Saints kicker either, that he's going to make all these field goals. And then if the game is that far out of whack, are they really going to settle for field goals? I mean, you're finally playing Shook. Aren't you going to let him try to, sustain drives? Like, you're going to try to kick 60-yard field goals down 4 scores? So, and then
you already only have 1 win on the season. Like, what's the point of that then?
Yeah. And then if they're getting to 17 without multiple touchdowns, and again, unless they get a defensive touchdown, I don't think they're scoring multiple touchdowns, then that's going to take a lot of doing. So, yeah, I think the sharper way to play it is the Rams defense, because this Rams offense it gets too cute. I love McVay and I like betting McVay's teams, but how do they only score 17 points against the Ravens? Like, you go back and look at that game. It's like, where the Ravens were there, like, how did you only score 17 points?
I was on Stafford 3 passing touchdowns in that game and did not get home with that one. Let's go over, Jason, to Jaguars and Raiders, the only game we have yet to touch on. And I, honestly, Wolf is right. I don't have a whole lot in this game. The news coming out of Jacksonville this week is Travis Hunter. He is on IR, so he's going to miss the next 4 games. Honestly, I don't think that's that big of a blow to this offense. Travis Hunter's been good this year. He's been fine. He hasn't been anything game-changing or spectacular, in my opinion. You do have Jacksonville, who's laying 2.5 on the road. Raiders, I mean, their season has not gone according to what Pete Carroll and company would have liked or hoped for. They've lost 4 of their last 5. They were shut out last week against Kansas City. Granted, Kansas City's defense is a little bit better than the Jaguars' defense, but this game to me is just ugly. The line, I think, is right where it should be. And I'm not betting anything, at least side or total, in this one.
The only way I would play this is I might play around with an under on the Raiders team total. Look, Jacksonville is a defense that lives on takeaways. Nobody throws picks at home like Geno. We've been on this trend since early last season. So that's still carried over. None of the good stuff from Seattle is carried over to Vegas, but the bad stuff has. So you're looking at a Jacksonville team that turns people over like second best in the league. They're a little healthier now, coming off a bye. They've got a lot of their crazy travel out of the way, although this is a road game, but I kind of like Lawrence on the road more than home. You've got Geno sort of fighting for his job, I guess, because they're now all of a sudden there's a lot of reports about, O'Connell's getting healthier. O'Connell's getting healthier. I mean, I don't know that Pete Carroll's going to play O'Connell, but boy, we're hearing a lot about that. So, like, Vegas has played 22 straight games, scoring 25 or less. I think Jacksonville will turn them over. I think Jacksonville's defense is solid enough. Like I don't know that the Raiders are scoring more than 17 points in this game. Maybe 20. Certainly, I don't think there's 3 touchdowns for them in this game. They're averaging 14.7 points per game. They're allowing 26 points per game. They had 95 total yards against the Chiefs, Kate. Like, I know the Chiefs are a good defense, but come on now. 95 total yards in an NFL football game where it was over at halftime, so they were allowed, like, they're just playing a shell. Like, you could do what you want to do. If you want to just play the game under, I mean, I'm tempted to. These teams are 9-5 to the under, but Jacksonville might get a pick six on Geno. You know, they might go off on a bad Raiders defense. I don't know. I don't really like the game. I personally don't have anything on the game. If you made me bet the game, I'd probably just play the Raiders team total under.
I mean, I'm looking at a Geno Smith interception right now, minus 135 at BetMGM. That's not yeah, you're laying some juice. You would like it more towards, minus 110. Maybe you take him 2, but like laying a little juice for Geno Smith against the Jaguars team that turns the ball over at a high rate. I don't think that's all that terrible of a play whatsoever.
Not terrible at all.
Like, I may have just talked myself into that being the only play that I play in this game, but one that I actually feel fairly confident in.
I'm never opposed to a Geno pick, and this is something that, I've seen priced at minus 180. I mean, and I know Jacksonville's got an injury or two, to the linebacking core or whatever, but
Geno Smith.
And I know Geno's got his tight ends back for this one, but that doesn't mean he's not forcing balls to them or whatever. Like, his turnover rate at home, his interception rate at home, since the start of last season, is by far the worst in the NFL.
Yeah, I'm going Geno Smith. Interception thrown today. All right, coming up on the other side, final hour of the show. We'll give out our best bets 40 minutes from now. But coming up next, we have Survivor picks. Who are we taking to just win this week and keep us alive in Survivor? That's next on BetMGM Game Day.
Now, with Joe Ostrowski.
I've been waiting for a month okay, one of these weeks, we've seen enough. The offense is going to explode one of these weeks. It's going to happen when we least expect it. Now I'm just like, okay, I'll believe it when I see it.
Jason LaConfora.
I love field goals here. Their offense is broken, and you can correlate it. Field goal attempts. Like, all they do is kick field goals.
And Kate Constable.
I just think so highly of Kevin O'Connell and what he's able to do with quarterbacks, but Kevin O'Connell has kind of shown us that he can take any quarterback and help them find success.
3 hours, every game, every edge. Your Sunday betting HQ is live. This is BetMGM Game Day.
Jason LaConfora, Kate Constable here with you on BetMGM Game Day. Hour left on the show. We still have plenty to get to. Survivor coming your way here in just moments. We're also going to build our show parlay for the Chiefs-Bills game. That's coming up about 20 minutes from now, and then we'll wrap up the show with all of our best bets about 40 minutes from now, and we have plenty of them. We've gone through each and every game today. We'll hit on a couple more a second time here if we have some time in these segments. But Jason, Survivor. And just a reminder to our listeners.
I am not a survivor. I'm not. I'm dead. I'm dead twice already.
You know what? A lot of us are dead twice already. And that's because if we were to do Survivor on the show each week, some of us, myself, would be out earlier, then we wouldn't have a segment to do. So instead, we're keeping track of our records in Survivor here. I am 6-2. Joe is 6-2. Jason is 6-2 after last week. Jacob is also 6-2. Grant 7-1. And our producer Brandon still alive I hope you entered the big circa 18 million, Brandon, because you're still 8-0 in Survivor and the only one who's actually still alive on the island here. We're going to go ahead and give you our picks for this week. And Jason, you will start us off.
Yeah. Went Bengals last week. Was all set on Pats. We talked between the segment, during commercial break. I was all set on Pats. Then I just decided to get cute. I got that Flacco fever. Felt really good about it up until I didn't. Up until I remembered just how bad that Bengals defense is, how bad that Bengals defense can be. Look, this is a week where hopefully for those who are actually still alive in this, you've got multiple options because we're seeing these spreads start to reflect the divide in talent, in productivity, in consistency, like with the haves and the have-nots. So, if the Chargers are available to you, if the Lions are available to you, if the Rams are available to you, you would be jumping on that, I presume. You'd be looking at their schedule. Again, that's a first world problem. I'm done. I'm cooked. I got cooked by the Falcons when they played the Panthers. I'd be looking at those spots. Packers as well. Carolina does not travel. Carolina at home. Very spry, very frisky. On the road, not so much. I'm taking the Rams. How do they lose? Like Shuck, really? If they thought anything of Shuck, he'd have been playing way before now. Like, I feel like Shuck's being thrown to the wolves here because the Saints are full-blown tank mode. Like, they are trying to get salary off the books. They're finally trying to recalibrate. The quarterback of the future is not on this roster. Let's lose a bunch of games to the quarterbacks of the present to be in the best position possible to get the quarterback of the future. I'm not buying that Kellen Moore is an NFL head coach. I think the Rams, you run 1,000 model simulations, I think the Rams win 995 of them.
You and 64% of the people that are still left in Circus Survivor. That is over 1,300 entries for the Rams. I would take them, but I've already taken them this season, so I don't have them left on my board. I also don't have the Lions left on my board. The team that I do have remaining is the Chargers. So I'm taking Chargers today. Most of the show you will find is taking the Chargers against the Titans. Titans 1-7 on the season. You don't expect much from Tyler Shuck. I don't expect much from this Titans team whatsoever. Chargers are laying 9.5. crazy things happen. The Bengals screwed a lot of people last week. I want to say almost half of the Survivor contestants were out last week based on a couple of the games that went sideways. So anything can happen, obviously, but I feel confident in the Chargers. So I'm going Chargers. Joe, he's going Packers. Joe has Packers left on the board. They are going up against the Panthers, hosting Carolina today. Green Bay, 13.5-point favorite. Can't argue against that one either. Brandon, why don't you come in and give us your pick? You are the only person in the show that is still actually alive at 8-0. Hey, if I had a voice to sing, I would do so for you.
And Joe can't hate on you now. Joe can't hate on you here. So you dodged that bullet. That's correct.
There you go. That's perfect. Ooh, don't hate that. Get a little plus money there. Yeah, Chargers to play for most of us. Jacob and Grant behind the scenes are also on the Chargers today. So what does that make? 4 of the 6 of us here on the show on the Chargers. Jason, you who did you take? I'm already blanking.
I took the Rams, but I mean it's LA. I mean it's a good look. Both LA teams are there for the taking.
This Chargers team in Tennessee, though. I mean, you just heard Brandon say he's laying 14 with them, taking an alt line. That's fairly comfortable for me based on what we've seen from the Titans so far this year and just where the morale is on this team going into this game. Yeah, they're at home. I don't think that matters. Jim Harbaugh, a great coach. He gets his players ready to go on the road. And if you look at the scoring that the Titans have done over the last, let's go ahead and say 5 weeks. 14 points, 13, 10. Yes, they scored 22 against Arizona, and then they were shut out. So, I mean, you have 4 games of your last 5, 2 touchdowns or fewer. I think that trend continues again today.
I didn't play him at 14, but I played him at 13.5. So we're almost simpatico.
Yeah.
Look, Tennessee's losing by 15 points per game. The Chargers the last 3 weeks have taken off, averaging 30 points per game, over 400 plus yards of total offense in all 3 of those games. Joe Alt coming back is massive. It's everything. It allows them to open up the full panorama of the playbook. And yeah, they're still a little beat up at the running back position, but I don't think that's a huge deal. Vidal's fine. We're seeing them now kind of figure out people's roles in the passing game. Gadsden's stepping up. McConkey's back to being the scrimmage monster, right? Quentin Johnson's back to being the occasional deep baller, not much else. Keenan Allen moves the chains. I think it's a great defense against the Tennessee, great matchup against the Tennessee defense that hemorrhages yards to wide receivers and especially hemorrhages yards to outside wide receivers. Do a much better job in the slot than they do outside. I mean, you mentioned Harbaugh and what he's brought to the table. He doesn't just win, he covers. 16-8-1 against the spread since returning to the NFL. That is elite. That's best in the league since the start of last season. A Tennessee team that's accustomed to getting beat down. It's not a shock to them. They've only covered 4 times since the start of last season. No bump from Mike McCoy. It was more like a drop. I mean, outscored 69-27 the last 2 weeks? Like that's crazy, but it happened. Simmons and other guys beat up. People waiting to see who gets traded before the deadline. I think if there was going to be a bump from the Titans positively, it would have happened by now. Herbert's in a great vein of form. Do they get a little conservative in the second half? I mean, they might. And there's inherent risk in all this stuff. I also have plays on the Chargers where I take the total down to 5.5 or 6. I take the spread down to 5.5 and 6.5. Focus on their team total, which I played at over 23.5, over 26.5, over 27.5. I haven't really gotten to the 30. Like, do I think they could do it? Yeah. But this is, at the end of the day, Harbaugh and Greg Roman. And, they're not averse to taking the air out of the ball a little bit early. Like, I think Justin Herbert throws for 225 yards in this game. I don't know that he goes much over that because, again, if you look at what they do here, is it going to be super heavy volume? Like, they'll get their explosives, but they will lean into the run game. But 225 is a number I'm comfortable with. Tennessee has not given up a ton of passing touchdowns. They might here, though. And again, they're 32nd in points per game differential, 32nd in points per game allowed, 32nd in yards per game allowed, dead last in third down defense. Their pass rushers are hurt. And guys, they've got a bye looming next week. And so this really, this might be, it doesn't start early. You know what I mean? The bags are already packed to wherever. They've already fired our coach. I think even with Harbaugh being Harbaugh and Roman being Roman, boy, they might roll up 24 in the first half here. And if you told me this was 24-3 at halftime or 21-3 at halftime, I don't know that I'd flinch. I don't know that I'd try to tell you that's not likely.
I mean, Jason, as we're speaking here, I'm watching this line move at other shops. We're up to 10.5 places. So, yeah. I mean, it's going to continue going in favor of the Chargers up until game time. I like a Ladd McConkey anytime touchdown today. I still think that, I mean, it's plus 160. That's a pretty solid price on the top receiver on this team going up against a defense that has struggled all season. He has
34 targets the last 3 games. Since the offense has come back together, this guy's getting 11 plus targets a game. And he's getting a lot of routes run on the outside. It's not just the slot. So I think he's going to be in business against a defense that allows 11.1 yards per attempt to outside wide receivers.
Which is, I mean, this number is interesting because it's gotten longer as the show's gone on. I mean, we talked about this game in the first hour, and I want to say it was plus 150. Keenan Allen was plus 180, and now Allen's plus 1. They're both plus 160. So, I mean, it just goes to show who people are betting right now. But you have that many targets to a single player, he's bound to find the end zone against a team that you're going to be putting up plenty of points against with this Chargers team. So I like it all, Jason. I like laying the points. I like taking the alt lines. I like McConkey anytime touchdown. I'm with you that there's not much motivation for this Titans team to play any longer. Real quick, before we have to take a quick break, we touched on this one previously, but let's just go back to it for a minute. Vikings and Lions. This is another game where you maybe can take some alt lines. You maybe look at some team total overs. You look at passing yards or touchdowns thrown, things like that for the Detroit Lions against the Minnesota Vikings team that is struggling and now has J.J. McCarthy back.
Dan Campbell doesn't take his foot off the gas. Dan Campbell's a historically significant cover monster. He's in the top 3 all time since the merger in 1970 in cover percentage among all coaches with at least 70 games on the sidelines. I don't buy McCarthy at all. I think McCarthy's going to be a little worried and scared in this game, as he should be. If they really felt McCarthy was ready, he'd have been back before now. They wouldn't have had Carson Wentz out there literally, about to go under the knife, gutting it out when it was unnecessary because you have a first-round quarterback who we all know could have played. I think Goff goes off. Goff has owned Brian Flores defenses. 75% completions are higher the last 4 times he's faced Flores. He's 5-1 against Flores, with 3 of those wins coming by double-digit point totals. Amon-Ra St. Brown has gone off against this Vikings defense. And yeah, I've played this up to 13.5. I have a parlay, Chargers laying 13.5 and Lions laying 13.5. I think Goff throws at least 2 touchdown passes. I think Amon-Ra St. Brown catches one of those. I think that the Lions score over 30 points in this game. You go back to 2022, they're scoring 32 per game at home. And I think this Vikings defense is presently constructed is blitzing a lot, but it's not getting home quite like it used to. It's short of players. I think it's short of run support because they know if we blitz that much, it's fine when the offense scores. The offense isn't scoring anymore, and I don't think the offense is scoring today. So I think Dan Campbell can smash this, and probably will smash this. And I don't think he takes his foot off the gas until they're at 34, 35 points.
Yep, I'm in agreement with you. I've already laid the 8.5. I wouldn't mind taking some alt lines, and I love Amon-Ra St. Brown over his receiving yards. He's had at least 100 receiving yards in 4 of his last 5 games. In the one game he didn't hit that, he had 77. So he's played pretty well against Minnesota. Coming up on the other side, we'll build our show parlay, Chiefs-Bills. That's next here on BetMGM Game Day. It is that time of the show where we build our show parlay and try and give you a nice plus money bet for each and every week. So far this year, got to be transparent, we haven't been all that successful. I want to say we've hit maybe 2 so far, and we are entering week 9. So the win percentage is just about as good as what the Titans, the Saints. It's, in other words, it's not good. It's not.
It'll
good.
get you fired,
But,
Kate. It'll get you fired if you're a coach.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, it would. This week.
Not if you're the Dolphins coach, though.
Well,
no, you get to stay
coming.
for the rest of the season.
That'll happen
Yep.
at the end of the year.
Yep. The moment the Week 18 game is over for the Dolphins, Mike McDaniel, I think, will be out. So it's coming. This game, though. Well, actually, let's go back to last week. We'll tell you what we did. It was in the Bears-Ravens game. We had the Bears team total over 20.5. We had Kyle Monangai, 25-plus rushing yards. And we had DeAndre Swift, 75-plus rushing yards and a Swift touchdown. So we got a little greedy. We actually went with 4 plays last week instead of our usual 3. This week, none of those last week hit. This week, feeling good. Kansas City, Buffalo, biggest game of the day. All eyes will be on this one. And so we're going to build you a show parlay in this game. And remember, you can go over to BetMGM, open your playbook, choose a boost for the action there. They have an awesome boost, a pro football boost pack, and you'll have 3 different ways to boost your odds if you play along with our same game parlay. So head over to BetMGM, get those odds boost, and we will now build the show parlay. Jason, I will let you start out. What do you like, Kansas City, Buffalo, that you'd feel confident enough to put into a parlay?
I cannot resist the siren call of Brashad Smith. I keep going back to the well. Now we've got a Pacheco injury. We've got them going on the road where sometimes you got to lean into the layup, right? Taking your layups. It's clear they prefer throwing the ball to him over Hunt. They seem to trust him in pass pro enough to at least leak out and be available to catch the football. He's got the ability to take a pass 15, 17, 20 some yards. We've seen that happen. And I do think he gets a little bit more volume than in some other games. And look, it's not out of the realm of possibility for him to get 5 or more targets. So our friends at BetMGM have him at plus 115 to have 25 or more receiving yards. And I find myself interested in that. I find myself intrigued by that.
All right. I can get intrigued by that. I feel like we've played him before in one of our parlays. And
we have.
Oh, we have. And he may have come home for us. I mean, without Pacheco, yeah, he's going to get more run. And this is a Bills defense that's terrible against the run. I know we're taking his receiving yards, but I could see him getting a couple quick passes, quick screens, dump offs, whatever you want to call it. And 25 yards against a poor Bills defense doesn't seem all that tough. Brandon, you're filling in. Joe had to dip early today, and you're filling in for him on this show parlay. So give us your/Joe's bet, your leg of this one.
Yeah, look, another defense that has struggled against the run this year has been the Chiefs defense. And I like a lot of James Cook today. I don't know how you feel about this, Kate, but I really would like to go with James Cook over rushing and receiving. I'm fine with it at the 75 plus, which is minus 250 on BetMGM, but I kind of like it for over 100 rushing and receiving yards because you can get that at plus 115 right now. And I love that number for him. Catches a lot of balls out of the backfield right now with the way that this offense is playing. So I love a lot of James Cook rushing and receiving.
Jason, any rebuttal, any pushback to that?
No, I mean, look, they've got to protect their defense. They have been an elite time of possession team. I think they need to be an elite time of possession team, and they know that. Offensive line is a strength for them, and they're going to have to put themselves in positions where the passing game is set up to win. Because if they have to win on 2nd and long and 3rd and long, they cannot do it. They can't. There's nobody to really push the ball downfield to. When they do that, nothing good happens. You had a bye week, and then you had a week where you absolutely smashed the Panthers, and any degree of sort of tension or high leverage was over before halftime. It was over midway through the second half. So everybody's fresh. It's a game where you do whatever you can to win because of tiebreaker potential. So yeah, I think the main thing becomes even more the main thing. I think Cook runs the ball a lot. I also think Josh Allen, who has not been prone to keeping the ball much himself, in this situation, which is essentially a playoff situation, he does. So I like that.
And this Chiefs defense might find themselves on the field quite a bit as well, right? Because Mahomes doesn't play well against the Bills. He's never played well against the Bills. I think
he might like this version of the Bills defense.
Against the Bills.
No Oliver and no Milano. He might like this version of the Bills defense. But as long as this doesn't become pinball football, and I think McDermott and Brady are going to fight hard to keep that from happening by the volume in the run game. Like, yeah, I'm with you on that. I think them being at home and that crowd being fired up and that crowd getting off on the quarterback finishing drives and the quarterback running over people in the, in goal-to-go situations. Like, I also think Allen is somebody who we could think about playing from a rushing standpoint. And I like Allen plus money on an anytime touchdown.
Okay, so that's where I was going to go for my leg, was the Allen rushing yards, 42.5. I also kind of like Mahomes over 29.5. Do you guys prefer Allen over Mahomes? I mean, Allen did talk about this week in press conferences, trusting his legs, running a little bit more. But it's like Mahomes at some points in the season has been the leading rusher for the Kansas City Chiefs. And now Pacheco is out. So I'm good with either of those two. You guys decide, Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes over their rushing yards. Kind of leaning towards Allen.
I mean, I always like Allen over his rushing yards because, I mean, Allen, especially when he starts talking about using his legs more, I like Allen over rushing yards.
All right, let's go Allen.
Yeah. I like that.
42.5. And then we took James Cook over 100 rushing and receiving yards. He's coming off a 216 rushing game last week. 11.5 yards per carry. Not necessarily saying he's going to be repeating that against the Chiefs, but plenty of confidence coming into this one. So, Brandon, if you could cook that up in BetMGM and let us know what those odds are. And then again, if those listening want to go over to BetMGM and use your Pro Football Boost Pack, you can get 3 different ways to boost the same game parlay. So plug this one in and use that boost for a little extra plus money on this one. Josh Allen over 42.5 rushing yards. James Cook over 100 rushing and receiving. And Brashad Smith 25 plus receiving yards. I like it, guys.
And that is plus 627.
That's
at BetMGM.
Pretty juicy. Pretty juicy.
Yeah. I like it. All right, let's see if we can get one to come home this week. Again, same game parlay record. Not great this week, but they're hard to hit. So let's hope this one does come home. In terms of sides, totals, Brandon, I mean, we got Jason's thoughts on this one a little bit early in the show and Joe's as well, but it sounds like you're leaning more towards Buffalo to win this game because of what Josh Allen has done to Patrick Mahomes in the regular season in previous years.
And not only that, like, I don't know if I know that Kansas City has looked better over the last, 3 weeks of their schedule, but that schedule that they've played, I mean, it's not like it's been the most daunting schedule. And I know people don't like to look at that and they're not, you're looking at, you play who's in front of you. I understand that. But when it comes in terms of me believing in you, when you've beaten, the Lions win, good win. But other than that, you beat the Raiders and you've beaten the Commanders and you've beaten the Ravens and you've beaten the Giants. And it's like, I mean, everybody's beaten those teams, right? So I like this Buffalo team. I think that this is a good spot for this Buffalo team, especially the way Kansas City has played. I know that they've looked better, but they've looked better because of their competition, right? Like Kansas City for me is on the same terms right now as New England. When you look at their schedule and you're like, man, is this team really for real, the reason why Kansas City doesn't get that same conversation is because Patrick Mahomes and they're Kansas City and they just go to Super Bowls and that's what they do. But I like Buffalo in this game, and history tells you that this is Buffalo's game as well, especially at plus points and plus
Couldn't
money.
we play that same game with the Buffalo Bills?
Yeah,
Like,
that's
who
what
they
I was
beat?
gonna. The argument I was gonna make.
Who have they beat?
They haven't played anyone.
Their signature win was Baltimore with miracles in the fourth quarter, and they threw the ball against Baltimore in a way they haven't thrown it since. I mean, Baltimore, he's completing 38, 40-yard sideline passes at the end of the first half to the tight end. Like, he's finding guys 30 yards downfield in the middle of the field. He can't complete a pass over 20 yards downfield because he's got nobody's really separating. They've got no speed guy. There's a part of me, especially because I haven't bet it, and I won't bet it because I've bet too much this week anyway. There's a part of me that thinks Andy Reid really, like, sends a message to McDermott about how bad his defense is here. And that Patrick Mahomes throws for 4 or 5 passing touchdowns. Because you're going to beat Andy Reid without a D-line. Like, Andy's going to be sitting there saying, all right, you might say my left tackle's on whatever hiatus, and, like, my individual offensive line might not look that great. But I'm scoring 28 on everybody. And you've got no Oliver, and Daquan Jones has been beat up, and you don't have a real two-gapper. And, like, Bosa is cooked and has to be on a pitch count. Like, is Rousseau taking this game over? Like, I don't know, man. There's a part of me that thinks the Bills' defense is garbage, and it comes out of this game, and and everything's going to be, what is Brandon Beane going to do by Tuesday to fix this? Because I think he needs D tackles. I think he needs edge. I think he needs a whole spine. Like, how bad is this Milano thing? Like, and now he's pulling safeties off the street when he already doesn't have his middle linebacker and his D tackles. I think the Bills' defense in this game could look like the Ravens' defense when after Matabike went out, and there was 3 weeks where it was just like, oh my God, none of the pieces fit. The whole thing crumbled, and everybody, including the Houston Texans, is hanging 40 on them.
Yeah, and I think you're going to find out about the Chiefs' run game in this too, right? Like, with no Pacheco this week, you know, who is Brashard Smith that everybody keeps talking about? Like, is he really a guy that can carry a load? And I know Kareem Hunt is still there too. I mean, is he going to turn back the clock and be able to hit 50, 60, 70 yards rushing, being the premier ball carrier in that offense? You're going to find out a lot about that. But I think Buffalo, well, I mean, you're going to have to establish the run, right? Because then if you're not establishing the run, I think that makes it easier for Buffalo's defense, doesn't it?
I don't know. I think he throws to a lead and then runs in the second half. Like,
if Mahomes throws 3-4 passing touchdowns, like you were suggesting, Jason, and Andy Reid sends a message, Mahomes right now the favorite to win MVP plus 150, and Josh Allen is the second plus 450. That kind of just, I mean, can we say Mahomes could run away with MVP after this game? I mean, the only pushback to that is, like, are the Bills really that good this year? But at this point in the season, who's catching up to him if he has a 4-touchdown game today? Drake May? I don't think so.
Jared Goff, I feel like, is disrespected in these markets. Jared Goff,
that's fair,
is doing some pretty special stuff.
16-1 right now.
And Goff was supposed to regress because Ben Johnson's a genius and Johnny Martin is a mook, right? Like, that's, and I fell into that trap. But, like, I don't know, man. I think he's viable. I don't buy that. I don't buy it
because he's not a quarterback.
Like,
because he's not really. I mean, okay, he's getting in the end zone more than before, but, like, he's got a really good offensive line, and they went out and they upgraded massively at quarterback, and they got a tight end who's a difference maker. Like, I don't.
What about the Colts quarterback, Daniel Jones? I mean, this is an
I would
offense
think he's more viable.
Points,
I think he's more viable than Jonathan Taylor for me. Knowing
and
just
Taylor
how people
has the shorter odds. Taylor's sitting at 14-1, Daniel Jones at 16-1. I think in order for Daniel Jones to win, it would have to be a year of very mediocre quarterback play across the board. And we're not getting And injuries. Yeah, exactly. We're not getting as great of quarterback play in volume this season. Lamar Jackson's missed a little time. Josh Allen hasn't been as good, but there's still Mahomes, and Mahomes is playing at a high level. I think that
there's also a world. There's a world that exists where Lamar throws for 4 touchdowns next week, and 4 touchdowns the week after that, and 4 touchdowns the week after that. Like, maybe not at Cleveland, but the other 2 certainly. And if they do run the table, just saying.
Lamar Jackson incoming. Who knows? All right, wrapping things up on the other side. We'll give out our very best bets for Week 9 and get you set for kickoff in just a few hours. Next, BetMGM Game Day.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by are your hosts, Kate Constable, Joe Ostrowski, and Jason LaConfora.
Wrapping things up here on BetMGM Game Day with just a couple hours from the afternoon kickoff slots. Plenty of games this afternoon at the 1 p.m. Eastern slot. And then we have, which is, I mean, kind of nice. Well, only 3 in the afternoon, Jason. I wish they would split this up more. Why these 17 games in the first window, only to have 3 in the afternoon?
Well, get ready to have 8:30 a.m. your time kickoffs every week from like week 3 to, week 14 or whatever, because that's coming, and that I guess will cut into the inventory a little bit. Yeah, they seem, when the bye weeks kick in, they seem to really like this model where there's only 3 late games and there's only 1 or 2 national, I guess, to make that audience even bigger. There's fewer regional options to cut into that.
Yeah.
Look, whatever the reasoning, there's money behind it. That's all these billionaires really care about at the end. More of these billionaires who own these teams are in it to make money than are in it to actually do everything they can to win a Super Bowl. In fact, I think you could count with one hand most years the number of billionaires who are really all in to win a Super Bowl.
And we do get morning football. Speaking of that, the next 2 weeks, we have Falcons Colts in Berlin, week 10. And then we go over to Madrid and we have Commanders Dolphins, some riveting matchups across the pond. So we'll have early morning games to talk.
The Colts game is kind of interesting, I guess.
Yeah, that one will be, I think, better than Commanders Dolphins, but we'll see. Geez, Mike McDaniel bringing that team overseas when it's just in disarray. I can't imagine that trip is going to go all that well for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he could throw the ball
or
further
McDaniel
in Europe than he can in America. Maybe there's some sort of bump. Others like maybe Jetstream or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's both. I mean,
I was going to say both.
Yeah, I don't. Look, everybody says, "Oh, you can't get out of this contract. You can't get out of that contract." You can get. People said that about the Russell Wilson deal. They're going to have to eat a lot to get rid of Tua, but I don't think you can foist Tua on the next regime. Like, I think they're both done. McDaniel will be fired the day the season ends, and Tua will be going by the combine. They'll have figured that out by the combine, and he'll be somebody else's problem. At a whole lot. And that team will be getting him at like $20 million a year, like where he probably should be. And the Dolphins are going to have to eat the rest.
McDaniel was cute early on, like the young, quirky, creative offensive mind, play caller. He's not creative anymore. He's just quirky. And that doesn't work in the NFL. No one cares if you're cool and quirky and wearing capris. You got to be creative if you're calling plays, and that just hasn't. And part of that is Tua, in that the offense just isn't great with Tua.
Yeah.
Let's talk about some games where the offenses are great, or at least where we think they're going to be great today, and give you our favorite plays of this afternoon. Jason, I will let you start out. Why don't you just roll through everything you have on your card for today?
Okie dokie. Little tight end parlay in that Bears game. Again, playing the Bengals. Defense is horrible across the board. It's especially horrible against tight ends. Cole Kmet, 20-plus receiving yards, and Colston Loveland, 30-plus receiving yards. I do like Pat Mahomes to throw 3 touchdowns in that game. They're not pricing it for 2 anymore. They're not giving you 2. They're kind of taking 2 off the table. The question becomes, do you think he's going to throw for 3? And I think he will. I like McConkey, 60-plus receiving yards and an anytime touchdown. I like Jackson Smith and Jigba, 70-plus receiving yards and an anytime touchdown. I like Tucker Kraft, long reception over 21.5. I guess it's National Tight Ends Day for me. I like McBride, 7 or more receptions, 70 or more receiving yards, and an anytime touchdown. In terms of team-oriented things, again, we've talked a lot about this Lions game and the Chargers game. For these purposes, let's lay 9.5 with the Lions and Lions team total over 29.5. Let's lay 9.5 with the Chargers team total over 27.5. We'll go under in the Houston Denver game, and we will take the Saints under 16.5 total points and Shuck anytime touchdown, anytime interception.
All right, I like it. Brandon, you're stepping in for Joe here, so give us your best bets. And I know you have kind of a crazy little parlay as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of a degenerate, so a lot of times I'll put together a lot of the props that I like, and then I'll parlay them as well. I like Jordan Love 2+ touchdowns today, Daniel Jones 2+ touchdowns today, Jackson Dart 2+ touchdowns today, and Bo Nix 2+ touchdowns today. I also like Joe Flacco to throw an interception against that Bears team today. I like Tucker Kraft over his receptions, Tyler Warren over his receptions. Chase Brown to get into the end zone at some point. Kamani Vidal also on an anytime touchdown today. And then my big parlay, which I tweeted out earlier, if you follow me at Real Combsy on Twitter. Shameless plug. Chargers -9.5. Bears -2.5. Panthers +13.5. Rams -14. And the Cowboys -3 is 22-1 on BetMGM.
Woo!
Juicy.
22-1. We like that. Here are mine for this afternoon. Quite a few in this Lions game. I may be overexposing myself a little in the Lions game, but I just have a lot of faith in this team going up against where the Vikings are at right now. So I'm going Amon-Ra St. Brown over 78.5 yards. Amon-Ra St. Brown anytime touchdown. Jared Goff over 1.5 passing touchdowns. Lions -8.5 in that one. I also like Alec Pierce, one of my favorite plays of the game. Colts wide receiver to go his longest reception over 21.5. I mean, he's hauling. He's the deep ball threat, and he's been the deep ball threat all season. That's not going to stop today, especially against this Steelers defense that's been in shambles. I'm also going CJ Stroud under 227.5 yards. I think this Broncos defensive line is going to be putting pressure on him all day. That some deep shots downfield for him, despite Patrick Surtain not being in for the Broncos, might be not out of the cards, but just a little less than usual. In terms of anytime touchdowns, I'm going to go Puka Nacua coming back today for the Lions, Jackson Smith and Jigba, and then Ladd McConkey. And the number on Ladd McConkey, I mean, I keep talking about this, but it's up to +180 now. So
Wow.
I don't know what's happening there. That makes me a little nervous, but I've already bet it, so I'm giving it out. Ladd McConkey, anytime touchdown, and then we'll wrap things up with the Chiefs -1.5 in Orchard Park today against the Bills.
I love them.
Why?
Yeah,
Why
I mean, I think McConkey and Gadsden both probably do damage in this game, and it wouldn't shock me if both are over 50 yards. Even I think I mean, I didn't talk about him a lot, but I think if they use him how I think they're going to use him, I wouldn't be shocked if Gadsden and McConkey both have touchdown catches in this game and both go over 50 yards receiving. McConkey maybe more like 70, 80 yards receiving.
One more that I forgot to mention. I played Geno Smith to throw an interception. It's -135. It's a little juicy. I don't care. I'm laying the juice.
Nah,
I'm not going to
that's
try and
not
get
bad.
you with 2 interceptions or anything. -135, not a terrible number.
No, I
Geno
like that
Smith.
a lot.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. He does it at home more than anybody else.
Yep. Jason, you are always our look ahead guy to the upcoming week. Just mentioned we do have an international game next week, but any other lines that you kind of have your eye on that are going to be watching?
Yeah, only 2 plays. 2 plays I made early this week. I took the under in Jacksonville at Houston, took that under 41.5. I have a hard time thinking that's not when these lines go off the board when games start today and then they put them back up tonight. If that's not under 40, I'd be shocked. And right now the Lions are laying 4.5 at Washington. Again, I think Seattle's going to further expose the Commandos tonight. And I think Detroit's, again, we've talked a lot about that game. So if these go like we think, Jaden Daniels or not, and who knows if he's even healthy coming out of this next game, or if they start shutting him down. I know 4.5 is kind of no man's land, but I have a hard time thinking that's not more like 6 by the weekend if things go as I expect them to go. So I do like the Lions laying 4.5.
All right, and give us a soccer update. Where are we at?
Well, it's not going so good, Kate. We had our Magpies give up There are own goals,
the
and then
Magpies.
there are ridiculous own goals. Ridiculous own goal at the end of the first half. So despite scoring in the first 5 minutes, our Magpies -1 is in a lot of trouble right now. We are down 2-1, approaching the 70th minute to the Hammers of West Ham. I do though, and again, I'm hot or cold, and right now I'm cold. But the Man U Bournemouth match, we've been on the Bournemouth Cherries overs all year. And I do think there's a lot of goals in that match. And the citizens have been giving them up. Bournemouth on the road especially leans to a lot of goals. So we do like both teams to score in the City Bournemouth match. We like over 2.5 goals. And we like Holland anytime goal for the citizens. That'll get you close to 2-1. We got it at plus
Magpies
175.
and cherries. Now I'm hungry. Magpie sounds like something my grandmother used to make me choke down when I was like 7.
Bournemouth are a fun team to watch,
disgusting.
especially on the road.
Yeah.
Citizens probably have an eye towards midweek in the Champions League, and yeah, I think we get goals in the second match.
Speaking of pies, what's the spread today for everyone? What do we
I'm
order?
home alone. Turkey sandwich.
Oh,
Lauren and Mateo are at his
is a-
baseball tournament in Pennsylvania, so whatever's left in the
That is
fridge, not
a
much.
Home Alone, sandwich. Brandon, you're on location for your show.
Yeah, the podcast Combs and Fits, Windy City Sports Talk. Another shameless plug. We're going to be on location today doing our podcast, Bears pre and post game show. So we'll probably be ordering some food, some pizza, maybe some Portillos.
Ooh, I could go for Portillo's today. That might be on my menu. All right, that's going to do it for us here on BetMGM Game Day. Thanks for tuning in. I hope we helped you put together some great bets for today. Thanks to Jacob, Brandon, Grant behind the scenes, Sean as well. For Jason Lockenfora and Joe Ostrowski, I am Kate Constable. We'll see you back here same time next week.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Cover, they're both.
And the absolute best teams in the Pantheon win games and cover the spread. And that's what you've got with Ohio State right now. We'll do college football in a second. Sammy, because I know like you are super duper locked into college football you do the Bear Bet show with Chris Felica and Jeff Schwartz. So you're huge college football. Did you happen to catch Game 7 of the World Series last night? One of the best sporting events of my lifetime as the Dodgers outlast the Blue Jays in 11 innings to win 5-4.
I did not see the end. I have to go back and watch it, but I did see the Bo Bichette 3-run homer. It was Saturday night, Nick. I was out. I don't watch a baseball game. I did see, though, a clip of the Blue Jays bunting in the 11th inning, and I thought that's what you need to do. Give away a free out with the game on the line. So
man,
dumb.
Like Sam is a gigantic sports fan. In addition to, like, obviously we bet also, but we're huge sports fans. We were sports fans before we bet. If you listen to You Bet or You Bet, you know that collectively, like, we all like needed the Dodgers. I'm very happy the Dodgers won. Outside of that, just honestly, like one of the best single game sporting events of my lifetime. It was exceptional. And you feel for Blue Jays fans, just an absolutely brutal way to lose. To college football, Sammy, before we get to the NFL. Besides for Ohio State winning, slamming Penn State at home, Julian Sayin now the Heisman Trophy favorite. What else stands out to you betting-wise as we spin things forward in college football?
I'm not sure if everybody saw the Georgia game against Florida, the cocktail party. So it's 24-20. The game is lined at 7. Georgia's a 7-point favorite. The total is 50.5. It's 24-20. Georgia has 3rd and 1 inside the Florida 5. A touchdown, obviously. Georgia covers, and the game goes over. Gunnar Stockton runs around the left side, Georgia quarterback. He's got a wide-open path to get into the end zone. He stops at the 1 and takes a knee. So if you had Georgia, if you had the over, if you parlayed them together, that's it. That's the right play for the game, obviously, for him to go down. But it is the wrong play for your bet. The under wins and the dog covers because Gunnar Stockton goes down at the 1 when he has nothing but green grass in front of him. Crazy play for the spread.
Yeah, and it's like in the NFL, you can kind of understand that a little bit. In college, it's like, man, like you'd think these kids want to score touchdowns. And Stockton's obviously a big name. It's not like someone who's playing his first game, but pretty stunning that happened. A brutal beat for people that laid it with Georgia or had the over in the game. Anything else, Sammy, from yesterday in college football to spin forward?
How do you not talk about Miami? This is another loss when the games ramp up. Mario Cristobal is now 4-11 as Miami head coach in the month of November and December. And that's not against the spread, Nick. That's straight up. 4 wins, 11 losses as a 10, 11-point favorite. They lose to SMU, and they are not making the college football playoff. It ain't happening.
No, they are not. And unfortunate for anyone that had tickets on Miami to win the national championship, not going to get a shot to even play in the college football playoff. And Sammy, for me, I guess it's like another drubbing of not a great team, but still, Indiana's unbelievable, man. Annihilating Maryland yesterday. We had Colin Wilson from the Big Bets on Campus podcast on our show on Friday on You Bet or You Bet. Colin said he thinks Indiana's the best team in the country. He thinks Indiana's going to beat Ohio State in the Big Ten title game when we get there. Are you that bullish on Indiana? Is this fool's gold with Indiana? Where are you at on the Hoosiers right now, the number 2 team in the country?
I wouldn't say fool's gold, but if they played tomorrow on a neutral, I'd have it Ohio State minus 4.5. So that's not to say that Indiana can't win. I mean, of course they could. It's a football game, and Indiana's very good. But did you see some of those throws Sayin made yesterday? And I think an unfair take is that, oh, well, anybody could play quarterback at Ohio State. Maybe. But not everybody can make those throws. He threw an absolute laser to Carnell Tate that traveled like 55 yards in the air where only he could catch it. They're taking the reins off the kid, and they're letting him throw now. Reminds me a lot of what they did last year. I know it's a different offensive staff. Chip Kelly's not there, but this quarterback's better than Will Howard. This is an NFL first-round pick, and he is lighting teams up. So I would have Ohio State 4.5 on Indiana.
Last one here, Sam, on college football from me, and if you've got anything else, please feel free to share. Texas keeps surviving. So, and look, like You lay Texas 3, what I think a close 3.5. 2.5, obviously you win, but up big. Vanderbilt scores 21 unanswered in the fourth quarter, almost recovers the onside kick at the end of the game. If they recover, they could tie it or even win the game. But Texas survives and Texas wins. Still with 2 losses. Any bullishness on Texas moving forward this season? Like, make the playoff? Like where are we at with Arch Manning, Sark, and Texas?
I think Georgia puts them out of their misery coming up, and that'll be the 3rd loss, and that'll be it. But if they beat Georgia, if they do,
what would you make that game? Because you've got your power ratings are awesome. What would you have Texas versus Georgia if they played like tomorrow?
If it's on a neutral, Georgia 2. If it's home, Georgia like 5, 5.5.
Oh, I love it. Oh, I absolutely love it. I can't wait for it. College football really starts to get cooking now that the calendar is turned to November. All right, let's get you set to bet everything going on today in the National Football League, Week 9 NFL Sunday, with this edition, gentlemen, of It Moved.
I think it moved. I think it moved. I think it moved.
It moved.
It hits different. Week 9 NFL Sunday. Sammy P, let us begin our Week 9 NFL Sunday betting sojourn in the Motor City. As the Lions come out of their bye and host J.J. McCarthy and the Minnesota Vikings. What a coinky-dink, right? Carson Wentz's shoulder falls off, has to have surgery, and now J.J. McCarthy's healthy enough to play. Funny how that works. What do we have with the Lions and the Vikings in your opinion of this game?
The joke all week was that paternity leave is over for J.J. McCarthy. That was the joke all week. Oh, he can come back and play now. So this opened actually at 9.5.
How much do NFL quarterbacks get? I got a month for paternity leave when my daughter was born last year. He got like 6 weeks in season. That's a pretty good like HR the Minnesota Vikings have, Sam. That's not bad.
He was hurt a little bit, and then I think his ego was hurt. So I don't really know exactly what happened. There was a weird scenario. But I can tell you.
Kevin O'Connell benched him. That's what happened. They can lie and he can say whatever he wants. He benched J.J. There's no ankle sprain in the history of humanity that would cost a quarterback 6 games. It doesn't exist. They benched him.
I heard you and Baldy going back and forth on that. And then, of course, Baldy's like, I played on a broken ankle. And I'm like, yeah, of course he did.
So literally played on a broken ankle. I couldn't get enough of that.
I heard that. I just laughed. Anyways, open 9.5 this game. Detroit favored by 9.5, obviously. It did dip a little bit. It got down to 8, but then it's been shoved right back. 9.5 now. BetMGM has 9.5. The books need the Vikings to cover. They will be praying that Detroit doesn't dominate, but I don't know, man.
Minnesota, obviously, this was plus 8.5. Now the Lions bet out of teaser range here. Detroit up to 9.5. We talked about it on Thursday. I have a Lions-Ravens teaser, which, we'll probably didn't need to tease the Ravens. They won by 22. But still, that teaser's alive today, going with Detroit minus 2.5. And Sam, curious if you agree with my train of thought here just on handicapping the game. It's not really like what I think or what you think or what the listener thinks or what the viewer thinks about J.J. McCarthy. I'm almost handicapping here what I think Kevin O'Connell thinks of J.J. McCarthy. I don't think he thinks J.J. is very good. Hence J.J. not returning until this week from an ankle sprain. And that takes me to loving Detroit in this game. I don't think the head coach has confidence in his quarterback, and if that's the case, I don't want to have confidence in him either. If I had to bet this game, I would lay Detroit. You agree or disagree with that train of thought? My feelings won't be hurt if you disagree.
I did not bet the game. I thought about the under, actually, which would be a short of the Minnesota offense. That's sort of where I'm at. We know Detroit can score, and I think defensively they can get enough stops. 31-10, 31-13. I guess I leaned to Detroit. I didn't get there. I like the under. Yeah, that's where I'm at, though. I think I like the under in the game. It's like 48 at MGM. Other books at 47.5. Jared Goff, by the way, 8-0 against the spread in his career against Minnesota.
Yeah, and That's a lot of Ben Johnson destroying Brian Flores and the Vikings blitz. My sense is John Morton is basically running the Ben Johnson playbook, and why wouldn't you if you were him? I'm expecting Jared Goff to have success today. And last note on this game, I forget what game it was. It's like we're both on the air so much. The last time you gave a final score prediction, like an exact score prediction, like I think you got it exactly right, maybe like 3 weeks ago. So I will have in my head 31-10, 31-13 is the final score today for the Lions and the Vikings. All right, let's move, Sammy. It's kind of warm. The frozen tundra of Lambeau Field, not so much. Green Bay, a 13-point home favorite. Bryce Young starting for Carolina. What's the movement been this week? Where do we stand on the total? Green Bay and the Panthers.
Wise Guys actually laid the favorite. They have not been afraid of laying big numbers against bad teams. And look, Carolina has a handful of wins, but they're still a bad football team. So the big move in this one came on Sunday. Superbook opened 11. By the Monday morning, the very next morning, 12.5. By Tuesday, 13. And that's where we're at now. 13. MGM has 13. A couple 13.5s out here, but they laid the big number. They did it last week. We talked about the Colts against the Titans. They laid the big number with the Colts, and they laid it this week with the Packers.
What do you think of this game? If you had to bet it, I don't know if you have or not, but what would you want to do if you had to do something?
Roadkill. This game's going to be a blowout.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I have not bet it. If I had to bet the game, I would bet the Packers also. It does feel like Bryce Young's walking into a buzzsaw here. And if the Packers can ever put it together for 4 quarters like they did in the second half last week against the Steelers, I don't know if they're the best team in the league. I think KC's the best team in the league, but maybe they're the second best. Like, they're awesome when they're firing on all cylinders. All right, let's go to the Music City, Sammy. What do we have with Justin Herbert and the LA Chargers visiting Cam Ward and the terrible 1-7 Tennessee Titans, and a brutal injury report today for Tennessee?
So we're sitting basically 9.5. There are some 10s out there, but you know the old saying that wise guys don't bet teams, they bet numbers? They did take 10 in this game. Good luck, wise guys. They always bet teams like this. They bet the Browns every week the year the Browns went 0-16 with DeShone Kizer. Every week they were betting the Browns. They bet the Titans a lot this year and have not made money.
I think that year also, Sam, was the Chip Kelly Niners a year when they went 2-14, and it was the Niners and the Browns every week were the two teams getting bet into oblivion, to your point. We also had the Adam Gase Jets, the second year of Adam Gase with the Jets, where they got bet every single week and lost as well. You've heard of the movie Remember the Titans? I'd like to introduce you to the sequel. Who's betting the Titans? I love the Chargers here. Am I missing something here with the Chargers favored by less than 10?
I don't think so. I mean, I'm not going to lay the points on the road, but I certainly am not not betting those Titans, man. They're horrible.
Calvin Ridley won't play today for Tennessee, their best receiver. Jeffrey Simmons, their best defensive player, is out. L'Jarius Sneed, their best corner, is on injured reserve, and they just traded their number 2 corner, Roger McCreary, to the Los Angeles Rams. Man, other than that, they're cooking with gas. I do like the Chargers quite a bit today to cover in Tennessee. On the other side, we will get to the rest of the games, side and total for Week 9 in the National Football League. And you know one of the games that we discuss, the Jaguars and the Raiders. And also a game you might have heard of, the Chiefs and the Bills in Buffalo.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with Nick Kostos and Sam Paniatovich, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Continuing the side and total talk for today, Week 9 NFL Sunday in a moment. But during the break, we were discussing what we'll be eating today on Week 9 NFL Sunday. Sam said he'll be eating pizza. What kind of pizza will you? I know you said like the style, but you get plain cheese, toppings. Like what is going to be like Sam's pizza choice today?
I'm going to go probably with a little hot honey pepperoni.
Yes.
That's what I'm feeling. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. I want to also, I brought it up to the crew during the break. I want to shout out my guy, Pan Pizza Poppy, on Instagram, Pan Pizza Poppy. I brought it up during the break, and I think the entire crew is now going to get pizza because we were just scrolling the feed during the show or during the break, and he does a Detroit-style homemade pizza. Unbelievable. So I will definitely be getting pizza, and I hope that whoever's listening right now, if you want pizza, get yourself a pizza today. You deserve it.
That was Sam. Like that was aimed directly at me. I think I'll be getting. I'm gonna have to get some pizza today. So I understand. You will not have to revoke my man card. I'll get some pizza today. All right. You know, I actually don't know the answer to this question. Super Bowl 51. Did you have? I had the Falcons and the under and lost both when the game went to overtime and the Patriots scored. Did you bet the Falcons in that game? I feel like a lot of people did.
I had under 59.
34-28 final score. Yeah, 62. Yeah, 62. So on the TV, I have NFL Countdown here on the TV, like above my desk, and they were showing highlights of that game. Like love to relive terrible gambling losses during a sports betting show. So anyway, that takes us to today in Foxborough, Sam, with the Falcons and the Patriots in New England. Patriots looking to make it 7-2. Where do we stand right now at the Patriots and the Falcons? Atlanta off the loss last week at home against the Miami Dolphins.
So we're 5.5 right now. They bet 6 in Vegas. The wise guys did come in, bet the Falcons +6. This cratered to about 4.5 last night. So we have seen some money the last 12, 15 hours on the Patriots. This is pros against Joes. The pros are on the Falcons. The Joes are on the Patriots. But Drake May's really good, and he may be the equalizer.
Can I give you my betting thought on this game? And I want to my handicap of Falcons Dolphins last week, Sammy, was actually like Sterling. Like I absolutely drilled it. Except I bet the wrong side. The very, 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 very wrong side. So the Falcons are the ultimate Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde team, right? Capable of beating some of the best teams in the league like they did to the Bills on Monday night a few weeks ago, or getting blown out at home by a team that fired its general manager a couple days ago in the Miami Dolphins. So if that's true, I kind of think the Falcons are the extreme outcomes team. They're either going to lose by 20 or they're going to win outright. I want nothing to do with the points, Sammy. I'm going to bet the Falcons to win this game, which means, people, if you want to bet Patriots minus like 16.5, go for it. Yeah, like they could show up and beat anyone or lose to anyone on any given day. So if you're going to give me close to plus 200 on the money line, I bet plus 195 last night. Like, I'm going to take it, and if I'm wrong, so be it. I'm betting the Falcons to win the game today in New England.
So they are enticing, attractive as a dog, no doubt. I think the one thing we've learned over the years about the Falcons, and maybe it's not fair to generalize, but I do feel this way a ton. I see them as a favorite, and I go, ah! I see them catching points, and I think, yeah, this is a good bet. I just never really want to back them as favorites, and this is a role where you're literally buying low. This team beat Buffalo recently.
Badly.
In this role. Yeah, I mean, they were at home, but in the dog role, north of 4. This is a sweet spot for the Falcons for a lot of professionals, and as I said, they did bet Atlanta. They came in and bet 6.
I'm a huge fan of the Sam Paniatovich. Ugh. Can you do that again for us, that noise?
Yeah!
It was the second one. The second one is what it is. I feel like you do that at least once per show, and I just wanted to say that I really enjoy it, and I think you should do it more often. I think it's really funny. All right, that's the Falcons and the Patriots. Moving on to Pittsburgh, where I do feel like people later in the week and this weekend are into the Steelers. I'm on the other side. We'll see how it goes. Where do we stand here, Sammy, with 7-1 Indianapolis at suddenly free-falling 4-3 Pittsburgh with the Baltimore Ravens hot on their heels?
So we finally, last night, started to get off the 3 3.5s were popping. So we saw support, obviously, for the Colts. This number has been 3 basically all week. It opened 3, and it hung 3. Friday, Saturday, 3.5. And now we're seeing that Tomlin home dog money today. Godspeed, because this is not a Tomlin defense that I respect or trust. I think the Steelers can hang, but can they really stop that running game for 4 quarters? I don't know. I found myself on Colts -3 in contests.
I laid 3 with the Colts also. And let me toss this thought at you betting wise in this game. And you say it and I say it all the time, right? Just because we're really confident about something doesn't mean it has to happen. Like the Steelers can obviously win the game, win by double digits. My thought, Sam, is if the Steelers are going to win this game or keep it close, I think it almost has to correlate to the over. Like, how are the Colts not scoring a lot of points in this game? Like, the answer is, like, red zone turnovers, but I feel like, on average, the Colts are going to score a lot. And if Pittsburgh's going to win, it's going to be like 31-28, 34-31, something like that. Do you agree with that thought that Steelers correlates to the over? Can they win a lower-scoring game?
I think they'd like to, fundamentally, but I don't know that they can. And to your point about offense and touchdowns, this total has moved a ton. It opened at 48. It is now 51.5. So they blew it through the 48, the 49, and the 50. BetMGM 51.5.
I do like the over if I had to bet it, and Colts team total as well. That's what I feel really confident in, is the Colts scoring a ton of points. I did lay 3 with Indianapolis. A couple more for us to hit, Sammy, in the 1 o'clock slate Eastern. Let's go to Houston. I think this is just a fascinating handicap. You bet's countdown to kick off on this Week 9 NFL Sunday. Nikki K and Sammy P. The Houston Texans hosting the Denver Broncos.
I think I just lagged there for a second. My apologies. Houston is now 2.5 at multiple books offshore. Pinnacle and Chris, those are big heavy hitters, market-moving books. BetMGM is at 2. And the total, actually, I know people look at Denver and Houston and think, oh, well, this will be 17-10. This will be 2017. The support and the biggest move in this game came on the over. 39.5 to 41.5. That's a low number, and it got bet up.
If you had to bet the winner of this game, or bet just bet the spread, small spread, Houston is like a 2-point home favorite, what would you do?
I would take the points, I think. But I did not bet the game. I think I would take the 2. Houston is a favorite. I don't know, man. I don't trust them. I don't.
I like Denver. Just curious, right? Because you talk to a ton of people every week. Like I talk to a ton of people every week, and I don't know. I enjoy the validation of others. I like when people I consider to be smart agree with my opinion, and I feel like Sam, like the majority of people I have spoken to this week that I respect, all like Houston. Have you found the same? I know you and I both like Denver, maybe me a little bit more than you. Have you found that that's kind of been the case this week, that a lot of people like the Houston Texans that you talk to?
That pseudo-sharp side? Is that what you're saying? The pseudo-sharp side?
No, I mean, I'm being sincere here. I think the Texans, not the sharp side doesn't always win, obviously. I like the other side. I actually do feel like the Texans are the sharp side here. I like the other side, and I think I have a good reason. I don't think that they're like a fake. Do not think that they are a fake sharp side in this game.
Maybe pseudo-sharp is the wrong term, but just the sharp side that is so sharp it hurts and loses. That's sort of where I'm at. Denver just pasted Dallas. Just pasted them. And I know that what happened last week doesn't mean it's going to happen this week, but Denver's just a better team. They're just a better team. That's what I think.
Remember we did the show last week, like Houston against San Francisco, and the handicap was really simple. Like the Texans might have, along with the Raiders, the worst offensive line in the league, but the Niners have no pass rush. And then C.J. Stroud goes 30 of 39 and doesn't get sacked once in the game. So, okay, great. That was San Francisco. Now here's Denver in that pass rush. And everyone goes, oh, well, they're going to have 6 offensive linemen block. Great. Awesome. Here's Nick Benito and Jonathan Cooper, to wreck this entire game. So I can be wrong, and maybe extra offensive lineman means Nico Collins is open down the field, and the Broncos don't have Patrick Surtain. Possible. I like the Broncos. I think Denver, Sam, is going to win the game. Let's go to Cincinnati. Bears at the Bengals. Chicago now 4-3, Cincy at 3-5. The big news here, injury-wise, Joe Flacco will start today for Cincinnati, per ESPN's Adam Schefter, was questionable with the shoulder injury. DeAndre Swift out for the Bears. Rookies Kyle Monangai will be the lead ball carrier today for Ben Johnson's team. What do we have with Chicago and Cincinnati?
I was fortunate enough, because everybody cares about my fantasy team, right? I was able to get Monangai. I got Monangai because I had Swift. And then I saw that he was out and went, uh-oh, who am I going to get? I need a running back. And Monangai was right there. Like, I saw the alert on my phone, and I got him, and I made the claim. Monangai starting for me. So I hope he goes off today. As for the game itself, this number opened at 1.5 when the Superbook put it up last Sunday. Chicago 1.5. A lot of support all week for the Bears. Out to 3 at multiple books. BetMGM 2.5 minus 120. Another interesting nugget in this game, the total went from 51 to 53, back to 51. So there's been a lot of okey doke on the total, but the big move came on the Bears, 1.5 out to 3.
I do think Kyle Monangai absolutely smashes today. The Bengals have the worst defense in the league. Any desire, Sam, to lay the points with Chicago here?
I've thought about it because the one thing that Chicago's offense can do is churn butter on the ground. They run the ball a ton. I don't think Ben Johnson trusts Caleb. I really don't. They've really put the restrictors on him, and if they just run the ball and protect the ball, they should be fine. I also think they're gonna throw a couple double team looks at Jamar Chase. How about that prop? 94.5 receiving yards for Jamar Chase. That's a big old number, man.
And Joe Flacco, I may have the exact number wrong, is targeting Chase like 17 times per game on average since he became the quarterback. At least he's been able to make them fantasy relevant again. And just on this game, we'll do the full actives and inactives in 10 minutes. Trey Hendrickson officially inactive today for the Cincinnati Bengals, their lead pass rusher. And maybe he's played his final game in Cincinnati with the trade deadline approaching. I think if the Bengals lose this game, they know the season's circling the drain, and maybe they look to move Trey Hendrickson. Niners and the Giants, Sam, about 20 minutes from where I am right now in New Jersey. The Niners, with a bunch of pass rushers out, and Mac Jones starting at quarterback against the Giants team down 3 starters in the secondary. What do we have with the Niners at the G-Men?
Movement-wise, there's not a ton, honestly, which means it's sort of a boring game, at least in Vegas. Open 2.5, sitting 2.5. Totals come up a bit, and I think there's a lot to do with, obviously, the defensive injuries that you just brought up. 45.5 to 48.5, so a 3-point move. And those 47s and 48s, Nick, those are key totals. Those are very important numbers. 41, 44, 47, 48. To get it from 45.5 to 48.5 is a lot of money on the over.
Will the Giants be in Sam Panayotovich's underdog moneyline parlay next hour?
I don't think so. I'm sorry. I know you're a Giants guy. I think they stink. Okay. They're fun. They're fun, but they stink. They stink.
Are they fun? It remains to be seen if they're fun.
Is funner a word?
It isn't, but I think it is apropos in this instance. They were fun for a few weeks. I don't know how much fun it's going to be. Let's sneak in one more here. We'll do the rest on the other side. I know you have a pretty strong opinion on this game, Sammy. What about the Jaguars without Travis Hunter at the Las Vegas Raiders with Brock Bowers back for them?
We bet 3. This is my favorite bet of the week. +3, which is now gone, of course. That's why you have to listen to the network all week, not just on Sunday. 3 is gone. That kind of disappeared when you got the full report on Bowers that he's going to play, and he told reporters he was going to play. That's when it came off the 3. You also combine that with the Travis Hunter news. 2.5 at a lot of books, but I just saw in the last 10 minutes, multiple books in Vegas moved to 2. The Westgate and the Circa are now sitting Jacksonville 2. So even more game day support for the Raiders plus the points.
Yeah, it's just with Travis Hunter out, Trevor Lawrence has been scattershot. Brian Thomas Jr. has got the yips. I wanted to bet the Jaguars, and I don't think I can get there. And like Sammy, this whole week talking about the Raiders, Bet Sweats weekdays 9 a.m. to noon with Joe Ostrowski. Make sure you listen to it and search it in podcast form. Me on You Better You Bet weekdays 4 to 7 p.m. Eastern time. I wanted to bet the Jaguars. I don't think I can get there with Jacksonville. Maybe we could do, Sammy, one more, the Saints and the Rams in Los Angeles. Tyler Shuck making his NFL starting debut.
John Murray told me, Vegas bookmaker, Wise Guys took 14. Okay, they did take it. And then when it got to 13.5, it was shoved right back on the Rams. So we're sitting 14 basically everywhere. Total 44.5.
Our mutual buddy, Rob Pizzola, who comes on You Bet every Thursday, a respected bettor in the space, said on the show on Thursday, Sam, that he bet Saints money line with the thought that if Tyler Shuck's good, then forget about the points and take the Saints to win. I don't think the Saints are going to win, but I just wanted to throw that out there just in case anyone was interested. Take a quick break. On the other side, all the actives and inactives and the rest of the side and total movement, including the Chiefs and the Bills in Buffalo.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. It's that time once again on NFL Sunday. Who's in? Who's out?
Impact betting and fantasy for basically every single player.
Actives, inactives on You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff.
You order the pizza yet, or waiting on it a little bit?
I'm going to order it probably after this segment. I'm going to smash some pizza today, man. I can't wait.
I will, just do me a favor. I know you will. Just send a picture when you get it.
I will.
Can I? I love you. You're great on the air. You're a great friend. Awesome with sports betting. I kind of feel like you should also be doing some kind of food content.
I may have to in a couple months. Yeah, we'll see.
My guess is that won't be the case. I do not think that will be the case. But man, everything food related that you post, I'm like, wow. Like I knew I didn't know Pan Pizza Poppy. I'd forgotten that, but I knew about the pizza that you posted. The cookout pictures that you post are unbelievable. I just a thought. I think the food content's really good. All right, actives and inactives for today as we transition from pizza to injuries. I talk for a living. Vikings and the Lions. Great news for J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings. Both tackles will play today. There had been talk that maybe both could miss. The big one is Christian Darrisaw, the left tackle, who's like an all-pro caliber player. He is in, as is right tackle Brian O'Neill. That obviously helps the Vikings. And for Detroit, this team's pretty healthy coming out of the bye week. The healthiest this defense has been all season. Bears and the Bengals. We talked about it a little earlier. This is Kyle Monangai week. If you're in a fantasy football league that does not pay attention, and Kyle Monangai's out there on the waiver wire, as they say in Dumb and Dumber, pick him up. The Bengals have the worst defense in the league. They made the Jets look like the greatest show on turf last week. Monangai should smash today with DeAndre Swift and Roschon Johnson both out. If you need Olamide Zaccheaus today, seriously, in a PPR league, you can start him. Luther Burden, the rookie second rounder, is out with a concussion. Cole Kmet is back today, which kind of hurts the upside for Colston Loveland. Joe Flacco will start for the Bengals. He had been questionable with the shoulder injury. Trey Hendrickson will miss the game for Cincinnati, their top pass rusher. A bad defense gets even worse. Packers and the Panthers, two things of note. Number one, Bryce Young will start for Carolina after they would have lost anyway, but Andy Dalton fumbling the ball like 9 times against Buffalo certainly didn't help. Bryce Young will start today for the Panthers. And Sam, you know what Carolina is going to be looking to do, right, to the Green Bay Packers today on offense, specifically in the run game?
Something about Rico.
Hit him with the Rico. Apparently, Rico Dowdle will start at running back for Carolina. Chuba Hubbard looks like he's been running in molasses the last couple weeks. Chargers and the Titans. Bad injury report for Tennessee. Calvin Ridley is out, their best receiver. Best defensive player, Jeffrey Simmons, is out. Pass rusher Arden Key is out. Top corner L'Jarius Sneed is on injured reserve, and they just traded their number 2 corner, Roger McCreary, to the LA Rams. Not great. Mekhi Becton is out for the Chargers at guard, and you would say, well, if Jeffrey Simmons were playing, honestly, that would be a massive deal. Without Simmons, much less of a thing. Devondre Sweat's really good, but he's not as good as Jeffrey Simmons on the Titans' defensive line. Falcons and the Patriots. Michael Penix Jr. returns to the starting lineup for Atlanta, as does wide receiver Drake London. And the Falcons will have a couple of players on defense that we thought might not play, including first-round pass rusher Jalen Walker and safety Jesse Bates. For the Patriots, Ramondre Stevenson is out. Maybe it's Travion Henderson week, or maybe it'll be Terrell Jennings. And if you out there listening, watching, if you would like to laugh, just Google search or AI or Twitter, Mike Vrabel and Terrell Jennings. Mike Vrabel talks about Terrell Jennings like he's Marshall Faulk. I don't know why they don't give Travion Henderson the ball more. Maybe it happens today. I'm just saying, don't be shocked if Terrell Jennings gets some work in the Patriots run game. Niners and the Giants. A lot going on here, and some of it is new as of the last 15 minutes. So for San Francisco, Yetur Gross-Matos and Bryce Huff are out on the defensive line as expected. They have 0 pass rush, the Niners, 0. Ricky Pearsall is out at receiver. We were expecting Brock Purdy to be active as the backup quarterback behind Mac Jones. Purdy is inactive. Former Nebraska quarterback Adrian Martinez backs up Mac Jones. So if Mac Jones goes out, the Giants should win by 20. For the Giants, Right tackle Jermaine Illuminor is out. I don't think it matters against the Niners defensive front. But 4 starters on the Giants, well, 3 starters and a backup in the Giants secondary are out. Corners Paulson Adebo and Cordell Flott. Safety Javon Holland is out. And backup corner Art Green is out. This should be a game where Mac Jones has a ton of success throwing the football with all of these injuries for the Giants. Colts and the Steelers. Josh Downs will play for Indianapolis. And I thought this was an interesting note. It got tweeted out by the NFL insiders during Game 7 of the World Series. The Steelers downgraded Chuck Clark and Cole Holcomb. These are not Hall of Fame level players. But they ruled both of them out yesterday due to illness. There's apparently an illness that's like in the Steelers locker room right now. So only 2 guys have been ruled out. I'm curious if they look sluggish or lethargic during the game today. We have no idea who's sick and who's not. And I don't mean to bring back like 2020 memories here. Get the all clear from Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport. But that seems bad, right? Illness sweeping through locker room. 2 players on defense ruled out last night. That does not mean slam the Colts. Just saying. Broncos and the Texans. Nico Collins and Christian Kirk both return to the lineup for Houston. Patrick Surtain out at least a month for the Broncos, the reigning defensive player of the year. Jaguars and the Raiders. Brock Bowers and Jacoby Myers both return to the lineup for Las Vegas. And, Friday, 2 days ago, Halloween. It's my daughter's second Halloween, but last year she's only a couple months old. This year, she still doesn't really know what's going on. But we put her in a costume, she walks around, she gives candy, she gets candy. Friday's supposed to be a great day for me, Nick Costos, father. And I wake up on Friday morning and get myself a gun. I didn't. I see Travis Hunter ruled out and put on injured reserve by the Jaguars. Day ruined. Sorry to my wife and family. Some things are more important than family. Namely, prop bets and fantasy football. Travis Hunter out for at least 4 games, maybe the rest of the season. We'll find out. For the Jacksonville Jaguars. For Brian Thomas Jr., as Rage Against the Machine once famously said, it has to start somewhere. It has to start sometime. What better place than here? What better time than now? And Devin Lloyd just ruled out. ESPN's Adam Schefter tweeting that for the Jaguars. He's been awesome this year at the linebacker position. Saints and the Rams. Rookie Tyler Shuck for New Orleans, who's 26. Just saying. Makes his NFL starting debut today. Puka Nacua back for the Rams. Chiefs and the Bills. Chiefs left tackle Josh Simmons is out with a personal matter. We don't know what's going on there. Hope everything's okay. Trey Smith, their star guard, returns to the lineup. Isaiah Pacheco is out. He'll reportedly be back after the bye next week for Kansas City. It'll be Kareem Hunt and Brashard Smith toting the rock for the Chiefs. And for the Bills, Ed Oliver, their best defensive player, out indefinitely with the torn biceps. And Sunday Night Football, Seahawks at the Commanders. Both teams will be wearing the throwback uniform. Should be pretty awesome. Jaden Daniels is back and starting for Washington, but won't have Terry McLaurin. McLaurin is out. And Cooper Kupp expected to miss this game for the Seahawks. And those are the actives and inactives, Sammy, for Week 9 NFL Sunday. Anything cooking on the board overall, and then we'll do the final couple games, and it moved.
Basically a move on Kansas City in the last 5 minutes or so. Every book that I see is at 2, and there are a couple 2.5s now in the last 5 minutes. So you're seeing that game day Chief support. I don't think there's anything really injury-related there. I mean, we knew Ed Oliver was going to miss, so just an appetite to bet, a team that people like to bet, I guess. So Chiefs were 1.5 a couple days ago, and now as we get closer to kickoff, 2.5 on Kansas City.
What's your opinion of the game, Chiefs and Bills today in Buffalo? Total about 52.5 right now at MGM.
I bet 2. I also think the total's a little bit high, to be honest. My final score is 24-23, Buffalo, for what it's worth. I thought I was going to take the points, and I did get there by Wednesday. I woke up on Monday morning. I'm like, I'm going to bet the Bills. I know you're a Chiefs guy. I understand it. These are the games the Bills win, though, against the Chiefs. And I just, from a number standpoint, when they played here a year ago, the Bills were 2.5-point favorites. Now the Chiefs are 2.5-point favorites. I don't agree with that move. Could be very wrong there. And I know you're on the Chiefs.
Yeah, and just to Sam's point, these are the games the Bills win against the Chiefs. It's the ones in January that the Bills always lose.
Mm-hmm.
I do like Kansas City in the game. I just say I don't know how the Bills. I'll tell you how the Bills can win this game. And actually, I'm going to agree with something you said. I do like the under in the game if I had to bet anything. Buffalo's method of success here is going to be to run the ball and run the ball and run the ball some more and keep Mahomes on the sideline. Like, that's how it happens. I actually agree if the Bills are going to win or cover, which they obviously can. I think that's how it happens. Just like, if this is going to be close at the end, I'll take my chances with number 15. So we'll be oppo on this one, but I do agree with you. If I had to bet the total, I would bet the under.
So just a quick question then. If Buffalo played at Kansas City, you think the line should be 5.5, 6?
It wouldn't be.
Because that's what this number, right. I mean, that's what this
You're
number
right.
says.
So this is basically like the number would be in between 3 and 3.5. Getting through 3 is tough, obviously, with the home field, and then flip it, give Kansas City 2 points, probably be like 5. Yeah, 4.5, 5. And you would never lay that against Buffalo. Yeah.
No, you would not. Yeah, so that's why, and again, games are not played on spreadsheets and calculators. I understand.
No, but you're right about that. You would take the 5.5 with Buffalo and not think twice because you're getting 5 with Josh Allen or 4.5 with Josh Allen.
The issue is Kansas City's been so lethal on offense the last 5 weeks, and now Rice is back in the mix. I mean, the last 5 games, they're averaging 30 points a game. And the only reason they're not 4-1 is because Mahomes threw a 99-yard pick six that he never throws. So, I mean, this is a very hot team trending in the right direction, but that's a big number for them to lay in Buffalo.
What do you just because I know you have your finger on the pulse of this stuff, what is, like, the sharp side of this game is what? I know you said that Kansas City's getting support today. That could just be casual support. Like, is there sharp support for the Bills here, Sam? Like, I don't know the answer to that question.
Sharps took Buffalo plus 2.5, but then Sharps also laid 1.5. So there's Sharps on both sides, and that's what happens when you have Allen and Mahomes.
A little hashtag two-way action?
Yep, hashtag two-way.
Yeah. It's only one thing better. Hour one done, hour 2 for you coming. Hour 1 done, hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. Loaded hour number 2 coming your way. Best bets for every game. Underdog Moneyline Parlay, Thy Royal Prop King, a big board update, but we'll start the hour getting you set to bet Sunday Night Football with the Seahawks and the Commanders in our nation's capital.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. football.
Saquon Barkley. Barkley. Goodbye.
Well, he thought about it, now tosses to the end zone, and he's got Taylor for the Jets touchdown.
From sides to totals to props, we've got you covered. It's BetMGM Network's You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with your hosts, Nick Kostos and Sam Paniatovich. Presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Hour number 2, Week 9 NFL Sunday. Nikki K, Sammy P, and you on the BetMGM Network. Best Bets will close the show 40 minutes from now. We'll talk some teasers. We'll talk the Underdog Moneyline Parlay. Thy Royal Prop King coming up in a few moments. A big-ass board update coming up in moments as well. But, Sammy, one more game for us to hit. Is the pizza order in yet, by the way? Has that happened or not yet?
Pizza's in. I'm hoping it will be here right before our last segment so I can do the reveal on the show. That's my hope. Because then you will definitely order pizza. After I show you what I've ordered, you will have no choice but to order pizza.
Hot honey pepperoni, or do you want to save it for hopefully like a visual on YouTube and Twitch?
Yeah.
And,
I'm going to do the hot honey here myself. I got the honey here. I'll do that myself.
Wow.
Yeah.
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 I'm hungry.
Yeah, I know.
And not just for winners.
We're all going to get pizza, and we're going to win all of our bets.
From your mouth to God's ears, my friend. One more game for us to hit, and it moved, and then we'll get the big-ass board update. And, Sammy, that is the Seahawks and the Commanders on Sunday Night Football, and I said it earlier this week on You Better You Bet. It may sound dramatic to hear this because it's only Week 9. I think this is a must-win game for the Commanders if they want to make the playoffs. Lose in your 3-6, hosting the Lions next week. Have to win this game. What do we have cooking, Sammy? Seattle at Washington.
We haven't had a lot of movement, which indicates a good line that's getting balanced action. This opened 3. Got to 3.5 a little bit, and then came right back to 3. There's a book in Vegas that has 2.5. BetMGM, though, 3. A cheap 3 on the favorite, 3 minus 102. And this total's come up a little bit to 48.5. But when you see that team sit 3 for most of the week, that tells you there's support financially on the dog. And when Jaden Daniels plays, people like to bet him, especially as a dog.
I just looked at an offshore account that I have, and Seattle's 2.5 there. Now, juice towards Seattle. If we get that everywhere today and at BetMGM, Sam, if it's Seahawks 2.5 at some point in between now and kickoff, would you lay Seattle? Like, what's your betting opinion of the game?
I wanted to bet Washington, and I just couldn't get there. Even at 3, I have not gotten there. So, no, I would not lay the 2.5. I was looking for a reason to bet Washington and just could not do it. So it's a pass for me.
I think 2.5, I would have to bet Seattle if we got there. And that takes me into this question. Just curious your opinion on this. Do you think the Seattle Seahawks are a threat to win the NFC and represent the conference in Super Bowl 60?
We had this conversation a month ago about betting Seattle at 30-1 to win the NFC. 30-1, mind you. Maybe it was even longer. Maybe 5 weeks ago. Maybe 6. It was a while ago. And Joe and I both didn't do it because we feared backing Sam Darnold in the NFC playoffs. Like, okay, it's one thing to win in the regular season.
Very fair thought.
So if we couldn't get there collectively at 30-1, I know you're not asking about the price, you're asking about the team. No, I am not betting Seattle. I didn't bet it at 30, and I'm not betting it now because I'm just not a believer in him when the games matter most.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see how that's going to go. It's such a great point by you, right? Because you're so right about that with the way it went at the end of the year last year. And he was awesome last year. They went 14-3. And then Sunday night at Detroit in Week 18 is horrible. And then he's horrible in the wild card game on the road in Los Angeles against the Rams. Like, they're going to go to the playoffs, I think. And then what happens when they get there? I do think they have huge upside if he can keep it together. It is a very fair concern when the games get bigger and the lights get brighter. Can he be up to par? Okay, those were all the side and total moves for today. Sammy, give us the old big. It's B-A-B-D, the big ass. Oh, B-A-B-U, the Babu, the big ass board update.
So Chargers are getting bet back to 10. Not really a surprise. I know you're not surprised. BetMGM still has 9.5, though. So if you like the Chargers, BetMGM is your home to lay the 9.5. A lot of books are moving to 10 as we speak. More support for the Packers. Some books now 13.5, which, again, remember, this was like 10.5, 11 6 days ago. And now we're out through 13 at multiple books. And finally, we are seeing some under money in the Giants game, but I want to revert back to a conversation we had during the break where I believe you said the Giants are going to give up 1 million points. This total has moved 3 points from 45.5 to 48.5, and now some of the 48.5s are going away back to 48. That's probably just people betting the high side of a number, but with all the injuries you mentioned, not great for the Giants defense, right?
No, very, very, very bad, I would say. And the pass rush has been disappointing. Burns has been good. Dexter Lawrence has been invisible. Allowed literally 7 explosive run plays, 7 plays of 15 or more yards last week to the Eagles. And I know that the Niners are not the Eagles in terms of running the ball, but the Giants are the Giants defense is bad. I don't know how I don't know how either team's getting stops in this game.
I understand it. And I think when you look at the makeup of the game, it's easy to say, oh, well, the Niners are hurt. The Giants have a bad offense. They're hurt as well at receiver. There won't be a lot of points. And then you see the market just get blasted up all week. So conventional wisdom says 2 bad offenses, not a lot of points. The market is saying there will be points, though. So just always fun to see kind of how things are moving, even though the narratives might kind of take you in a different direction.
And last one here, even if there's nothing, I just want to ask, anything happening with the Chiefs and the Bills, the game of the day and maybe the game of the season in the NFL regular season?
Nothing since we last talked about it, but it is worth understanding that a lot of these books on Friday and Saturday were at 1.5, and now we're at 2.5. So it's been more of a steady diet of Chief bets. Some books today have moved to 2.5. That's what happens. Day of the game, people like to bet the Chiefs. We've seen sharp action on both sides. Sharps did bet Buffalo at 2.5 earlier in the week, and then other sharps came in and laid the 1.5 and the 2. So good two-way action. I think that fight will continue basically all day long around the 2.
You did kind of checkmate me with that. Hey, like if you flipped home field, what would you do in the game? And I'm like, well, I'd probably bet Buffalo. I didn't love that question and me being forced to answer the way that I did. I still like Kansas City, but you're 100% right about that.
Yeah, from a number standpoint, I think this game in Buffalo, I think should be a pick'em. I don't think we should be getting 2.5. But the problem is when the Chiefs win by a field goal, I will be very, very upset. So that'll be the worst when it's 20-20 and Butker bangs like a 50-yarder to win by 3. I'll turn the TV off and go right to bed. That's what'll happen.
Well, and hopefully with a full belly of delicious,
definitely
pizza.
Not hopefully, definitely. That's my best bet of the day, that I smash this entire pizza and take a nap at some point.
How many slices of the pizza? Like, will you be sharing any with your wife? Is this just like this is like Kevin McAllister Home Alone, a whole cheese pizza just for me?
I'm all by myself today. This is all me. It's a personal mission, Nick.
Okay, and I have no doubt that you will succeed. 0. Okay. Especially after what we did at Naked City, which, just so people know, is a wing and pizza shop in Vegas, not what you might think otherwise. Where we did damage on pizza and wings that night. That was pretty fun. Back for your birthday in March in Vegas. Okay. Anything else before I get to the Royal Prop King?
Nope. Nothing else. We're good to go.
All right. It is time for the Prop King to descend down from thy royal throne, traipse across thy royal purple velvety carpet, over to thy royal balcony, to gaze down upon you, the peasants, and issue winning prop bets, hopefully for Week 9 NFL Sunday.
Now approaching the betting window, it is your prop king, Nick Costos. All hail King Costos.
All hail King Costos.
I do want to shout out, Sam, our mutual friend who was actually on You Better You Bet on Friday, the great Rick Camp, former You Better You Bet crew member, 670 scores, so people locally in Chicago know Rick, one of the sharpest NBA handicappers out there, on Twitter at Rick C. Camp. Rick texts us, myself and Sam, with this quote: "Any pizza is a personal pizza with the right attitude." Rick is the absolute best on Twitter at Rick C. Camp. Okay, thy royal props for today. Lions and the Vikings. We were talking, Sammy, off air about your fantasy team, and someone offered you Jamison Williams in a trade, the Lions wide receiver. He's been terrible thus far this season. Like, they'll have games where Lions score a ton of points and you look up and J-Mo has like one catch for 12 yards. Lions offensive coordinator John Morton was asked this week, like, hey, like, what's going on with Jamison Williams? And there's a long quote, and it's a good quote, how he needs to get him more involved, blah, blah, blah. And the closing line of John Morton talking about Jamison Williams is, quote, "I've failed him. You know Brian Flores is going to send the blitz. We know Jared Goff can beat the Brian Flores blitz. He's been doing it 4 years in these Lions-Vikings matchups. I like J-Mo over 45.5 receiving yards. He can go over on one catch today for the Detroit Lions. Also, for anytime touchdowns, you could pour yourself a shot at J-Mo. You could drink it this time. It's noon Eastern, like 11 a.m. Central Time. You could have a shot at J-Mo right now. J-Mo, anytime touchdown, and the wacky anytime touchdown bet. Josh Oliver Twist is out today for Minnesota. He's their blocking tight end, so TJ Hawkinson will be more involved in the offense. Minnesota's second tight end, Ben Urasek. It's like an Eastern European country. Urasek. Anytime touchdown, beer or pizza money for the Minnesota Vikings. Bears and the Bengals. Sammy, what do you think of Rome Odunze today? I like Rome Odunze a lot for Chicago's passing game.
I need him over 850.5 yards for the whole season, so I need him every week. Bad.
You bet this last year, also, right? And he went over for his rookie season.
Yeah, it was 650.5 last year, and he flew over. This year, 850.5. Assuming health, he should get there, right? I would think.
I think he's like Monungai, I think, is going to smash. The market does as well. Odunze, this is not like a smash number for him. 63.5 receiving yards. The Bengals have the worst defense in the league. I like Rome Odunze over receiving yards. Anytime touchdowns, I think if anyone out there, Sam, and you'll like this because you're starting Monungai in your fantasy league today, I would bet Monungai to score multiple touchdowns, like not just one. Like score 2, score 3 touchdowns. Think about what the Jets did last week to this Bengals defense. Monungai should have a really nice game running the football today for Chicago. Cincinnati is terrible against the worst defense in the league against opposing tight ends. Sam, I know you had Evan Silva on your show this week from Establish the Run. He was on Bet Sweats weekdays 9 a.m. to noon with Sam and Joe Ostrowski. Evan wrote on Establish the Run this week, and he's right about how bad the Bengals are against opposing tight ends. I think you could take a stab if you want, you the listener or viewer, on Colston Loveland or Cole Kmet. They're basically the same price. I guess I prefer Loveland a little bit, but I think either could score today, or both, for the Chicago Bears. Packers and the Panthers at Lambeau. Tony Montana's favorite wide receiver, Jalen Coker. He's way more involved in this offense. Played a ton of snaps last week for Carolina against Buffalo. I think he's better than Xavier Legette. I like Jalen Coker over 25.5 receiving yards. I like Coker anytime touchdown. And given that the Packers have like 9 wide receivers that they play, that's only a slight exaggeration. Let's play the one at the longest odds. He scored last week on Sunday night against Pittsburgh. He gets the ball both thrown to him and he gets carries in the run game. Explosive third-round rookie, Savion Williams, anytime touchdown, small money bet on these. Chargers and the Titans. If I may paraphrase, Michael Bolton, not the singer, but the character, from the critically acclaimed 1990s comedy Office Space. When referring to the Los Angeles Chargers' fleet of pass catchers, I guess you could say, I like them all. Gadsden, Quentin Johnston, Ladd McConkey. I think all could go over. Make me pick one. I guess I go Quentin Johnston, but I like all of them today. Anytime touchdowns, the prices all suck here. The only one that I think is somewhat decent is Van Jefferson for Tennessee, who's their number 3 receiver, along with the 2 rookies, DK and Iamaner. He's going to run a lot of routes. The Titans are going to be behind in the game. Van Jefferson, anytime touchdown for Cam Ward and the Titans. Patriots and the Falcons, just to close this segment. Look, I've been donating money on Darnell Mooney over receiving yards, but I do think the number's too low. If you don't want to bet it, you the viewer, you the listener, I understand. Also, like Stephon Diggs, he hasn't been cashing the last couple weeks. Up to you if you want to tail these bets or not. Anytime touchdowns, if you're going to bet Travion Henderson to score, I'd bet him to score multiple touchdowns also. And I think you have to bet Terrell Jennings to score a touchdown as well. The Patriots' number 2 running back with Ramondre Stevenson out. On the other side, the rest of the props, teasers, underdog moneyline parlay, countdown to kickoff.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with Nick Kostos and Sam Paniatovich, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
I was just telling Sam during the break that my young daughter is like obsessed with my wife. I think most like babies like prefer their mother. It's not that big a deal. Mama, mama, mama. It's like, Dad's here too. In the middle of the night, Sam, I go walking in my sleep. Well, if my daughter wakes up and she wants to be comforted, so she'll be she stands in the crib. That's how you know when she's standing. It's like, okay, gotta go in there because she's hysterical. I'll go in there sometimes in the middle of the night. Middle of the night doesn't have to be 3 a.m., 1 a.m., whatever. And I open the door and I walk in. I'm like, hey, honey. And she sees or hears that it's me. And the crying intensifies. And she just points to the door and goes, mama, 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 until my wife hears on the monitor and has to come in. So all the young dads out there are you want to be a dad? Look forward to that. Being treated like the boogeyman in your own house by your own child. I love my daughter very much. Moving on with the prop bets. Niners and the Giants. No pass rush expected here for San Francisco from me. I think that's going to open things up down the field for Darius Slayton. Darius Slayton over 42.5 receiving yards. And this Giants defense, the secondary is in tatters. I'll take a shot on Mac Jones' favorite target, Mac Jones. The Bourne ultimatum. Kendrick Bourne, anytime touchdown for San Francisco. Colts and the Steelers. Alec Pierce, one of my favorite players in the league. Used to just be a straight line, 9-route wide receiver. Really has kind of added a new dimension to his game. I think he's so good. I think he's going to shred this defense down the field. Alec Pierce, Alec Pierce over receiving yards. You can bet his touchdown. If you're going to bet Jonathan Taylor to score, Sam, he's minus 250 to score a touchdown. Minus 250. I think you just bet him to score multiple touchdowns. I don't know how the Steelers are getting stops in this game. I can be wrong, obviously. I think the Colts are going to score a lot. And for the Steelers, with Scotty Miller expected to miss this game, how about the tribal chief, Roman Wilson, the head of the table, the leader of the bloodline. Roman Wilson, anytime touchdown. Texans and the Broncos. I do like both Texans rookie receivers, both at low numbers with Nico Collins and Christian Kirk back. Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. Up to you, the listener, viewer, which one you like more. I prefer Noel, I guess, just because Noel's likely to get more targets in the slot, but I do like Higgins and Noel today. Anytime touchdown with Marvin Mims out for the Broncos. This is why he's out. It's because he has a concussion. That's why. Pat Bryant, the Illinois product. Anytime touchdown for the Denver Broncos. Scored last week against Dallas. Jaguars and the Raiders. If it doesn't happen this week for Brian Thomas Jr., it might be curtains this season. No Travis Hunter. The Raiders' defense sucks. It's time for BTJ. I'm not betting it. I'm starting him in fantasy. I'm just saying. Brock Bowers' receiving yards prop today is 55.5. No Devin Lloyd. I think he's going to remind everyone, hey, everyone loves Tucker Kraft and Tyler Warren. I'm actually the best tight end in the league. Brock Bowers over receiving yards. I think all the anytime touchdown prices suck here. Trey Tucker isn't terrible. Jaguars give up explosive plays on the perimeter. I just want to throw this out there for fantasy and for Sammy, for your league, where you have a bunch of players injured. If Bashal Tutin is available on the waiver wire, Jacksonville's rookie running back, coming out of the bye, I am banking and betting on him emerging as Jacksonville's number one running back at some point in the near future here. I'm stashing him wherever I can. Rams and the Saints in Los Angeles. The shell necklace, Puka Nacua, 93.5. I think he clears 100. Also like Chris Olave, 55.5. He will definitely be Tyler Shuck's number one receiver. Anytime touchdowns. This is where, I do the work, so you, the listener and viewer, you don't have to. I spent time last night and this morning, true story, watching Game 7 of the World Series, grinding New Orleans Saints preseason box scores when Tyler Shuck was playing a ton. Tyler Shuck showing rushing prowess in the preseason, including a rushing touchdown, and threw a 54-yard touchdown to Mason Tipton. Now, Mason Tipton doesn't play that much. He may not play and they might get 0 targets in the game. I saw a 35-1 at BetMGM. If they're down late, why can't he get in the game? But $2 on him and he hits you in $70. Just saying. Mason Tipton anytime touchdown, and I have bet Tyler Shuck to run in a touchdown as well. Chiefs and the Bills. Sam, we talk about sometimes here like wide receivers, I think, being way underpriced. Rashee Rice's first digit in his receiving yards prop is a 7. Like, it just can't be with what this has been since he came back. Rashee Rice over receiving yards. And apparently Clyde Edwards-Helaire, remember him? He's back in Kansas City. Is going to get some I can't bet Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I'm actually scratch that thought. For the Bills, Jackson Hawes is their 6th offensive lineman, except he's a tight end. Jackson Hawes anytime touchdown. I think they're going to play a ton of 3 tight ends today. 6 offensive linemen, keep the Chiefs off the field. Jackson Hawes anytime touchdown. I think Mike Shope likes him. And then Seahawks and the Commanders. JSN, we're to the point with him where I think when he goes up against bad secondaries, the first number in his prop needs to be a 1. It's a 9. JSN over 98.5 receiving yards. And anytime touchdown in this game with Cooper Kupp likely out, with Jake Bobo out and Derek Young out in the receiving core. I think you'll see the Seahawks run a ton of 2 tight ends. That brings A.J. Barner into play and rookie Elijah Arroyo. You can bet both. You can bet one. The choice is yours, dear listener and dear viewer. And those are the props coming up for Week 9, NFL Sunday. Sammy, anything cooking on the big board right now or anything else before we get to the parlays and the teasers?
I should feel good about this, but anytime I'm on a side that keeps moving day of the game, I get nervous. I don't know why that is. Jacksonville is now 1.5 at multiple books in Vegas. So this was 3 on Wednesday, Thursday. A lot of books are 2.5. A lot of books are 2. Now we see 1.5. So the Raiders' realism is kicking in, and the Bowers explosion is kicking in. I should love this move, but I also hate it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think any bettor of any amount of time can certainly understand that feeling. I at the very least, and it's no solace if they lose, like, you made a great bet, right? Like you did your job, right? As a bettor. You bet 3, it's 1.5 now.
Are you going to bet Jacksonville minus 1.5?
No.
Okay.
If Travis Hunter were playing, definitely yes. The number wouldn't be 1.5 probably if Hunter were playing. But I was going to lay like Jaguars 2.5 or 3 if Hunter played.
So that's been sort of the big mover in the last 8 minutes or so. They took more of the Raiders, and they're betting the Falcons again. Taking the 5.5s, knocking them back to 5. That is literally pros against Joes. As we talked about earlier, I talked to multiple Vegas guys that book bets on these games. The wise guys keep betting Atlanta, and then other people keep betting and parlaying and money line parlaying the Patriots. They really need the Falcons to win outright. That could be the biggest decision of the day for them. If the Falcons can beat the Patriots and kill all these parlays. That is one of the most parlayed sides of the entire weekend, New England.
So, pros bet Falcons plus the points.
Yep.
Joe, and this doesn't mean this is not indicative of what's going to happen in the game. Joe's Patriots laying it and Patriots money line. Who is it like? Then what's the subset of people betting Falcons money line? Like me, idiots? What does that classify as?
I can ask if you'd like. Are idiots betting Falcons money line? No, I would never say somebody betting a 4, 5, 6 point favorite to lose is an idiot. I said that more as a joke. I just think it's funny that the Falcons get a ton, and the money line price is not really moving. It's plus 200 at BetMGM, despite the move on the side towards Atlanta. Yeah, no doubt. I think when the house says we need this dog to win, anybody betting that dog would definitely not be an idiot per se. Another move, this is happening as we speak. They're laying San Francisco, and we may get to 3 against the Giants. So this has been a number that hasn't really moved that much this week. And now we're looking day of the game, 30 minutes away. A lot of these 2.5s just got blasted on the Niners.
Would you bet Giants +3?
No.
Oh, I would.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really high-scoring game. So I'd like to take the points in this. Honestly, forget about the points. I'm just going to take the Giants to win.
I would like to revisit a conversation we had where you said the Giants are going to give up 1 million points.
I would like to not revisit that conversation.
Okay. Well, I like them now. That's funny. That's a full circle spin right there. I love that.
Well, the Giants can score 1 million points also, and if they give up 1 million points.
If they score 1,000,001, it wouldn't matter.
I can tell you, that would be the greatest over of all time. 48 and a half. Here's 2,000,001 points scored in the game. Anything, and I'm sure the answer is no because you would have said it, but just because it's the game of the day, anything with the Chiefs and the Bills?
No, it's been hanging out. We talked about the move that happened at the last hour, the end of the last hour, rather, where they did come in and lay some 2 on Kansas City, out to 2.5. I'm looking, BetMGM still has 2. Other books have 2.5. The consensus number, though, Nick, is Kansas City -2, which, again, would imply that if this game was in Buffalo, it would be like 5.5. And I think this number's wrong. But we'll see.
I would like to no longer revisit that conversation either.
All right, let's just talk about our underdog moneyline parlay because I think we both have the same team.
I am redacting both of those conversations from today's show. We can talk about pizza and other games. You bet on this Sunday. Underdog moneyline parlay and then teasers. And I will say, because you put yours in the chat earlier, I like it a lot. I like yours. I like mine too. But I think I like yours more, honestly.
So I this morning put Broncos and Raiders in there. And that was it. And then you mentioned Falcons money line, and I got a little creative. Didn't take much. All I had to do was do this. Clicked one button.
Well, I got to tell you, I really twisted Sam's arm on this one.
Yeah. All I did was just click one time and add the Falcons to create a Falcons, Broncos, Raiders money line parlay at 13-1, plus 13.19.
I don't have the Raiders in because I have an irrational thing with the Jaguars, and it's honestly I need to stop because they're not who I thought they were going to be, and Travis Hunter's not playing. I need to divest myself from the Jaguars. Atlanta, Denver, and the New York Football Giants.
There we go.
It sounds bad coming out of my mouth. Plus 13.19.
Oh, same price as mine. 13.19.
Same exact price.
Wow.
Pick your poison, people. The Falcons, the Broncos, and your dear old Uncle Tony. Do you get that reference or no?
No.
Little heavyweights. Ben Stiller, Tony Perkins.
Oh, of course.
Just Father Sky, Mother Earth, and your dear old Uncle Tony. Maybe Ben Stiller's
remember
best
a lot
ever.
of things. You remember everything, though, from songs and movies. I am amazed by it.
You know what's funny is I have friends that can that'll be like, hey, we went out this night in 2006, and you took your shirt off in the bar, and I'm like, I don't remember any of this. It's just the things you just guess you remember the things you want to remember. Shout out to Public House in Midtown Manhattan. You have to put together it. Go ahead.
For some reason, I'll never forget the time that we went to Emmett's in Chicago and you ordered shepherd's pie. We were all drinking like fishes. And then the server comes over and we were ordering rounds of shots and we ordered another round of shots and she said, anything else? And Nick goes, shepherd's pie. It was not that kind of hangout. And then you ordered it and got it. And then my one buddy goes, damn, that looks good. I want one.
It was good. And then I believe the next night was the night. And so I still bring this up on Uber Eats sometimes. We ordered gyros at 2 a.m, right?
Maybe later. Maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah, it was good times, man. Good time. 2019 Valentine's Day weekend in Chicago. Who needs romance when you've got Nick Kostos and Sam Panayotovich, beef and potatoes, and a nice crust on top? If you had to put a two-team teaser together, what would it be?
Oh, it'd be Buffalo for sure. Especially I can get that through 7. Buffalo up to, one book lets me do it to 8.5. Buffalo up, and how about Washington?
Raiders. What are Raiders?
+9. Yeah, Raiders too. Raiders, yeah. Raiders and Bills, final answer.
That's really good, actually. 1990 AFC Championship game, Memorial teaser, Bills 51, Raiders 3. I don't bring the paper towels up when my wife asks, but I can tell you the final score of the 1990 AFC Championship game. Best bets for every game closes the show. Coming up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with Nick Kostos and Sam Paniatovich, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
All right, some thank yous to go out before we wrap up the show with our best bets and a pizza reveal for those smart enough to be watching the show right now on either Twitter, YouTube, or Twitch. Our executive producer, Tyler Morales, our engineer, Grant Leader, our social guy, Sean Haw, nailed it, and our video producer, the great Max Sheedy. Okay, for people watching the show right now, Sam has had the pizza delivered. Sammy, let's get the big pizza reveal here for those watching on video. And if you're listening on the radio, sorry, I'll do my best to describe it to you.
Very big box.
Here's the box.
I'm going to crack this
Leonie's.
open here. I've had this
them.
box also sitting on my lap for the last 5 minutes. A tremendous feeling, by the way. So this is the Detroit style. Paint the picture.
Okay, so it looks like for a New York Sicilian, but it's Detroit style for those that are less familiar with the Sicilian. So it's like a thicker square cut pizza. Tons of pepperoni. You can see the oil glistening on the pepperoni, which in my opinion is a very good thing. You've got tons of crust on the corner slices, which I love. It looks exceptionally crusty. Some of the pepperoni looks like it's got a little bit of crust to it also, which you always love when the pepperoni caramelizes. Sam's going to shower that bad boy with hot honey. He's going to eat it, and he's going to be taking a nap today, minus 250. That bad boy looks delicious.
He could go all the way, and he will.
I felt like I could smell it. I couldn't. But I felt like I could.
Set this down, and in 10 minutes it will be destroyed. You're a New York guy. I'm a Chicago guy. When people come to Boston, I don't send them to get pizza. It's not a pizza town. The pizza's not that great. But this spot, chef's kiss.
New York versus Chicago pizza, which is better?
Chicago. Easy.
See, I really like Chicago pizza. I'm going to say New York's better. I guess that maybe it's because I'm from New York. Would anyone from Chicago ever say New York's is better?
Never. But New Yorkers don't care as much as we care. We're very territorial about it. We're like, oh, New York pizza, bougie.
Well, yeah, because it's the inferiority complex that everyone not from New York
100%. 100%.
Are you being sarcastic, or do you mean that?
No, I'm saying it's kind of how Cubs fans feel. Like White Sox fans hate the Cubs, and Cubs fans don't care about the White Sox at all. It's very similar. The White Sox people are the Chicago people that are like, oh, our pizza's better. And the New Yorkers are like, yeah, whatever. It's fine. We don't care. We know the truth.
Chicago is a magnificent city. Maybe better than New York at this point. I do love New York, but just saying, Chicago is awesome as well. All right, let's get to all the bets for today, which means we need our friend Grant, leader. Grant, please drop the dope best beat. I don't know if I shouted Grant out. Grant, you did a great job today. Thank you. So the Underdog NFL Twitter account just tweeted this out. I think this is pretty interesting. It's video of Matt Ryan and Tony Romo talking right now on CBS. Aaron Rodgers, Sam, apparently sustained some kind of hand injury during warm-ups. He's still going to play, but he's being seen on video pointing to Zach Frazier, one of his offensive linemen, pointing to his hand. And Romo and Matt Ryan are saying that it looks like Rodgers hurt his hand. So he's still going to play. Has the betting market moved at all? I'm guessing not. I just wanted to get that out there because it's circulating on social media.
It has not, which is a little surprising. Colts still -3 basically everywhere. And the total hasn't been hit either. So, I mean, you would think if Rodgers was out and not going to play, this thing would get blasted.
Maybe
we're talking about at least a 2-point move, right? Maybe more. So, nothing yet on the board.
Definitely more than 3. Definitely more than 3, probably less than 6. For Indianapolis and Pittsburgh. So it looks like this is not going to be anything, but just wanted to get that out there because the video is being shared wildly right now on social media. Open the playbook and choose your boost for today's action. Grab BetMGM's Pro Football Boost Pack, and you'll have 3 ways to boost your odds on your next bet. Activate one of your boost tokens for any pro football bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your wager wins. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app and please gamble responsibly. Sammy, let's start in Detroit. Lions a 9.5-point home favorite against the Vikings. Total 47.5.
I'm going to go under 47.5. The Lions are going to score. I don't know how much, though, because I do respect the Minnesota defense, and this is a short of Minnesota's offense. Under 47.5 for me.
I will. If I had to bet the game, I would lay Detroit. I have Lions and teasers with Baltimore from Thursday. Detroit or nothing for me. The Bears, Sammy, a 3-point favorite now at MGM in Cincinnati. The juice is towards the Bengals. Total 51.5.
I don't like this Bears team that much, but the Bengals are so much worse. Give me Chicago -3.
I will have the Bears in some money line parlays that I place. I do think the Bears will beat the Cincinnati Bengals today. Green Bay, Sam, a 13-point home favorite against Bryce Young and Carolina. Total 43.5.
Green Bay -13, plus 100 at BetMGM.
Pass for me on this game. If I had to bet it, I would be with Sam, and I would lay the Green Bay Packers. Justin Herbert and the LA Chargers, a juice 9.5. So at BetMGM, Sam, we are not at 10, still 9.5. Total of this game 44. Chargers at the Titans.
I am tired of losing bets on the Titans. Pass.
You want to lay the Chargers?
Nope.
I do. I'll lay 9.5 with the Chargers in Tennessee. This is a pros versus Joes versus idiots game, as per our conversation earlier. New England, Sam, a 5-point home favorite against the Atlanta Falcons. Total 45.5. The Falcons plus 200 on the money line for those inclined.
I did put them in the underdog moneyline parlay, so I have to like the Falcons. The best number you can get is 5.5 right now. So let's call it 5.5 on Atlanta, catching points.
Yeah, I just feel like if the Falcons are going to keep the game close, they're going to win. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde team, maybe they lose by 17, and I think this is an extreme outcomes team. Patriots win big or the Falcons win outright. I bet Atlanta money line. Falcons, maybe it could go wildly wrong. I'll lean into it with the upside. Falcons to win the game, plus 200 at BetMGM. At MGM, Sam, the Niners remain a 2.5-point road favorite at the Giants. We're not at 3 at MGM. The total bet down to 47.5.
We were talking teasers earlier. If I had to bet this one, and I have not yet, I would look at the Giants up through 3 and 7 and 8. 2.5 to 8.5 on a teaser for the Giants.
I am going to be stupid and bet Giants money line. Giants to win the game with all the Niners' defensive injuries. I don't think they're going to have a pass rush. Small bet for me on the Giants to win the game. I'm also a Giants fan. Colts and the Steelers. Aaron Rodgers looks like he did suffer a hand injury in warm-ups. Ian Rappaport just retweeted the video. He's going to start, obviously. He might be fine. The Colts a 3-point road favorite, Sam, in Pittsburgh. 51.5 the total.
This one's probably chalky, public. I don't care. Colts -3.
Yeah, me too. Colts -3. I like the Colts team total over as well. Pittsburgh can win the game, but I think they need to score a lot to make it happen. I don't mind the full game over, but I do like Indianapolis as well. Texans, a 2-point home favorite against the Patrick Surtain-less Denver Broncos. Total 40.5.
I'm going to go over 40.5. I think these two quarterbacks have enough to get over a very low number. I respect the defenses, of course, but at 39.5, 40.5, that's an over for me.
I will bet the Broncos plus the points. I think Denver will win this game today in Houston. This is your favorite bet of the week, Sam, or game of the week, not bet at the current price. Jacksonville at MGM, a 2-point road favorite at the Raiders, both teams coming off their bye. The total is 44.
We bet 3 days ago, Wednesday, I think. And then the Bowers news came out that he's going to play. Travis Hunter hurt. How about a couple books offshore right now? Pinnacle and Chris at Jacksonville -1. 1. That's where we're at. Steady game day support on the Raiders. Makes me nervous, but I'm in at 3, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a price where I would bet the Jaguars, and I wanted to, which is unfortunate. Rams, 14 at home against the Saints, with Tyler Shuck making his starting debut for New Orleans. Total is 44. At MGM, Sam, it looks like we might go up to 14.5 before kickoff for the Rams.
Could be. It's a juiced 14 now, -115. I see a couple books at 13.5 though, so we'll see. We'll see where it goes. I do see a Pinnacle price at 14.5 right now, but BetMGM at 14, as Nick said. I don't like these big line games. I really don't. Pass.
Pass for me as well. We won't be passing this one. We'll be oppo as the Kansas City Chiefs. Sammy, 2-point road favorites in Buffalo against the Bills. Total 52.5.
Yep, I'm on the Bills. Took the 2. There's a 2.5 out there at a couple places. I just think it should be a pick 'em in Buffalo. But the Chiefs could easily win by 3 or 4 or more. I just hope the Bills get it done.
I will be on the opposite side. Kansas City -2. Chiefs money line -130. The game's close at the end. I think Mahomes gets it done. And if I lose, so be it. I'm on the Kansas City Chiefs. And Sunday Night Football, Sam, it looks like we may come off 3 at BetMGM and go down to Seahawks 2.5. The 3 is heavily juiced towards the Commanders, but the number remains for now at MGM. Seattle -3, 48.5 the total. Jaden Daniels back in the lineup for the Commies.
I am going to do nothing with this game. Thought about teasing Washington up. I'll tell you this, though. Chris Felica, Bear Bets. He's in last man standing. He's one of like 24 people left in the contest in Vegas. He went Washington plus the points. So I'm rooting for the Bear.
Wow. At 2.5, I would probably bet Seattle if we get there. I think Seattle's just way better than Washington. Any thoughts on Monday Night Football for now, Sam? And we can do the rest, obviously, tomorrow on our respective shows. Jacoby Brissett starts for the Cardinals. Dallas laying 354 the total.
You just bet it until it falls off the over. Dallas games are averaging 60 points and 800 yards. Don't overthink it.
And it looks like this will come down to 53.5. Sam will talk about it tomorrow along with Joe O on Bet Sweats, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM network. I'll talk about it with Femi tomorrow from 4 to 7 p.m. Eastern on You Better You Bet. Sammy, enjoy the pizza, my friend. I'm very jealous. Good luck with your bets. Hopefully we all eat pizza. We all win our bets today. Have a great day. Good luck, and I will talk to you tomorrow on You Better You Bet.
You got it. Good luck, everybody. Get that pizza. You deserve it.
Yes, we do. On behalf of Sam Panayotovich, I'm Nick Kostos, wishing you, dear listener and dear viewer, minimal sweats, winning bets, and the absolute very best of luck.
You've been listening to You Better You Bet. If you missed any of the shows, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Kostos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Patriots team to be active. I'm not saying they're going to take a big swing, but going to get another receiving target for Drake May. On the run game, between Drake May, Stevenson, and Henderson, they have a lot of firepower. Obviously, no Ramondre Stevenson today, but they have a lot of, guys to play with. Some teams to watch as far as potential sellers. The Giants, in my opinion, potential sellers if they lose this week. If they win this week, it's wide open. The 7th seed right now is the Niners in that conference in the NFC. So a win today puts the Giants back in the playoff picture, in my opinion. A loss today, possibly they sell off some of these guys. I'm not saying a whole fire, sale, because they have the quarterback now that they believe is the guy. So why would they blow it all up right now? But it's some guys they could get, expiring contracts, teams like that. The Titans are definitely going to be sellers. To what extent? We've heard that Cam Ward and Jeffrey Simmons are absolute no-goes as far as trade talks go, but they do have some other guys, Calvin Ridley, some defensive players there. We've already seen them trade a corner. as well to the Rams. And we will see what the Saints will do. Is Alvin Kamara going to be a part of, the trade discussions going forward? And for the Raiders, Max Crosby's been, as of right now, considered a no-go as well trade-wise, but that's a potentially one as well. We are kicked off, and the 1 o'clock window is underway. We've already heard from New England. Let's go out to Cincinnati. Bears, Bengals. Flacco's playing. Trey Hendrickson is not. Jason Earhart's got more for us.
Well, the Bengals get on the board. They don't even need Joe Flacco to go out. It was a 99-yard kickoff return by Charlie Jones on the opening kick, and Evan McPherson knocks through the extra point, and it's good. So we are 11 seconds into this game. The Bengals already have a 7-0 lead. The Bears won the toss and deferred to the second half, maybe regretting that choice right now. So the Bengals with the early 7-0 lead, getting ready to kick it off to the Bears here in Cincinnati.
Wow, a big start there, Cincinnati. Off to the Charlie Jones, the kick return, gets us started. NFL Week 9, like every week, the NFL season is always full of excitement. Everything's kicked off. All our 8 games are underway right now, and we've had that's got to be our quickest score of the season to date. So a big start there, and also big start for my picks this week. So hopefully that Bengals, and that's a good thing. You give, that offense, Flacco, a little bit of a breather. And I'm not talking like on the day, but a breather as far as you've given them a chance to not come out and immediately start from behind, as we know that defense likes to struggle. Jackson Dart with a scramble up the middle for the first down. He gets them to midfield. We got a first down here by the Lions. Laporta with a nice catch to the right. It gets past the sticks, and they have a first down. So the Lions are in Minnesota's territory. The Giants are at midfield. The Falcons are getting ready to punt. It's 4th and 12 for them on their own 30. The Titans have the ball after a big run by Pollard. 3rd and 4 for the Steelers. Let's see if they're at about midfield as Aaron Rodgers drops back, and it looks like he's going to fall well short on the pass to Warren. So that's going to be a punt for the Steelers, and the Colts will take over after that. Giants now 2nd and 3 from San Francisco's 46 after another scramble from Jackson Dart. So that's going to give San Francisco fits all day. Let's go out to Houston for an update. Broncos, Texans, Adam Spillane has the update.
All right, Anthony, Texans are on the move. They are near midfield after Nico Collins just picked up a 3rd and 8 with a 9-yard catch. So far, we talked about this about 15 minutes ago, the Texans offensive line doing a pretty good job against this Broncos pass rush. Nico Collins back for the Texans after he missed last week's game with a concussion. Christian Kirk also back for Houston as well after he missed 2 games with a hamstring injury. No Patrick Surtain for the Broncos. He suffered a pec injury last week against the Cowboys, so he is out today. So Texans have the ball, 2nd down and 8 from their own 49. We are 2 minutes into this one as a 3rd down will be upcoming after Woody Marks ran for, it looks like no gain or maybe even a loss. So 3rd and long coming up for Houston as they approach midfield.
Thank you so much, Adam. It's worth noting, Dre Greenlaw active this week, obviously served his 1-game suspension against the Cowboys. So we'll see how that Texans offense deals with a banged-up Broncos defense. And they, like he said, offensive line doing a good job to start. 3rd and 4 for the Lions as they are at the 40-yard line. We'll get an update in that one in a second. First, let's go out to MetLife as Mike Mancuso has more on the Niners and Giants.
All right, Anthony. The Giants on their first drive, they now have a 2nd and 10 on San Francisco's 28-yard line. Giants with 3 first downs on this drive. Jackson Dart scrambled for 1. Tyrone Tracy ran for a 2nd, and Devin Singletary ran for a 3rd. Giants now facing, as I mentioned, a 2nd down. They have the ball on the 28-yard line as Jackson Dart brings his guys out. We'll try to stretch out to see what happens on this play. And someone jumped offside, so we'll have a little bit of a delay. Giants say the 49ers jumped. So right now we are scoreless, 11:33 remaining in the first quarter, and the Giants are on the drive.
Thank you so much, Mike. Let's go out to Green Bay. Panthers, Packers. Bill Rabier's got more for us.
Just underway here in the first quarter. First possession of the game, the Carolina Panthers won the coin toss and accepted. They decided to take the ball, and then on their first play, they had to have a false start. So they started out 1st and 15. after a couple plays, a 9-yard carry by Rico Dowdle put him into a 3rd and 4 situation. It appeared they got the first down, but replay assist determined they were short, and now they're going for it on 4th down at their own 37-yard line as Bryce Young steps to the line of scrimmage. Packers trying to get a stop. This would be a huge stop and put them in great field position, and they run a little snap and around the end and a first down. There was a fake snap to the quarterback and a direct snap to the wide receiver, but there's a flag on the play, so we'll have to sort this out. So don't know if they'll have it yet. Oh, it's on Carolina, so they will have to punt it away. So their first possession of the game looked promising to start with, but now it's going to end with a punt. So the Packers wearing their throwback 1923 uniforms today that are really pretty sharp. If you get a chance to check them out, you
like
should.
them.
Yeah, that helmet looks awesome. And they're about to get the ball for the first time with 12:47 left, first quarter, no score at Lambeau.
Thank you so much, Bill, as we will monitor that one. We got a big play in the Giants game, but first, an even bigger play in the Lions game, and Dustin Fiocco has more for us.
Yeah, live from Ford Field. We heard no score at Lambeau. We do have a score here at Ford Field. The Lions driving down the field with ease. They do face a 4th and 4 at their Minnesota 40. Sam Laporta, some big catches during that drive early on. How about a 40-yard reception pushed into the end zone? Lions go up quick and early with very good efficiency. They lead the Vikings early in the first quarter, 7-0.
Thank you so much, Dustin. So a big play. Dan Campbell, very ballsy. He does not care at all. And you know what? Kudos to him. That's why that team is always dangerous. And we are going to get a confirmation in this one, but we might have a score in this Giants game as we speak. We'll see once that is confirmed. Talk about great uniforms. Packers, great uniforms. These Giant throwbacks are epic. And let's get more on that game as we've got confirmation on that play. Mike Mancuso's got the update.
Well, the Giants have drawn first blood, Anthony. They lead 7-0. They just drove 64 yards, 10 plays. We mentioned Singletary and Tracy running well out of the backfield. Jackson Dart running the offense very well, a number of first downs. And then finally the scoring drive. Theo Johnson on a catch and run on the right sideline for 15 yards, and the score, the extra point, was good. So very impressive first drive by Jackson Dart and the Giants, and with 10:50 remaining in the first quarter, they lead San Francisco 7-0.
Thank you so much, Mike. The Colts are in the red zone, 2nd and 10 from Pittsburgh 16. So we now got a couple of scores: Giants 7-0, Lions 7-0, and like we said, the Bengals kicked off with the touchdown. They are up 7-0. The Texans picking apart this Broncos defense early. It's 2nd and 5. They're at Denver's 23, so they're right outside the red zone. But the only team right now currently in the red zone is the Colts. It's now 3rd and 2 at Pittsburgh's 8 after a short pass to Josh Downs. So we'll see if the Colts can get it there. Obviously, with Jonathan Taylor, everything is as expected. And Darius Slay down on the ground for the Steelers, which can not afford another injury to that secondary. So we'll see what happens in that one. 2nd and 5 here. Texans have the ball from the 23 of the Broncos side of the field. And C.J. Stroud running for his life, and it is an incompletion there as it looked like he was going to Dalton Schultz there, but he could not complete the pass on that one. Like we heard, Dalton Schultz, injured, didn't practice most of the week, was finally a full participant, so he is out there. Travion Henderson is out there for the Patriots. He's already got 2 catches for 30 yards with no Ramondre Stevenson, and he takes another carry up the middle on that one. So we'll see what happens in that game. Actually, that was Jennings, so my apologies. But 2nd and 8 from Atlanta's 16. So now the Patriots will have 2nd and 8 from the 16. They are in the red zone. C.J. Stroud sacked on 3rd down, and it looks like the Broncos will hold them to a field goal. That one was Zach Allen, as that Broncos pass rush continues to just make quarterbacks' life living hell. The Chargers with a big play here, and that is disastrous for them, and we will find out what happened exactly there. But first, let's go out to New England, as we've got an update in that one. Alan Siegel's got more for us.
So, Anthony, after the Patriots defense stopped Atlanta with their first 3 and out to start the game all year, the Patriots offense took over and they methodically went down the field. a march that included Travion Henderson pass for 11 yards, a Drake May run of 12 yards, a Travion Henderson pass for 19 yards, and finally a 16-yard touchdown pass to Pop Douglas. The Patriots have started fast. 7:44 to go here in the first. It's the Patriots 7, the Falcons nothing.
Thank you so much, Alan. As this one is we're off to a fast start. I think it was week 3 where we had every game had at least one 30-point scorer. We could be leading that way right now. A couple of, special team / defensive scores. And we're going to update in that Chargers-Titans game in a bit. Some other games to note. Like we said, if you weren't listening earlier, Bengals kicked off the game. Jones with a 99-yard kick return touchdown. Broncos-Texans, they took over. Let's see what happened. I think that was a missed field goal by Fairbarn. It was a 51-yard no good. So the Broncos getting a little lucky there on that one. And the Texans, you cannot leave points on the board when you're facing this Broncos defense. You had a chance there. They were picking them apart. George Kittle with some acrobatics again. We've been seeing him do that a lot. Let's go. I told you there was a big play with this Chargers offense in the Titans-Chargers game. Brant Douglas has more for us.
And so it was the second play of scrimmage for the Chargers. They'd gotten the first 5-yard first down pass to Quentin Johnson, making it 2nd and 5. And Herbert stepped back looking to throw off on the right side. And linebacker David Barton just stepped in, and he had a clear run, 25 yards, to the end zone. So the Titans had a terrible start with the offense, but the defense comes up big with the pick 6. It's the Titans 7, Chargers nothing, 11:19 left in the first.
Thank you so much. It could be costly. I would assume that you still got to feel comfortable if you are looking at the Chargers as the team to win that one, but not a good start. And that Titans defense has been good at times this year for that team. It's just the offense has been non-existent. It looks like we're going to get a 4th down here from about the Niners' 41-yard line after they look short of the yard to gain. 1st and goal at Cincinnati's 10. The Bears are in the red zone. The Vikings also in the red zone. 1st and goal from the Lions' 10-yard line. The Broncos are at about midfield, like we said, after the missed field goal. The Packers, 1st and 10 from Carolina's 34-yard line. The Patriots are about to kick off as to the Falcons. So are the Titans. Like we said, 4th and 1. We already got a timeout in this one. I don't know who called it. Oh, the Niners called it. So 4th and 1 from the Niners' 41-yard line. 9 minutes to go in that one. We'll see if they get the gain there. 2nd and goal at Pittsburgh's 5. The Colts are in the red zone, like we said, and they have 2nd and goal at Pittsburgh's 5 after the incompletion to Ty Warren across the middle for Daniel Jones. For Daniel Jones. And we've got a big play here in the Minnesota game. Let's go out there. A lot of scoring, as always, at Ford Field. And our guy, Dustin Fiocco, has us covered.
Scoring already. Not even 5 minutes to play in the books at Ford Field, and we've got ourselves a 7-7 score. Lions scoring very quickly on 4th and 4 with a 40-yard touchdown from Laporta. Vikings answer back with a touchdown of their own. It helps that they return their kickoff to the 36-yard line of Detroit. J.J. McCarthy making his return to Michigan, the former Wolverine. He's the Vikings QB today. He connects with Justin Jefferson in the end zone. We're knotted up at 7-all in the first quarter.
Thank you so much, Dustin. And we've got a lot more to get to. The Colts have a 3rd and goal on that one. They may have to settle for a field goal. We've got a update in this Packers-Panthers game. A lot more to get to. So 7-7 Vikings-Lions, 7-0 Titans-Chargers, 7-0 Pats-Falcons, 7-0 Giants over the Niners. Everything else, 7-0 Bengals and Bears. Everything else scoreless. A lot more to get to. Gridiron Game Day, Anthony Gallo, Infinity Sportsnet, BetMGM. Stay tuned.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
What's up? I'm Anthony Gallo. This is Gridiron Game Day, the place to be. All the action, scores, turnovers, special teams plays. injuries, updates, fantasy, gambling, all of it right here, Infinity Sportsnet, BetMGM. If you're on YouTube, what is going on? Let's check in. We got a lot to going around the league right now. We just had a big play in the Broncos-Texans games, and Adam Spillane has got us covered.
Yeah, Anthony, the Texans had to settle for a 51-yard field goal attempt on their first drive. Kaimi Fairbairn missed wide to the right. The Broncos were able to move the ball on their opening drive of the game, but they had to settle for a 51-yard field goal, and it was blocked by Danico Autry. So both teams have missed field goals. On the Will Lutz field goal attempt for Denver, it was a bad snap from Mitchell Fraboni, and that kind of ruined the whole entire operation there. Bo Nix, though, has started 0 for 3 for the Broncos. J.K. Dobbins, 3 carries, 24 yards. C.J. Stroud, 5 of 8 for 32 yards. He was able to convert a couple of third and longs on that opening drive for the Texans. As now he just hit Dalton Schultz over the middle, and Schultz might score. He's inside the 20 to the 15, and he'll be brought down inside the 15 to the 13-yard line. A long completion for Dalton Schultz. And remember, Schultz was questionable coming into this game with shoulder and knee injuries. And then he makes a big play right here, and that sets up the Texans 1st and 10 from the 12.5-yard line. So a big play as the Texans have an opportunity here to grab the lead. It's a 49-yard completion for Dalton Schultz. So the Texans in business, their second drive of the game, as they try and grab a lead. We have 3:40 to go in the first quarter. The Broncos and Texans are scoreless, but the Texans are threatened.
Thank you so much, Adam. Let's go out to New York as the Giants and Niners exchange scores. Mike Mancuso's got all of that for us.
Well, a 68-yard touchdown drive for San Francisco. It took them 12 plays. They have now tied this game at 7-7. San Francisco being very aggressive on a 4th down and 1 from the 41-yard line. They went for it, their own 41, and were able to convert on the drive. Mac Jones was 6 of 6 for 47 yards, including a 5-yard touchdown pass to Christian McCaffrey, who had 2 catches on the drive, and he also rushed for 19 yards. So the Giants now have the ball on offense. We are tied at 7, 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter.
Thank you so much, Mike. Let's go out to Cincinnati. We're bouncing around quick here. There's a lot of action early as the Bengals and Bears, the Bengals right outside of the red zone, and Jason Earhart's got us covered.
Yeah, no shortage of highlights here in Cincinnati. The Bengals get the long kickoff return. To start the game, the Bears go right back down the field in 12 plays. Caleb Williams actually flipped it to Rome Odunze, who flipped it to DJ Moore, who passed it to Caleb Williams for the receiving touchdown that tied it at 7. Bengals get another long kickoff return, this one from Samaje Perine to put him in good position, and they're lining up now for what looks to be about a 41, 42-yard field goal from Evan McPherson, getting ready to be attempted. 7-7 right now, 5:46 to go, opening quarter from Cincinnati.
Thank you so much, Jason. Let's go out to New England. Falcons, Patriots. Alan Siegel updates us.
Well, Anthony, the Patriots defense has started this game big time. They had a 3-and-out to start the game. Their second series, they allowed 11-yard pass to Drake London. Bijan Robinson had a 5-yard run, but they also tackled for a 5-yard loss. So far he has 2 carries with 0 net yards. The Patriots, of course, had that 75-yard touchdown march to start the game that ended up with a 16-yard touchdown pass from Drake May to Pop Douglas. The second offensive series started at the 6-yard line. They had a 3-and-out, so that is where we are. 3:19 to go in the first quarter, and that's the Patriots leading the Falcons 7-0, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan. And the Bengals kick is up. That one's good, so that'll be 10-7 in that one. The Broncos had stopped C.J. Stroud short of the first down marker, but a pass interference penalty. So now it is 1st and goal for the Texans at the 1. In the Steelers-Colts game, it was 4th and 3, I think, for the Colts, or for the Steelers, on the goal line, and they go for it, and they end up not being able to convert. So that one will be a turnover on down for the Colts. The Broncos get a stop on that first attempt by the Texans, so it's 2nd and goal for the Texans. Now the Colts will take over at their own 4-yard line as Aaron Rodgers wasn't able to convert. The Giants are now punting back to the Niners. The Falcons, it's 1st and 10, like we heard, from their own 47-yard line as they try to tie this up. 7-7 Titans-Chargers as the Chargers scored to tie this game up on a pass to, it was a defensive player in Matlock, a 2-yard touchdown from Herbert to Matlock for 2 yards, and they tied that one up after the Herbert pick 6. So we'll get an update there. Let's go out to Green Bay. Panthers, Packers, as they are battling out. Bill Rabier's got more for us.
Well, the Panthers are knocking on the door here. They have it at the Packers' 25-yard line, 2nd down and 7. This coming after the first turnover of the game. Savion Williams of the Packers fumbled at the Carolina 16. It looked like the Packers were going to march in and score after they got in the red zone, but then Williams turned it over on the fumble caused by or picked up by Nick Scott, I should say. It was the 7th fumble of the year by the Packers, but only the 2nd one lost. So they put it on the turf way too much, and this time they lost it, and Carolina took over at their own 16, and now they've marched down and have it at the Packers 25, and there's a timeout on the field. So far for Carolina, Bryce Young, 4 of 5 for 36 yards. He's hit Ted McMillan twice for 32 yards, and Rico Dowdle has 8 carries, 33 yards on the ground here in the early going. But still no scores. The first quarter has come to an end. That's why we're in a timeout. So they'll flip sides, and Carolina will try to put some points on the board here. Still no score at Lambeau Field as we about to begin the second quarter.
Thank you so much, Bill. And in a turn of events in the Texans game, Broncos-Texans, it was 4th and goal from the 1-yard line. Texans false start. It did look like they got in, but it was a false start, so they will now push that back to the 6. The Vikings now back in the Lions' red zone. J.J. McCarthy cooking. You know what? Maybe I was wrong early. This guy is cooking early in that one. It's 1st and goal from Detroit's 7-yard line. In that one, the Bengals about to kick off to the Bears. It's 10-7 in that game. So we'll see. I think the Texans are going, let me not even say anything because they are kicking the field goal. So we'll see if somebody in this game can make a field goal. J.J. McCarthy rolling out. We'll get an update on the conclusion of that drive once we have one. The Panthers now at Green Bay's 25-yard line. If you missed the update, it's 2nd and 7 for them. The Chargers will take over after a punt by the Titans. So it's 7-7, Chargers-Titans, and the Chargers are taking over from their own 12. Falcons have the ball at the 1-yard line. 1st and goal for them. It's 7-0 Patriots over the Falcons. They get there after a 12-yard pass to Bijan Robinson. And let's get an update on J.J. McCarthy, the Vikings versus the Lions, as Dustin Fiocco has more for us.
Yeah, we talked about it. J.J. McCarthy's return to Detroit. A little bit of salt in the wound when he throws a touchdown pass. He's a former Michigan Wolverine, but how about double salt in the wound? He connects with former Lion T.J. Hawkinson, the former Lion tight end. He connects with him 10 yards into the end zone. Vikings now take the lead. They're up 14-7 on the Lions from Ford Field.
Thank you so much, Dustin. Some breaking news coming down in the college football world. Another, it feels like every week we have another one of these, stories, but we have, is it Auburn you said? Auburn? Auburn has fired Hugh Freeze, so we will get more on that as soon as possible, but Auburn has fired Hugh Freeze, so another head coach out. James Franklin, Billy Napier, and now Hugh Freeze. So another big, and Brian Kelly, sorry, Sim. One every week it feels like. So a lot of big jobs opening up in the college football world. We'll update that as we go throughout the day. But some updates in the NFL window. We've got another update from New England. We've got a lot of action. These games haven't even hit the second quarter yet, and we've got a ton of action. Let's go out. Atlanta versus New England, and Alan Siegel's got more for us.
Anthony, Atlanta answered the Patriots salvo with a pretty good drive of their own. It all came through the air, basically, from Michael Penix. 22 to Kyle Pitts, 16 to Drake London, and then Bijan Robinson, the 12-yard reception down to the 1-yard line. And a place where you would think that Bijan Robinson would rush it in, well, Michael Penix went to the air. 1-yard pass to Drake London, and that is where we stand. 24 seconds till the end of the first quarter, and we're tied at 7, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan. So a lot more to update. We'll update the entire window. We've got another 6.5 hours of football to get to. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, let's refresh that scoreboard. The Giants and 49ers each with opening drive touchdowns, all even at 7 at MetLife Stadium. Under a minute to play in the first quarter. Mac Jones starting once again at quarterback for San Francisco. The Bengals with an opening the game kickoff return for a touchdown, just the second kickoff return touchdown in the NFL this season. The Bengals ahead of the Bears 10-7 late in the first quarter. The Vikings have a 14-7 lead in Detroit. How about J.J. McCarthy shutting up some doubters for a moment? He's thrown a couple of touchdowns in the early going. Under 5 minutes to play in the first quarter in Detroit. Panthers and Packers scoreless at Lambeau. They're already in the second quarter. The Chargers and Titans all even at 7 points apiece late in the first. The Falcons on the move. They are in the red zone of the Patriots at a game that is tied at 7 late in the first quarter. The Colts ahead of the Steelers 7-0. The Colts looking to improve to an NFL best 8-1 in Pittsburgh. Texans 3, Broncos nothing as they start the second quarter in Houston. 3 games coming in the later window. The big one sees the 5-2 Bills hosting the 5-3 Chiefs. Kansas City is humming again, having won 5 of 6 while averaging nearly 30 points per game over that time. The Bills, they're in an unfamiliar position looking up at the Patriots in the AFC East. The 5-2 Rams are hosting rookie Tyler Shuck and the Saints. Shuck is making his first NFL start. The Jaguars have dropped 2 straight and this week placed two-way rookie Travis Hunter on injured reserve. Trevor Lawrence has an illness but is expected to play. The Jags trying to get right against the Raiders in Vegas. Tonight, Jaden Daniels is back for the 3-5 Commanders as they host Sam Darnold and the 5-2 Seahawks. College football, Auburn fires head coach Hugh Freeze, according to Pete Thamel. South Carolina fires offensive coordinator Mike Shula, per CBS Sports. NBA, the defending champion Thunder looking to improve to 7-0 as they host the winless Pelicans at 3:30 Eastern. The Bulls are 5-0 for the first time since the Michael Jordan era. Chicago visiting the Knicks at Madison Square Garden tonight. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. NFL, Gridiron Game Day, Infinity Sportsnet. I'm your host, Anthony Gallo. This is the place to be for all the action, everything you want, and we've got a, tough one right here. C.J. Stroud down. He was giving himself up. It was he was sliding. He got hit, number 31 on the Broncos, hit him. It's tough because, in real time it looked dirty. As they slow it down, it doesn't, but it's still, he's giving himself up. So inexcusable from the Broncos defender there. And we've got a bunch of scores. One of the few games that has lacked the offensive firepower that the rest of the league has so far is Packers versus the Panthers, and Bill Rabier's got more for us.
Well, the Packers in the red zone for the second time. The first time they got there, they turned it over, and the Panthers did them to give it right back to them. Eventually, they marched down, and then in the red zone, Carolina threw an interception in the end zone. Bryce Young throwing the pick. It was taken by the Packers' Xavier McKinney. Packers then took over at the 20-yard line. A couple of plays later, Jordan Love hit Christian Watson on a 51-yard completion, pretty much all in the air. There was no yak after that catch, and that put them close to where they are now. And that pass put Jordan Love over 10,000 career passing yards. He's the second fastest to 10,000 in Packer franchise history. Only Aaron Rodgers did it faster. So Love off to a good start in his career. The Packers, though, struggling offensively here as they just had another penalty. They're looking at 3rd and 17 to begin with, and now this one's going to push them even further back and near the 30-yard line. So the scoring is tough so far here. The Packers stumbling on offense, both teams really, and we're still scoreless with 8:25 left in the second quarter at Lambeau Field. No score between the Packers and the Panthers.
Thank you so much for that one, Bill. It's worth noting, too, this Panthers defense inconsistent at times, but they do have some big players on it. Specifically, Derek Brown. You watch him every play, and on that sack, you could see him eating up the interior line and making it really hard for the guys on the outside to, cover the 1-on-1. So we'll monitor that one. Let's go out. Like I said, C.J. Stroud banged up on that play. Let's go to Houston and get an update from our guy, Adam Spillane.
Yeah, Anthony, you don't have an update right now on C.J. Stroud other than he is in the injury tent as we speak. He was able to walk off the field on his own. It looked like he kind of signaled to the crowd to signal that he was okay. He was not hit in the head, and so there was a penalty. There was a flag thrown on the play. It was a third down. He scrambled up the middle, tried to slide for the first down, and he was hit on the play by Chris Abrams' drain. And so again, they threw the flag. It looked like it was a hit to the head. Replay assist, though, overruled and said that he was hit in the shoulder area, so they picked up the flag, and so the Texans just had to punt. But right now, again, C.J. Stroud is in the injury tent. Obviously, Davis Mills is the Texans' backup quarterback. If Stroud is not able to go when the Texans get the ball back, the Texans, again, just punted the ball back to Denver. Denver starts this drive from their own 14-yard line. The Texans lead this game 3-0. They had to settle for a 23-yard field goal by Kaimi Fairbairn. They had first and goal from about the 2. They tried to run up the middle twice. They were unsuccessful. They got it to about the 1-foot line. We're going to go for it on a 4th and goal, but a false start penalty moved them back to the 6, and so the Texans elected to kick the field goal instead. And so that's why we have this the 3-0 score. Both teams have missed 51-yard field goals in this game. But 13:26 to play. Broncos with the ball. It's right now.
Adam, can I ask you something, too? That it looked like he was giving himself up. Was there not any thought? Because obviously we're not listening with the sound on here. There wasn't any thought to that just being, unnecessary roughness?
Yeah, I'm sure. I think they originally threw the flag because it seemed like the hit came right as C.J. Stroud went into his slide. So I think they probably just ruled that there was no time for the defender to react and hold up on that play. But I think they threw the flag because they thought it was a hit to the head, and then replay assist ruled that it was not a hit to the head, and hence that's why they picked up the flag. So yeah, it's fluid. Obviously, right now it's a strange situation. I mean, that's where replay assist comes in, and it's just not something that you're used to seeing. Most of the time, that play would just stand. And right now, the officials are discussing. There are a couple of flags down after this first down play by Denver, and it looks like we're just going to have offsetting penalties. So it'll be 1st and 10 for Denver. And now, Anthony, C.J. Stroud is walking off to the locker room area. Not walking well, but at least he's walking on his own. But right now, it looks like he's being evaluated for a concussion, although that is not the official word from the Texans. So 13:26 to go in the first half, 3-0 Texans. But right now, it looks like the Texans will be without C.J. Stroud for at least the remainder of the half, you would think.
Thank you so much, Adam. Let's go out to New England as we've got another big play in that one. Alan Siegel's got more from Gillette Stadium.
Well, Anthony, the Patriots have answered the Atlanta salvo with a drive of their own that started on their 35, and Josh McDaniels decided to go to his tight ends as Hunter Henry for an 11-yard gain, another one for 9, and then a 19-yard pass to Austin Hooper took the Patriots down to the 15, where Terrell Jennings took over. A 13-yard run got them 1st and goal to go for the 2, and Jennings just went out into the end zone. So that is where we stand. 8:52 to go now in the second quarter. It's the Patriots on top of the Falcons, 14-7, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan. Let's go to Tennessee as the Chargers and Titans are in a dogfight, and Brant Douglas has more for us.
And the Tennessee Titans offense can't get anything going right now, but special teams are taking care of things. They had a pick 6 in the first quarter. Late in the first quarter, Chimera DK takes a punt return back 67 yards to the house, giving the Titans a 14-7 lead. But now the Chargers inside the 15-yard line looking to add to their lead, but thus far they're going to face a 3rd and 8 here coming up inside the Titans 15-yard line, as their offense seems to be clicking a little bit better. Justin Herbert, after one quarter, 7 of 9 for 107 yards passing. He's had a good day, 1 interception, but otherwise Justin Herbert thus far has had an excellent first half. 14-15 left to go in the second. Chargers knocking on the door, but they're trailing the Titans 14-7.
Let's go out to MetLife. Giants, Niners. The Niners having their way with the Giants. Mike Mancuso has more.
Well, the 49ers lead at 14-7. The Giants have just punted, so San Francisco takes over in their own territory with 9.5 remaining here in the first half. The Giants just had a 3rd and 3 near midfield, but 2 false start penalties put them in a 3rd and 13. They did not convert, and they were forced to punt. A couple of long drives for the 49ers resulting in touchdowns. The most recent one was an 80-yard drive, 8 plays. Mac Jones so far on the day, 10 of 10 for 98 yards. Christian McCaffrey, 37 yards on the ground. The Giants continue to be unable to stop the run. They have allowed 5.5 yards a rush in this game against the 49ers. Jones has 2 touchdown passes, a 15-yarder to Juwan Jennings and a 5-yarder to Christian McCaffrey. Jackson Dart is 9 of 10, but the Giants have hurt themselves offensively with some false starts. And right now, like I mentioned, the 49ers lead at 14-7, 9.5 remaining in the first half. San Francisco has the ball on their own, 18, 1st and 10.
Let's go out to Cincinnati. Jason Earhart has more on Bears and Bengals.
Yeah, the Bears have taken the lead for the first time today. They lead 14-10, courtesy of a 15-yard touchdown reception from Olamide Zacchaeus on a little pop pass from Caleb Williams. No DeAndre Swift, no problem. Kyle Monangai, 11 carries, 63 yards already for the Bears. You get an idea why the Bengals are giving up 30 points a game. They had a stop on that last drive. A 46-yard field goal by Cairo Santos went wide right. However, DJ Ivy lined up offside, so that led the Bears to a 4th and 1, which they converted and turned that possession into a touchdown. Same thing happened on the Bears' first drive. They were going to have to punt after a 3rd and 15, but the Bengals committed a penalty, which ultimately led to a touchdown. Bengals offense needs to be just about perfect here. They're giving up 7 every time on defense. 3rd down and 7 near midfield. Bengals trailing now 14-10.
Thank you so much, Jason. A lot of action. It's been insane the amount of action we've had in these early games so far. Some notable stat lines: 10 of 10 for Mac Jones, 98 yards, 2 passing touchdowns in that one. In the Colts game, the Steelers got a sack, fumble, strip. TJ Watt, got to Daniel Jones, knocked the ball out of his hand, was able to recover it, and they took over, and they will start 1st and 10 from their own 44-yard line. Daniel Jones at this point is 10 of 16, 107 yards, the 1 sack being the fumble. Jonathan Taylor, 7 carries for 18 yards. Daniel Jones with a rushing touchdown. And, they have 2 fumbles lost. Josh Down and Daniel Jones both fumbling and losing the ball in that one. TJ Watt, sacking Jones and able to, recover the same fumble he forced. The Lions now getting to the 10-yard line. It looks like they're about to be in the red zone after gaining the first down. So it'll be 1st and 10 from Minnesota's 11 on that one. After the Brandon McManus field goal, the Panthers are going to take over at about their own 35-yard line. So we'll see where that one leaves us. The Steelers right now, 3rd and 10 from the Colts' 31-yard line, it looks like, and a completed pass over the middle. They will get a first down. I think that was Austin on the catch. So they're going to get within the red zone as well. So Lions 2nd and 1 from Minnesota's 2. They're in the red zone. After a big Bo Nix interception, the Texans have taken it back the other way, and it's 1st and 10 from Denver's 25-yard line as they look to extend their lead. The Falcons are 3rd and 10 from Atlanta's, from their own 33. It's now 4th and 7 from their own 33-yard line in that one. So Steelers 1st and 10 from the Colts 19 as they look to tie it up. The Lions have the ball at Minnesota's 2, and the Texans are right outside the red zone. So a few games right there close to the red zone. Montgomery's going to get stopped, so it's going to be 3rd and 1 in that one. We'll see what happens there. Indianapolis is challenging the catch on the 3rd down conversion in the Steelers-Colts game, so we'll see if that was actually a catch. It looked like it from my point of view, but what the hell can I see? Just sitting here, I'm not actually on the field, so we'll see if they actually converted and are in the red zone. If not, the Colts will get a break on that one. 2nd down and 2, the Texans are now in the red zone after an 8-yard run from Nick Chubb, and they're at Denver 17. Like I said, Bo Nix, deep down the left side of the field, threw a pick to the Texans, trying to hit Cortland Sutton, and an incomplete pass by Jared Goff on 3rd and 1 from the goal. They are going to probably go for it, knowing Dan Campbell, but they could kick a field goal. St. Brown was there, it is a drop, but it was a little bit of a tough catch for him, one-handed. I'm not going to call it a drop because it was, lunging one-handed. The Texans get the first down, so 1st and 10 from the Denver 15. A timeout by Minnesota in that game. So the Lions will decide what they're going to do. It looks like they're going for it, but I think this is where the timeout came in as we are a little behind on the feed. The Niners will punt it. The Giants are going to take over at their own 7-yard line. Packers up 3-0. Titans have the ball 31 from their own 44. They're up 14-10. The Patriots have the ball from their own 28 as they're going to start their drive. They're up 14-7 with the Falcons. When the Giants take over, it'll be 14-7 for them. We'll get an update on that challenge by the Colts once we come back. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day, 1 hour down in this NFL action. We got another 6 to go. Stay tuned right here. We'll be right back.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. This is Gridiron Game Day. We've got our first of the season, our first beach ball on the field. Packers, Panthers. If you had the over on beach balls in that one, you nailed that. We got a lot to get to here. 3rd and goal for the Steelers. 3rd and goal for the Texans. So we'll get updates on both of those drives. The Lions have tied it up with a David Montgomery touchdown in that one. I'll give you the exact specs in a second as my internet is taking forever. It was a Montgomery rush up the middle, 2 yards. So they tied it up there. That one's 14-14. And there are a few other games to update as well. First, let's go out to New England. Pat, Falcons, about 5 minutes left in the second quarter, and Alan Siegel's got more for you.
Well, the Patriots have had another successful offensive drive, and it has ended with a touchdown. And let's set it up for you. Patriots started on the 28-yard line, a couple of passes and a couple of runs, got it to the 31, and then Drake May went back and found Pop Douglas across the middle. He broke 3 tackles and got down to the 11-yard line, a 58-yard completion, and for a first down and 10 from the 11-yard line. And then after an incompletion, he just hit Stephon Diggs, who created a little offense himself, went to the right sideline and dived into the end zone. So we're thinking about the Patriots point after touchdown here. And just bear with me just a little second here as we try to get it from Borregales. And the Patriots now lead it with 5:11 to go here in the second quarter. It's the Patriots 21 and the Falcons 7, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan. As these games continue to wind down in the first half, Mac Jones and the Niners are looking to extend their lead. A rush to the outside on the toss to McCaffrey gets them to about 2nd and 8. It is now 2nd and 15 from their own 23-yard line. J.J. McCarthy throws a little check down to Aaron Jones, who goes 31 yards to get them to about midfield or even over midfield. In that one, Panthers, Packers, as the Panthers are looking to score its first and goal for them. 8 plays, 71 yards, about 5 minutes on this drive. There's 2:35 left in the half, and we'll get an update there. First, let's go out to Houston. The Texans took over after the Bo Nix interception in the red zone. Let's see what happened on that drive. Texans, Broncos, Adam Spillane has us.
Yeah, Anthony, the Texans were able to get the ball to the 1-yard line. It was a 1st and goal from the 1, and they have to settle for a field goal for the 2nd time in this game. First down, they try a QB sneak with Davis Mills. He loses a yard. 2nd down, they get called for a hold. And then there was a sack on 3rd down. And so they have to settle for a 41-yard Kaimi Fairbairn field goal. So 6-0 Texans with 7:11 to play in the second quarter. Still no update on C.J. Stroud. He's being evaluated for a concussion. The Texans did just lose Woody Marks on their previous drive. So that's a big loss. The rookie 4th-round pick out of USC has had some moments so far as a rookie. Davis Mills, on his first drive of the game, was 2 of 3 for 36 yards. He was able to connect with Nico Collins on both receptions. Collins, in his first game back after missing last week's game with a concussion, has 3 catches for 45 yards. His 3rd catch of the game was able to get the Texans to the 1, but again, they waste the opportunity. It has been a rough day for the Broncos offense. Bo Nix is just 1 of 7 for 3 yards and an interception. J.K. Dobbins was able to have some success on the ground during the Broncos' first drive of the game, but he has not really been able to do anything since. He had 3 carries for 24 yards on that first drive. He has only touched the ball once since that point. So 6-0 Texans as the Broncos will get the ball back with 7:11 to play in the first half.
Thank you so much. Texans shooting themselves for the as much as that Broncos offense has shot themselves in the foot. The Texans have had multiple goal lines, and they haven't been able to convert those into 6, and may come back to bite them in the butt. Like I said, we had a beach ball on the field, Packers, Panthers, and let's get an update on the actual football action going on in that game. Bill Rabier's got more.
Yeah, that beach ball slowed things down for just a minute, but the Panthers weren't affected by it. They punched it in. A touchdown, the first touchdown of the game, scored by Rico Dowdle on a 5-yard run. Makes it 7-3 in favor of the Panthers. The Packers were first on the board as they kicked the field goal. Brandon McManus, good from 49 yards out with 7:53 left in the second quarter. And on the ensuing possession, the Panthers took it down and scored the touchdown. It was keyed by 2 big offensive plays. Rico Dowdle had a 29-yard run. That took it out to the Green Bay 47. And then Xavier Legette had a 22-yard catch. That brought it down to the Packers' 20-yard line. And they also converted on a 4th and 1 from the 6. Got it on a handoff to Dowdle, who then punched it in a couple plays later from 5 yards out. So the Panthers lead it 7-3, and Rico Dowdle has had himself a nice afternoon so far. He has on the day 12 carries, 66 yards, and a touchdown. Meanwhile, Bryce Young, 6 of 10 for 66 yards. His main target through the air so far has been Ted McMillan, who has 2 catches for 32 yards. Both of those came early. Most of their success in the last possession was on the ground with both Dowdle and Chuba Hubbard, although Hubbard is kind of struggling. He's got only 6 yards on 3 carries. They're mixing him in a little bit, but really it's been Rico Dowdle doing the damage. A couple of turnovers in the game. Each team has 1. Packers fumbled it early. The Panthers threw an interception in the end zone on their second possession. So it's been kind of a sloppy game. There's been a few fumbles as well, only 1 fumble lost. Jordan Love, 7 of 9 for 76 yards, and Josh Jacobs just 2 carries for 5 yards in this one so far. Check that, 5 carries for 39. Jacobs has 2 catches for 5 yards. So with 2:22 left in the second quarter, the sun has broken out, and the Panthers have the lead, 7-3 here at Lambeau.
Thank you so much. Let's go out to the other NFC North matchup. Lions, Vikings. J.J. McCarthy's, running around for his life out there. Dustin Fiuco's got more for us.
Yeah, McCarthy, he did just get sacked. Minnesota puts up a field goal, though, after a kind of questionable unnecessary roughness call on Aiden Hutchinson. However, before that, Lions did tie it up momentarily. David Montgomery rushes it in for a 2-yard touchdown run on 4th and 1. We saw the Lions convert on 4th and 4 earlier for a 40-yard touchdown by Laporta. They do it again with Montgomery, but they do trail by a field goal, 17-14. Getting ready to receive again from a kickoff. We'll see if the Lions can retake the lead.
Thank you so much. Dustin Fiuco has more for us as that one continues on, and we follow that matchup. You know what? I completely, undersold what J.J. McCarthy, was going to do this game. He's been better. The offensive line is not held up on their side, and it was a little bit of a wishy-washy, unnecessary roughness call. But he was getting, running for his life, a 14-yard sack at one point. And he had it almost looked like a Madden glitch the way he flipped over. I thought it was a fumble in the Bengals game recovered by the Bears. Bengals got the ball back and then a big play for Flacco to Jamar Chase as that one ended up being a 37-yard reception as he continues to, excel with Joe Flacco under center. And we got a field goal here in the Giants-Niners game, and I think it's good. It looks good. It is good. They are raising. It did not look good on the broadcast, but it is good as the officials confirm that. We got a big play in Colts-Steelers as we will update that one. But first, let's go out. Jason Earhart has more on Bears-Bengals.
Well, the Bengals' best offensive drive of the day had them down to the Bears' 6-yard line, a 1st and 6 after a 36-yard reception by Jamar Chase. However, another foolish penalty, this one on left tackle Orlando Brown, a personal foul. It's moved the Bengals back to the 21-yard line. They currently face a 3rd and goal from the 15-yard line. And again, the two penalties both led to Bears touchdowns, costing the Bengals earlier in this game. This one may well cost them another 4 points as well. So Flacco's throw incomplete. Looks like they're going to have to settle for at least a 33-yard Evan McPherson field goal attempt here moments from now. 14-10 Bears, 5:51 to go in the first half.
Thank you so much, Jason. Mac Jones has got a nosebleed going on. It looks like he took a little bit of a shot to the face on one of those sacks as he was, trying to protect the ball. It looks like he got a little bit of a nose hit, so we'll see what happens. It doesn't look like it's serious, but his nose is bleeding. 3rd and goal, as we heard. Bengals have the ball as Flacco. That's an incompletion, so it'll be 4th and goal for them 3rd and goal. Sorry, 3rd and goal from the 15. That was 2nd and goal. Broncos 3rd and 10 from Houston's 30. Still no update on C.J. Stroud, and we'll get an update in that one as we've got a big play, and that could change the momentum in this one. For the Steelers and the Colts, Daniel Jones. We talked a lot about MVP, a lot of hype. He is struggling out there, so we'll get an update in that one as soon as possible. Some scores around the league, 21-7, Patriots over the Falcons. And let's get an update in this one. There's been a lot of action, a lot of special teams and defense for the Titans, a lot of offense for the Chargers, and Brant Douglas has more on that.
And the Tennessee Titans looking to extend the drive. They've been hurting themselves with penalty. Cam Ward just trying to get a few yards there, but he was well away from a first down. As for the Tennessee Titans, their offense has done basically almost nothing in this game. As for the LA Chargers, Justin Herbert having a great, very consistent game despite throwing a pick 6. He's 11-15 for 169 yards. His leading catcher, Ladd McConkey, 3 catches, 45 yards. Quentin Johnston has a touchdown pass from Herbert for 19 yards. That was on the Chargers' last drive. We're just inside of 6 minutes left to go in the second quarter, and the Chargers, for the first time today, lead the Titans 17-14.
Thank you so much, Brant. As we continue, Penny Sewell out right now. He's not seriously injured. He's still on the sidelines. It looked like he got something in his eye, so we'll get an update there as soon as he's back on the field. And I think he might be out there right now, as that was a replay in that one. And it's going to be 4th down now for the Lions as a big pass rush. Smith comes off the end and bats the ball down, and that will probably do it on that drive for the Lions as they look to punt. Like we said, the Titans looking to get anything going. We're getting a replay here of the scramble, about 7 yards for Cam Ward, as that's going to be a 3rd and long for them. The Panthers and Packers, the Packers are wearing the new those throwback uniforms. It makes their helmets look like the old school, like 1930s, 40s leather helmets, and their offense is playing like that today, as it is still 7-3 there. Jordan Love, 7 of 9, 76 yards. Rico Dowd, 12 carries, 66 yards, and a touchdown. Chuba Hubbard has 3 carries, so he has firmly taken over that starting running job. And as of less, I think he's only started 5 or 6 weeks, and he is top 5 in rushing yards. So you can understand why they do that there. The Titans have tied it up with a big field goal in that one, so it'll be 17-17. I'll get the exact yardage of what that field goal was in a moment. It was a 41-yarder, I believe, 49-yarder for Joey Sly, so a big field goal for the Titans there. Giants will have it 3rd and 7. It is 17-7 right now, about 53 seconds left after the Niners took a timeout in that one. So we got, like I was doing, I was updating the scoreboard before. The Colts have struggled. Daniel Jones has struggled. He has a fumble lost and an interception in this one, which has led to 14 points by the Steelers. 14-7 now. Steelers over the Colts. The Colts now have the ball. It's 2nd and 3 from their own 37-yard line after a short pass to Tyler Warren. The Giants, like I said, it is 3rd down for them. 4th and 2 for the Falcons in New England's territory. It's 21-7 in that one. Niners leave 17-7 over the Giants. Like I said, Steelers 8-7 over the Colts. Chargers-Titans locked in at 17 apiece. Panthers 7, Packers 3. They're at the 50-yard line, and after a loss in that one, so Josh Jacobs' 2-yard loss, it's 4th and 4 now for them at Green Bay's 48. The Vikings have the lead, and they have the ball. They're up 17-14. They're on their own 25-yard line with about 3 minutes to go in the half in that one. Big drop pass by Theo Johnson there, so it's going to be 4th and 7, and the Giants are going to have to punt. That was, he's nobody around him, and he dropped the ball. Would have been a first down, so a big drop in that one. 14-13 Bears over the Bengals. It is 1st and 20 from Chicago's 25-yard line. As let's see what the update was on that one. All right, they had the field goal. It looked like they had missed it. So 14-13 Bears over the Bengals. About 5 left in that one. The Broncos get on the scoreboard, a big touchdown, and they're getting ready to kick off back to the Texans in a bit. 7 plays, 70 yards, took 2:20 off the clock, and there'll be about 5 minutes left in that one. Bo Nix deep to Sutton down the left sideline for 30 yards. So he responded nicely after the touchdown. So a lot of Texans possession, not a lot of Texans points, and it is 7-6 Broncos. The Texans will take over from their own 27. We got a lot more to get to. Updates, scoring, injuries, fantasy. We'll get the CJ Stroud update as soon as possible. All that on Infinity Sports Network and BetMGM. Gridiron Game Day. Stay tuned.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. "45 seconds remaining. "30 seconds remaining. "15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, we got a lot to get to, a lot of action here as we continue this Week 9 game. What a play by Justin Herbert. It looks like it's a catch to Keenan Allen deep down the sideline. Great throw, great catch in the double coverage. It looks like he's in. We will see what the update is on that one in a bit. A couple other games to get to. First, let's go out to Brian Batco with the Colts and Steelers update.
Hey guys, yeah. So far, at least here in the first half, this is the Daniel Jones game that the haters have been expecting to see. He's been strip sacked by T.J. Watt, and he threw a horrible interception right into the chest of Steelers linebacker Peyton Wilson that set up an Aaron Rodgers to Pat Freiermuth touchdown to make it 14-7. Rodgers is going to try to put together a 2-minute drill now from Steelers territory to give them a little bit more breathing room going into the break because the Colts will get the ball first in the second half.
Thank you so much, Brian. And he is right. That has been the game that many people expected from Daniel Jones, and we'll see how he responds to, the first, early adversity. They obviously had that game against the Rams, but that was more mistakes by, not trying to put it on one guy, but, 2 major mistakes by Mitchell. So we'll see how he responds to that one. The Packers are knocking on the door, so we will go and get an update on that one. Panthers, Packers, Bill Rabier's got more for us.
Well, the Packers were knocking on the door, but no one was home because they went for 3rd down and 9. I'm sorry, 3rd and 6 from the Carolina 9. Jordan Love threw the ball into the end zone, incomplete, so they had to settle for a field goal, 27-yarder from Brandon McManus, and that ended the first half. So Green Bay with 6 points in the first half. They've held the ball for quite a while, and they've moved the ball pretty well on offense. They just haven't put the ball in the end zone or really come away with any points to score for it. A couple of field goals. They got to be disappointed with that, and they trail the Panthers 7-6 at halftime. Jordan Love having a pretty decent first half. He had a nice drive that last possession, 11 for 16, 136 yards, no touchdowns, and receiving-wise, Packers have really spread it around. They're led by Christian Watson, who had the long play of the day, a 52-yard reception, his only catch of the day. Bryce Young, meanwhile, for Carolina, 6 of 10 for 66 yards. Rico Dowdle has done most of the work on offense for them. 12 carries, 66 yards, averaging over 5.5 yards a carry, and has the lone touchdown of the game, a 5-yard plunge just before the 2-minute warning here in the second quarter. So we are at halftime now, and the Packers trail the Panthers 7-6 at Lambeau Field.
Thank you so much on the update there. Chargers, so that play was actually, I was getting a little distracted there. The Chargers play was actually overturned, so they ended up putting, so the Tennessee Titans have the ball at their own 43, 1st and 10 in that one. It looked like a great play, but he was ruled out of bounds. But we did have a huge play here that could ultimately change the tides in this one? Falcons, Patriots, Alan Siegel has more.
Well, I'll tell you something. Atlanta just pulled off a play that they definitely needed because the Patriots had themselves the ball and they were marching and were trying for some points just before halftime. But Drake May went back to pass. He was strip sacked. It was picked up by James Pierce and ran about 20 yards to the 6-yard line. Michael Penix has just gone to the 1-yard line, and Atlanta has called a timeout. So here's the situation, Anthony. We have a 2nd and goal at the 2 for the Atlanta Falcons. 16 seconds to go here until halftime. Atlanta, no timeouts left. And the score is the Patriots 21, Atlanta 7 for now, Anthony.
Thank you so much. When we last spoke to Adam, the Broncos offense couldn't get anything going. A lot has changed since then, but Davis Mills has filled in pretty nicely. Adam Spillane's got an update from Houston.
Yeah, so the Broncos took the lead after Bo Nix hit Cortland Sutton for a 30-yard touchdown pass on a 3rd and 10. It was a perfect throw towards the corner of the end zone, and Sutton beat the all-pro cornerback Derek Stingley Jr., who had just made a nice play a couple of plays before. And on the previous play on 2nd down, Nix missed a wide-open Evan Ingram for what could have been a touchdown after Jalen Petrie fell down in coverage. But again, the Broncos were able to take a 7-6 lead, but the Texans were just regained the lead. Kymie Fairbairn kicked a 38-yard field goal, his 3rd field goal of the game. So it's 9-7 Texans with 1:52 to go in the first half. The Broncos are about to receive the kickoff. They have 1 timeout remaining. Davis Mills, as you said, filling in for C.J. Stroud. We don't have an update yet on Stroud. He's being evaluated for a concussion. Stroud, 6 of 10, 79 yards. Mills, a 7 of 9 for 72 yards. He's had a nice connection with Nico Collins. Collins returning after suffering a concussion a couple weeks ago in Seattle. He's got 5 catches for 68 yards. Dalton Schultz, who missed part of the week due to he missed 2 days of practice this week due to a couple of injuries, has 3 catches for 55 yards. Bo Nix for Denver, 4 of 13, 70 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception. Denver will start this drive. It was a touchback, I believe. It was a touchback on the kickoff, so Denver will get the ball at their own 35. 1:52 to go in the first half, and they, again, have 1 timeout to work with.
Thank you so much, Adam. Some of the other updates, obviously, he said they have 1 timeout to work with. They got 1:52 left in that one. The Bears have 1:42 left in the half as they're trying to extend their lead over the Bengals. It's 14-13. 3rd and 3 for the Bears at the Bengals 7-yard line. About 51 seconds left in the Vikings-Lions as the Vikings have the ball. 3rd and 11 from their own 46 after a loss of yards on a pass to Justin Jefferson. The Chargers now have the ball. 2nd and 5 from their own 31-yard line with 2:20 left in that one as the Titans offense continues to struggle. Most of their points coming off of turnovers and special teams. The Falcons and Patriots just had a big play. We'll get an update as soon as possible on that as the Falcons try to cut into the Patriots' lead. At halftime, Niners 17, Giants 7, Panthers 7, Packers 6. Those 2 games at half. 57 seconds left in the half in Steelers-Colts. 2nd and 10 for the Steelers. They're at Indianapolis's 30-yard line after a Rodgers incomplete pass. Let's go out. Like I said, Bears are threatening. They're in the red zone. Let's get an update on Bengals-Bears from Jason Earhart.
Well, the Bengals defense has just made sort of a stop. There was a 3rd and 3 from the 7-yard line. They forced an incomplete pass, and it looks like a Cairo Santos field goal attempt forthcoming. The Bears lead this game 14-13, trying to extend this lead out to 4. Rookie Kyle Monangai, almost 100 yards rushing already in the first half for the Bears. The Bengals will get the ball here with 1:33 to go to try to get something in before the half, and probably be a good idea to do that because the Bears will get the ball to start the 3rd quarter. Again, waiting on Santos here to line up for the field goal. Looks like it's going to be about 24 yards. Should be a chip shot. Bears looking to extend that lead to 17-13. 1:33 to go. First half here from Cincinnati.
Thank you so much. Honestly, it was, he was scrambling for his life, Caleb Williams, and right before that field goal, he throws the ball away and somehow hits the upright. I find that very impressive. I don't think I've ever seen that before, but, very fun there. A big scramble from Justin Herbert gets them into what should be field goal range. Steelers have the ball after a penalty. It was declined. It was okay, so it was on the Colts. So 1st and 10 for the Steelers. They're at Indianapolis's 12-yard line. Most of the offensive stats coming the way of Indianapolis, but the fumble and interception by Daniel Jones has really been the deciding factor. As with 15 seconds left, the Steelers try to make this a two-possession game, as we will watch and see what happens there in a moment. But first, let's go out to Green Bay. They're at half. Packers, Panthers. Bill Rabier has more.
Well, we're getting a nice halftime show here from the University of Wisconsin Marching Band. That's always a treat. They come up here once a year and provide the halftime entertainment. And Packer fans probably enjoying this more than they've enjoyed the first half. It's 7-6 in favor of the Panthers. Green Bay kicking a field goal right at the end of the first half there to make it 7-6, and they will get the ball to start the second half. So they have a chance to take the lead on the opening possession. But they've moved the ball pretty well offensively here. They just haven't put it in the end zone or really taken advantage of their offense. In fact, they've probably been their own worst enemy. 6 penalties in the first half for the Packers to just 2 for Carolina. Each team has turned it over once. The Packers fumbled in the red zone, turned it over, and the Panthers threw an interception in the end zone to turn it over. So both teams a little sloppy on offense. Defensively, the Packers are playing pretty well, keeping Bryce Young and company in check. Young 6 of 10 for 66 yards. Rico Dowdle with 66 yards rushing on 12 carries. And for Green Bay, Jordan Love 11 of 16 for 136. Their leading rusher is Josh Jacobs, 7 carries for 49 yards. And so the Packers will get the ball to start the second half, as I mentioned, and try to get this lead back. They trail 7-6 here at halftime at Lambeau Field.
Thank you so much, Bill. And we will get an update in a second. I'm almost certain J.J. McCarthy threw a pick. It looked like it was a drop, but the Lions took over, so it was a pick. So the Lions have the ball right now, 3rd and 11 from their own 38-yard line. Naylor coming across the middle, it looked like he pinned the ball to his shin. Somehow he was able to maintain possession, so we will get an update on that as soon as possible. 2nd and 20 for the Steelers now from their own 21-yard line. I do not know what the penalty was, and we will get that up. A false start was the penalty, so that pushed them back now as they are going to, it looks like they're just going to run out of bounds with about 3 seconds left. They got it to, they could still go for it. It looks like they're at like the 5-yard line. There's about 3 seconds left. I think they're going to take the points as it looks like Rodgers is walking off the field. 4th and 16 for the Broncos as they continue. They just punted it away. They continue to struggle offensively. The Chargers look to get some points on the board before the end of the half, and Brant Douglas has more on that from Chargers-Titans.
And they do just that. Cameron Dicker connects from 52 yards out. Chargers got into Titans territory on a 30-yard scramble by Justin Herbert. He just found a seam down the right side of the field and took it into Titans territory. But then on the ensuing play, he was sacked for the 3rd time this first half. The Titans defense has been able to somewhat contain Justin Herbert. Herbert right now passing 13 to 24, 185 yards, 2 touchdowns. He did throw a pick 6 along with the 3 sacks. One update for you on the Chargers. Joe Alt, their team captain, is out, questionable return with an ankle injury. And it was one of those moments where we only did not see what happened when it initially happened. They barely showed a single replay because it's a replay you don't want to see more than once. Alt got his right leg rolled up underneath. Player hit him from behind, and they had the cart on the field within about 30 seconds after it happened. It was that severe of an injury, so fingers crossed for him that it isn't as severe as it initially looks. Meantime, Titans looking to, they're going to have the ball, probably just run out the clock, 14 seconds left on their own 30-yard line. Chargers lead 20-17.
Thank you so much, Brant. So we'll get an update on the Joe Alt injury as soon as possible. C.J. Stroud, questionable to return. He's being evaluated for a concussion, so you hope all is okay there. We had a big, before we go to the update, we had a big touchdown in this Bengals-Bears game. T. Higgins, 3rd player in the Super Bowl era to have 9 straight home games with a receiving touchdown. The other 2, Chris Carter and Jerry Rice. So elite class T. Higgins is in there as he burns down the sideline, makes an incredible catch. You could have argued that could have been defensive pass interference. He was still able to maintain body control, catch that ball, and take it to the house. We got a lot more to get to. All the updates, all the fantasy. I'll get you the fantasy leaders in the first half as we go. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony. Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud was hit while attempting to slide on a scramble. The back of his head slammed against the turf, and Stroud appeared to go into that fencing posture that is indicative of a head injury. We learned about that from Tua Tagovailoa a couple of years ago. Stroud was able to walk off the field. They're saying he's questionable to return. Davis Mills is in at quarterback for the Texans as they lead the Broncos 9-7, 1:02 to play in the first half. Bengals backup running back Samaje Perine is doubtful to return after suffering an ankle injury. The Bengals are up on the Bears 20-17 with a minute to play in the first half there. Mac Jones with a couple of touchdown tosses for the 49ers, one to Christian McCaffrey, and the Niners have a 17-7 lead on the Giants at the break. J.J. McCarthy, a couple of touchdown tosses for the Vikings. They're up on the Lions 17-14 in Detroit at halftime. Rico Dowdle continues to motor for the Panthers, 66 rushing yards and a touchdown. It's the Panthers leading the Packers at Lambeau 7-6 at the break. Chargers 20, Titans 17 at halftime. Justin Herbert with a couple of touchdown passes. The Patriots have a 21-14 lead on the Falcons at halftime. Drake May, 173 yards passing and 2 touchdowns for New England. It's the Steelers 17, Colts 7, as Pittsburgh trying to hand what would be Indianapolis just their second loss this season. 3 games coming in the later window. The premier game sees Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs visit Josh Allen's Buffalo Bills. Rookie Tyler Shuck makes his first NFL start for the 1-7 Saints as they visit the 5-2 Rams. Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence will be playing through illness in Las Vegas. The Jags trying to end a 2-game slide. Tonight, Jayden Daniels returns from his hamstring injury for the 3-5 Commanders. They're taking on the 5-2 Seahawks. College football, Auburn fires Hugh Freeze. South Carolina fires offensive coordinator Mike Shula. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes. We are back, and we have a couple of games just finishing off the first half. Bears lining up to kick the field goal, and they shank it left. That game's about to go to halftime. 20-17 Bengals over the Bears. Texans trying to put some points on the board before the end of the half as they're up 9-7 over the Broncos, about 50 seconds left in that one. Zach Allen was down when we last saw. The Giants and the Niners are kicked off in the second half. Niners already have the ball in the red zone, so we'll get an update on that one in a second. First, let's go to Alan Siegel in New England as he's got an update.
All right, Anthony, let's try to recap a little bit what happened just before the end of the first half. Jalen Walker strip-sacked Drake May, and the ball was picked up by James Pierce. It went to the 6-yard line. Eventually, it ended up with a Drake London 1-yard touchdown pass with 12 seconds to go, and that made it 21-14. Now, Keyshawn Boutte for the Patriots, he is questionable in the second half with a hamstring. The Patriots outgained Atlanta 220-130, and on third down attempts, the Patriots were 5 of 6 while Atlanta was 0 for 4. The Patriots have the ball to start the second half, and Drake May actually just fumbled and recovered it and just hit Demario Douglas for a first down. So Patriots are on the march here to start the second half, and it's New England 21, Atlanta 14, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan. Texans trying to put some points on the board before the end of the half. Let's go out to Houston as Adam Spillane has an update for us.
Anthony, the first half ends with a 40-yard field goal by Kaimi Fairbairn, so the Texans lead the Broncos 12-7. Fairbairn 4 of 5 on field goal attempts in this game. As the Texans have been able to drive the football, they have not been able to punch it in the end zone. They've been able to get to the one a couple of times, and again have not been able to punch it in. The Texans were able to get that opportunity to kick that field goal at the end of the half after Michael Bandy could not field a punt from Tommy Townsend. It was recovered by the Texans. at the Denver 30-yard line. They were able to move the ball a little bit, and then again they kicked the field goal. Denver's score in this game coming on a 30-yard touchdown catch from Cortland Sutton. That was from Bo Nix. That at the time gave the Broncos a 7-6 lead, but the Texans have been able to tack on a couple of field goals since. The Broncos have 2 turnovers in this game, and that has led to 6 Texans points. So the story of this first half is injuries on both sides. Zach Allen, you mentioned the defensive end. He left the game during that last drive. We don't have an update on him. C.J. Stroud is being evaluated for a concussion that was suffered in the second quarter. The Texans have not updated his status. And then the Texans also have a couple of offensive linemen who are questionable. Both their right side of the offensive line. Titus Howard, the right tackle, being evaluated for a concussion, and Ed Ingram has a knee injury. Both of them are questionable. So we are at the half in Houston. It's the Texans 12 and the Broncos 7.
Thank you so much. Some other updates around the league injury-wise. Joe Alt is hurt, and he is out. We'll get an update on that in a little bit. Tucker Kraft just helped off the field, limping, as that one is 10 minutes left in the third, and it looks like Brandon McManus just missed a field goal in that one. Some of the other scores at half: Chargers 20, Titans 17, Colts 7, Steelers 17. Bears down 20-17 to the Bengals, like we just heard in Houston. Houston's up 12-7 over Denver. So we'll get updates there. After the missed field goal, it's 7-6 Panthers over the Packers. The Packers really channeling the era that their uniforms were made popular. So, they have the old school, like 1930s leather helmet uniform look. 21-14 Patriots over the Falcons. That one's about a minute into the third quarter. Updates all around, but first let's go out. Mike Mancuso, Giants, Niners. We got another score in that one. What's going on, Mike?
Well, a 33-yard field goal, the second of the day for Eddie Pinheiro of the 49ers. They now lead the Giants 20-7, and I will mention the Giants wearing their 1980 version of their uniform where they won Super Bowls, but so far not a Super Bowl-inspired day for the Giants, especially the defensive backfield, Anthony. They have allowed Mac Jones to go 17 of 24 for 183 yards, making key completions on third downs. Jennings, Kittle, McCaffrey all getting involved. Each have 4 catches. McCaffrey's also run for 47 yards. So the Giants doing a decent job against the run, but the defensive backs are letting Mac Jones have a field day so far. Giants now have the ball 2nd and 2 on their own 41-yard line, trying to get some offense going. They trail 20-7.
Thank you so much. Let's go out. Like I said, Brandon McManus missed a field goal. Let's hear the complete update from Bill Rabier.
Yeah, McManus no good from 43 yards, and the Packers' first possession of the second half, and it remains 7-6 in favor of the Carolina Panthers today. The Panthers coming in a almost 2-touchdown underdog, but they have hung right in there with the Packers, and Green Bay has pretty much, I think, shot themselves in the foot. They've been their own worst enemy here in this game. They've moved the ball offensively, but they have barely any points to show for it, just 2 field goals from Brendan McManus. So Carolina takes over their first possession of the second half at their own 38-yard line, 1st and 10. Green Bay trails Carolina 7-6, just underway, 10.5 minutes to go in this third quarter at Lambeau Field.
Thank you so much, Bill, as we continue to monitor that one. Let's go out. This one's at halftime. Bears, Bengals. Jason Earhart's got us covered.
Yeah, halftime here in Cincinnati, the Bengals lead 20-17. A late 44-yard touchdown reception by T. Higgins has put the Bengals on top. Bears missed a 47-yard field goal. It was actually partially blocked by Joseph Osai that would have tied the game going into the locker room. Big first half for Bears running back Kyle Monangai, 16 carries, 100 yards. And for the Bengals, both Jamar Chase and T. Higgins both have 3 catches for 63 yards each. Bears set to get the ball to start the third quarter. But for now, the Bengals lead 20-17.
Thank you so much, Jason. Let's get an update around the fantasy scoreboards as we do around halftime every week. I'll just give you the guys for today. Obviously, Lamar Jackson so far is still the leader for the week. Caleb Williams at halftime has 20.54 points in standard PPR leagues, 136 yards passing, 1 touchdown, 4 carries for 39 yards. And guess what? Buddy's got a receiving catch today, so he's got 2 touchdowns on the day. Drake London, 20.5, 5 catches, 2 touchdowns, through the air. Demario Douglas, everyone's favorite Patriot receiver, 4 catches, 100 yards, and a touchdown. Christian McCaffrey, and that's 20 points for Douglas. McCaffrey's got 17.5 with a 15 for 47 on the ground, 4 for 28, and a touchdown in the air. Sam Laporta, 17.1. He's got 4 catches, 71 yards, and a touchdown. Some other notables, Justin Herbert, 16.34. T. Higgins, 15.3, and Drake May, 14.78. Nico Collins, in his return, 7 catches, 75 yards. He's got 14.5 points in fantasy. Let's go back out. They're getting ready to kick off the second half. Titans, Chargers. Brant Douglas has more from Nissan Stadium.
And the Chargers do get the ball to start the second half with a 20-17 lead thus far. They've been able to get a very short run from Kimone Vidal and then a 7-yard pass to Oronde Gadsden, giving them a 3rd and short. 3rd and 2 in the first half. Justin Herbert, 13 of 20 passing for 186 yards, 3 sacks, and a pick 6. And the 3rd down pass will be knocked away. So 3 and out for the Chargers on their first play of the second half. The Titans and their offense has only been able to generate a field goal thus far. Will take the field here for the first time in the second half. 13:28 left in the second. It's the Chargers 20, the Titans 17.
Thank you so much, Brant. So that's a big stop by this Titans defense. They've showed up today. The Chargers offense has been slowed down enough that the Titans can stay in this. They've also gotten points on defense and special teams. So Ladd McConkey, with the defender draped all over him, not able to reel that one in. So 4th and 2 for them. They are going to punt as the offense comes off the field, like we just heard. 13:33 left in the third quarter. The Patriots already in the red zone. 1st and 10, 11 minutes left in the third quarter after a 14-yard pass to Hunter Henry, who joined us last week after the Patriots victory. So the Patriots up 21-14. They're in the red zone. The Giants, 1st and 10 from San Francisco's 25. They're right outside the red zone. The Colts, 2nd and 20 as they start the half with a big Daniel Jones sack of 10 yards. So we'll see what happens there. Jackson Dart scrambling around. He'll gain a few yards in this one, about 5 yards, and it's now going to be 2nd and 5 for him in that. So they're down 20-7, about 8:45 left as they are right outside of the red zone. He's been scrambling around all day, so he's had a lot of, pressure as always. And at first I thought he was sliding, and he just got lit up there. Oh, no, they called unnecessary roughness in that one. So the Giants are going to get the first down. They're going to be in the red zone. 3rd and 20 for the Colts. A little bit of a short pass to Pittman as he had to lunge over to catch that, and they're going to be well short of the first down. 4th and 9 from their own 38. Patriots 2nd and 6 from Atlanta's 15. The Titans will take over from the 28 after making the Chargers go 3 and out. Panthers 4th and 4 from Green Bay's 49. I'm curious if they will go for it or if they will punt a little too far for a field goal. The Lions get the ball after a Vikings punt, so it's 1st and 10 from Detroit's own 8-yard line. Broncos, Texans, Bengals, Bears, both still at the half. Texans 12, Broncos 7, Bengals 20, Bears 17. Big pass to the left side of the end zone. Darius Slayton just out of his reach as he's draped by Green of the Niners. So he's not going to be able to reel that in for a touchdown. Drake May scrambling, able to get the first down and out of bounds in that one. So it's going to be 1st and goal from Atlanta's 8 after a 3-yard scramble for the first down. And we'll see what happens there. There's a flag in the Giants game, so we'll see what that ends up becoming in that one. And we have some more. The Steelers get the ball back after the Colts punt, so they'll start from their own 22. Daniel Jones, 13 of 22, 133 yards, 2 turnovers today. Jonathan Taylor, 10 carries, 24 yards. So the Steelers have absolutely shut down 2 people who we've talked about a lot over the last few weeks as MVP, favorites or dark horses. So that's very interesting to see that this Steelers, after getting a lot of flack from their own fan base, they have been able to slow down the best offense in the NFL. As up to this point, Some other updates: the Patriots' second and goal from Atlanta's 5 as they got a 3-yard carry from Henderson. We'll get all that. We'll get the Giants. We'll get the Patriots updates in the red zone. We'll update you on the games just kicking off in the second half. Stay tuned. A lot to get to. And after the games, these 1 o'clock games, we got the 4 o'clock games. We got player interviews. We've got sound. All right here. Gridiron Game Day. Stay tuned.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. 45 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Every game is now kicked off in the second half as we get down to the nitty-gritty. And the Broncos, right now, it is going to be 3rd and 1 after a rush short of the line. And it looks like the Titans stopping their own. You see something new every week. It looks like DK on the, jet sweep was going to get into the end zone, but runs into Spears, who not only stops him from scoring, but forces a fumble on his own teammate. So a very confusing turn of events there as the Titans are now 2nd or 3rd and goal from the 1, and we'll see what happens on that drive. Let's go out to New York. Giants, Niners. Giants were in the red zone. We last spoke to you. Mike Mancuso has the complete update.
All right, right now the 49ers will be punting to the Giants. It's a 4th and 5. Mac Jones just tried a quick pass on the out, and Brian Burns deflected it. So now the 49ers will be punting to the Giants. 5 minutes remaining, third quarter. San Francisco on top, 20-10. I should mention that. The Giants just got a prior to the 49ers now being on offense. Graham Gano hit a 22-yard field goal to get the Giants to within 10. They just had a 64-yard drive. Jackson Dart, lots of running on that drive. He's rushed for 35 yards. He's thrown 18 times, completed 13 of them for only 75 yards. So it has not been a terrific offensive game for the Giants, but now they have the ball on about the 21-yard line here in the third quarter, 4.5 remaining, and they're only down 10. 49ers lead at 20-10.
Thank you so much, Mike. Let's go out to New England. From Foxborough, Falcons, Patriots, Alan Siegel's got you covered.
All right, Anthony. The Patriots just created a 2-score game, and they did it with a field goal. Andy Borregales, a 32-yard field goal that ended the 15-play, 56-yard drive. It featured a 15-yard reception to DeMario Pop Douglas, and with Kayshon Boutte now ruled out for hamstring, he's taken the most of his opportunities. He's got 4 receptions for 100 yards today. And that is first 100-yard game for DeMario Douglas. It also included a 14-yard to Hunter Henry. And then the Patriots eventually got the first and goal at the 5. But the Falcons have played very well defensively this afternoon, and they sacked Drake May for the 5th time this afternoon, pushing them all the way back, which created the field goal. And the Patriots defense then had to take over, and they created a 3 and out for Atlanta. Their third 3 and out today. And the Patriots now have the ball back when the clock stops. So we have 5:23 to go here in the third quarter, and the Patriots now lead it by 2 scores, 24-14, Anthony.
Thank you so much. A big return for the Texans as that gets the Texans into Broncos territory after the Broncos could not do anything on offense, as that has been the theme of the day for them. Bears have the ball at Cincinnati 16. As they continue their drive, they're looking to go up or at least tie it 20-17 Bengals. Kyle Monangai, 18 carries, 111 yards after another big carry, and he gets the ball again, and it looks like they're going to be short of the first down, but there's going to be a penalty on that one. 1st and 10 from the Green Bay 22-yard line, and the Panthers hand it off as they have the ball, trying to get into the red zone in that one after an interception on Jordan Love. Vikings have the ball, about 9:30 left in the third quarter. They're on Detroit's 35-yard line. It's 17-14 Vikings over the Lions. Jared Goff, 12 of 20, 121 yards and a touchdown. Aaron Jones finally getting comfortable. I think this is his second game back, maybe his third game back. He's got 78 yards on the ground on 9 carries. He's also got 2 catches for 20 yards in that one. So he's been getting involved. J.J. McCarthy's back. He has 11 of 19, 106 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception for him. He's been sacked 3 times. So he's been, settling in nicely in that one. Let's go out. As I said, Carolina's got the ball in what is the red zone for the Packers. So Panthers have the ball. Let's get the update. Panthers-Packers for Bill Rabier.
Well, they have it now inside the 10. It's first and goal from the Packers' 7-yard line after a 5-yard gain by Chuba Hubbard. The Panthers have the ball on the heels of an interception by safety Trayvon Merrick. Jordan Love threw one up into double coverage. Merrick came over as the safety in center field and picked it off and then returned it 36 yards to the Packers' 38-yard line, and now they have it inside the 10. Just threw an incomplete pass. They're looking at second and goal from the 7. And with 3 minutes to go here in this third quarter, the outcome is very much in doubt. And I told you in the pregame this afternoon, the Packers fans were hoping for a little bit less drama, being a almost two touchdown favorite in this one, but this has been anything but stress less. I mean, the Packers have trailed most of the way, and they trail it now 7-6, and Carolina knocking on the door with 2:59 left third quarter here at Lambeau.
Thank you so much, Bill. Let's go out to Houston as the Broncos and Texans are in a defensive struggle. Adam Spillane's got more for us.
All right, Anthony, a couple injury updates for the Texans. First, C.J. Stroud will not return today. He has suffered a concussion that came back in the second quarter, so Davis Mills will be the Texans' quarterback the remainder of the afternoon. Texans will also be without right tackle Titus Howard. He also suffered a concussion, so 2 big losses for the Texans' offense. But the Texans, leading 12-7, are driving their first possession of the second half. They got a good kick return to get, or they got a good return on a punt by the rookie Jalen Knowles right around midfield. And right now, the Texans have the ball right at the Broncos' 20. So another opportunity to add to this lead. Davis Mills has played well in relief of C.J. Stroud. Really the first important snaps that Mills has gotten really in a couple of years when you think about it. But Mills is now 10 of 14 for 83 yards. Or 84 yards, excuse me. He has been able to get the Texans into scoring territory on a couple of occasions, but they have had to settle for field goals in this game. They have 4 Kaimi Fairbairn field goals in this game. Bo Nix for Denver, 6 of 17 for 76 yards. He has 1 touchdown and 1 interception. So we have played 5 minutes in the third quarter. Texans are driving. They'll have 3rd and 9 from now the Denver 23, and they already lead this game 12-7.
Thank you so much. Let's go out to Cincinnati as we've got another score in that one. Jason Earhart's got more for us.
Yeah, this back-and-forth game now swinging back to Chicago. A 6-yard touchdown pass from Caleb Williams to Colston Loveland has put the Bears up 24-20. It was the first drive of the third quarter. The Bears ate up almost 7 minutes on that drive. They drove 77 yards on the drive, well over 400 yards offense today for the Bears. They've had the time of possession as well. They've maintained about 26-10 in time of possession so far. It seems like they're dominating the game, but the Bengals are right there, only down 4, ready to get the ball back. 8:11 to go, third quarter from Cincinnati.
Let's go out to Tennessee. The Titans had the ball in the red zone. It was 4th and 1. And let's get the complete breakdown of what happened on that Titans drive. Brant Douglas has more.
And I think breakdown's the word to describe what happened to the Titans on that 4th down play, as they were not able to get the ball into the end zone. Coming up short on the 3rd and goal on the 1-yard line, they tried a wildcat play. Tony Pollard was stuck. They tried a more traditional handoff to Pollard on 4th down, and he was about the 2 lengths of the football short. Since then, the Chargers have driven out from the inside their 1-yard line. They are now at midfield, facing a 2nd down and 8, looking to continue their drive. Right now, Justin Herbert, 16 of 24 for 217 yards. He has 2 touchdown passes, 1 interception. He's been sacked 4 times. And it's going to be a 3rd and short as another big play as the Chargers move it into Titans territory. Our score right now, 2:15 left in the third. It's the Chargers 20 and the Titans 17.
Thank you so much, Brant, and we will monitor that one. A big play in this one as the Falcons look for any life, and they might have just gotten it in the Patriots game. A big interception thrown by Drake May, and they'll take over from the Atlanta 45 after a false start penalty. It's now 2nd and 14 for the Falcons at the Atlanta 45. We'll get an update in this Panthers-Packers game as the Panthers were threatening the score after what looked like an interception by McKinney, and then he was out of bounds. We'll see if the Panthers are able to make do with that one. The Texans lining up for another field goal, and it is good. So, again, not being able to come away with points, this Broncos defense has been able to overcome what has been a putrid day for their offense, which has been a theme a lot. 6 of 18 for Bo Nix, 76 yards, a touchdown and an interception. They only have 44 yards on the ground, 9 carries for 44 yards. This Texans defense doing exactly what it's done all season, preventing teams from scoring. In the Bears-Bengals game, the Bengals are about to receive the kickoff. We'll get an update there. Kyle Monangai, 21 carries, 122 yards, 17 of 29 for Caleb Williams. He has 191 yards in the air, 2 passing touchdowns, and a receiving touchdown. The Bengals are going to take over at the 31 to be exact. Vikings, Lions, 17-14 Vikings, about 8 minutes left in the third quarter there after a Jordan Mason rush on the outside to the right, 7 yards. It'll be 2nd and 3rd from Detroit's 28, and now they open it up. Jordan Addison gets a 17-yard catch. They're now down at Detroit's 11-yard line, so it'll be 1st and 10 from the 11 of Detroit's 11-yard line. Like I said, we'll see what happens there. Like I said, the Broncos stopped the Texans as they were settling for a field goal, so 15-7 in that one. Niners have the ball after another stalled drive by the Giants. 1st and 10 from San Francisco's 24, as that game is 20-10 Niners. About 1:30 left in the third quarter. About 2:45 left in the third quarter of the Falcons game. Like I said, they took over after an interception by Drake May, who was having a good game, 16 of 22, 215 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception, also adding 16 yards on the ground. Terrell Jennings, surprise player with Ramondre Stevenson out. Terrell Jennings, 9 carries, 30 yards, and a touchdown. Trevion Henderson, 11 carries for 51 yards. The big guy in the air, Demario Douglas, 4 catches, 100 yards, and a touchdown. Stephon Diggs has 1 catch for 11 yards, which has led to a touchdown. Michael Penix, in his return from injury, 15 of 22, 118 yards, 2 touchdowns. Bijan Robinson, 24 yards. Michael on the ground. Michael Penix also added 2 carries for 19 yards. Kyle Pitts, 4 of 38. Drake London, only 35 yards in the air on 5 catches. He does have 2 touchdowns receiving. In J.J. McCarthy's return, as they are in the red zone trying to put up a touchdown or, any points, J.J. McCarthy, 12 of 22, 123 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. Aaron Jones has 9 carries, 78 yards. Jordan Mason, 5 for 16. Jordan Addison, 2 catches, 48 yards. Justin Jefferson, 5 catches, 43 yards. In this one, Jared Goff is 13 of 22, 118 yards, and a touchdown. David Montgomery adds a touchdown on the ground to go with 7 carries and 21 yards. It's going to be 3rd and 7 from, let me get the exact yardage on this one, from Detroit's 8. So we'll see if the Vikings can get a score there. A penalty in the Chargers game is going to make it 1st and 15, but they are at Tennessee's 17-yard line. We'll see if the Chargers come away with points there, as that one has been all Chargers offense and nothing from the Tennessee offense, as the defense and special teams has put up 14 points. The Falcons now have the ball at New England's 31-yard line. It's 31 for them. If they come away with 3, at least they turn this into a 1-score game. So if you're a Falcons fan, you got to hope for that at least. The Steelers have the ball 1st and 10 at Indianapolis' 41-yard line. They have all but stifled the Colts offense, the number 1 offense in the league. It is 17-10 in that one, as the Colts look to come back, and the Steelers look to just hold them off and get above 500 at home, as they are on the Colts' 41-yard line. The Niners took over from their own 24 as that drive's about to start. We've got a timeout before the kickoff in the Panthers game. 13-6 over the Packers. the Panthers looked like they threw an interception to Xavier McKinney. He was able to come down with it, but it was out of bounds. The very next play, Rico Dowd gets his second rushing touchdown of the day. 18 of 90 on the ground, 2 rushing touchdowns. This off of an interception by Jordan Love, which has really turned the tide in that one. The Packers wearing the throwback unis, and they are playing like those unis represent the era they represent. The Bengals now have it at the 5-yard line of the Bears as they look to get the ball into the end zone. It is first and goal. Now they're at Chicago's 1 after a defensive pass interference. So it is now first and goal from Chicago's 1-yard line. We'll see if we get a touchdown in this one. 5 plays of 20-plus yards for the Bengals, 1 for the Bears. Joe Flacco has transformed that offense into what we thought it could be with Joe Burrow. Not necessarily what it should have been with Joe Burrow, but it has been great. It looks like T. Higgins will be out at the 1-yard line, and it'll be third and goal with about 5 minutes left in the third quarter in that one. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We got all the updates, post-game sound from players, post-game interviews. Jody Mack will join me at 6. We got the 4 o'clock window coming up at 4. A lot to get to. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Okay, let's jump right into it as we got a lot to get to. I wasn't wrong, but they overruled it, and T. Higgins was actually in the end zone. So now 27-24, Bengals over the Bears. Defense has been optional in this one because immediately the next drive down, Caleb Williams hits Colston Loveland 31 yards to get them into Cincinnati territory. It's now 2nd and 7 after a Kyle Monangai 3-yard run. It's 2nd and 7 from Cincinnati's 31. It's 4th and 4. Packers have the ball from Carolina's 36. They're going for it, so we'll give you an update in a second once they complete that play. The Chargers extended their lead over the Titans 27-17. And instead of me updating you, let's go right out to Bill Rabier as he's got the update for you. Panthers, Packers.
Yeah, crucial fourth down play. The Packers did convert a pass from Jordan Love to running back Chris Brooks. Picked up 6, and they converted on 4th and 4 down to the Carolina 28, and then they just connected again on a short pass over the middle. So the Packers will have it 2nd down and 6 at the 22-yard line, trailing now 13-6 because the Carolina Panthers scored in their last possession. Another touchdown by Rico Dowdle, this time just from 1 yard out. If the Packers were called for pass interference in the end zone on Keyshawn Nixon, that put it at the 1, 1st and goal, and on the first play, Dowdle able to run it in. However, he was called for an unsportsmanlike penalty for excessive celebration, or he must have said something. It was hard to see exactly what he did from up here, but he was penalized after the touchdown. That pushed the PAT way back, turned out to be a 48-yard PAT attempt that was no good. So that's why we're at 13-6 instead of 14. They missed that extra point. Jordan Love connected with Romeo Doubs on a 28-yard completion, one of the key plays in this current drive, and the Packers have it now down at the 15-yard line, 1st and 10, and they trail it 13-6 with 13 minutes left in the fourth quarter here at Lambeau Field.
Thank you so much, Bill, and we will monitor that one as the Packers try to score a touchdown for the first time today. I told you before we had the big turn of events in the Patriots-Falcons game. Let's get a complete update from our guy, Alan Siegel, who's live at Gillette.
Hi, Anthony. A very fast-moving third quarter, and basically we are now 3 minutes into the fourth quarter already, and it is a one-score game as the Patriots have made a couple of mistakes today. The last mistake was a interception of Drake May as he intended to hit Hunter Henry across the middle, but Jesse Bates intercepted it, and eventually it led to a 38-yard field goal by Parker Romo just into the fourth quarter. And that is where we stand. 3rd down and 11 for the Patriots in their own territory. 11:58 to go in the fourth quarter. Patriots clinging now to a 24-17 lead, Anthony.
Thank you so much. Let's go out to MetLife, as it feels like it's about ice cream, Twix ice cream bar time from the MetLife press room. Mike Mancuso's got more for us.
I have some really bad news. They did not bring ice cream out into the press room, but they have tons of other stuff.
Wow, maybe it's the weather is too cold for it.
Yeah, I don't know. They have tons of other treats. But listen, this game's getting away from the Giants. It's now 27-10. San Francisco on top. They just had a 76-yard drive, 9 plays. Brian Robinson getting involved at running back. He had an 18-yard run for a touchdown. He has 49 yards rushing, and that's to cover for Christian McCaffrey, who has 86 yards of his own. Mac Jones had a real good day, 196 yards passing, 18 of 23. The Giants had a 7-0 lead in this game, but the 49ers have been in control pretty much the rest of the way, making mincemeat of the Giants' defensive secondary today, and pretty much in control of this game. So with 11:05 remaining, Giants trail 27-10.
Let's go out to Houston as the Broncos and Texans. It is a defensive struggle, as we all predicted, and Adam Spillane's got an update for us.
Yeah, 2:53 to go. Texans still, or 2:53 to go in the third quarter. Texans leading the Broncos 15-7. J.K. Dobbins just failed to convert a 3rd and 1 from the Denver 21. So the Broncos are forced to punt. So the Texans get the ball back at their own 12 after a 67-yard punt by Jeremy Crashaw. So a really good punt that flips field position in this one. Davis Mills remains at quarterback for the Texans in place of C.J. Stroud, who has suffered a concussion. Mills is 10 of 14 for 84 yards. Bo Nix has struggled so far in this game, really outside of the 30-yard touchdown pass to Cortland Sutton in the second quarter. He only has 51 yards passing if you take that away. Nix 7 of 19, 81 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception. Texans have been balanced offensively. The run game has been okay. Woody Marks did spend some time in the injury tent, but he has returned to the game. Nico Collins has had a good game, though, for Houston. 7 catches, 475 yards. Obviously, the big difference in this game, though, is Kaimi Fairbairn. He is 5 of 6 on field goal attempts. The one miss was a 51-yarder as Mills throws incomplete on second down. So it'll be a 3rd and 9 for the Texans coming up from their own 13-yard line, so an opportunity for Denver to get the ball back and get pretty good field position. 2:15 to go in the third quarter. It's the Texans 15 and the Broncos 7.
Let's go out to Cincinnati. Like I said, defense is optional in this one. It's an absolute shootout. After the big touchdown, before we went to the last break, the Bears were threatening, and let's get the complete confirmation of that drive from our guy, Jason Earhart.
Yeah, the easiest pick of the day of this one was the over, which I think was somewhere around 51 points. So we are over that. It's 31-27. The Bears have reclaimed the lead. A backup running back elevated from the practice squad last night named Britton Brown just went for 22 yards. He came in because Kyle Monangai is banged up on the bench. The rookie Monangai, 23 carries, 134 yards in the absence of DeAndre Swift. Bears have run for 204 yards so far in this ballgame. We still have a little bit of time left here in the third quarter. So we're back and forth we go. Bears on top, 31-27. This marks the 8th consecutive game that the Bengals defense had given up at least 27 points. Bengals with the ball at their own 30-yard line, looking to strike back. 1:18 to go, third quarter from Cincinnati.
Thank you so much on that one. Updating this Colts Steelers game. The Colts finally into Steelers territory. They've been opening up the passing plays a little bit. They're now picking apart that Steelers secondary. Only problem is there's 11:40 left in the game, and the Steelers are up 24-7 after a Jaylen Warren run that gave them the 17-point lead. It's now 1st and 34 after a Joey Porter defensive 1st and 10 from the Pittsburgh 34. Sorry, I got ahead of myself there. After the Joey Porter defensive pass interference. In this game of our 1 o'clock window, we've got a big play here as the Lions and Vikings the Lions try to stay on pace with the Vikings. We'll get an update in that one as soon as it goes final, as far as what happened on that drive, as they try to do anything to claw back into this one. 24 points for the Vikings and 10 for the Lions. So we'll get an update there as well. Sorry, 14 for the Lions in that one as they try to keep it to a 1-score game. In the Giants-Niners game, Jackson Dart and the Giants are threatening. We'll get an update on that in a second. The Broncos punted back to the Texans. Texans couldn't do anything up with it. They pumped back to the Broncos as this one has become a real defensive battle with no C.J. Stroud in the game. The Broncos offense has not taken advantage of the, possession they've had. The Texans have done a really good job of taking advantage of time of possession, milking the clock, 5 field goals for them. They're up 15-7, a 13-yard pass to Troy Franklin from Bo Nix as they get into Texans territory. The Bengals at the end of the third quarter have the ball at midfield. It's Cincinnati's 48. It's 2nd and 6 for them as they're down 31-27. Today has been the Kyle Monangai coming out party as DeAndre Swift is out with an injury. Monangai has 134 yards on the ground. Joe Flacco, 14 of 19, 244 yards in the air, 2 touchdowns. I think they have 6+ plays of 20+ yards, and the Bears have 2. So a lot of explosive plays in that one. It's going to be 4th and 9 for the Colts from the Steelers' 33-yard line. We'll see if they kick the field goal on that one to get it to a 2-score game. And Justin Herbert sacked again. No shock there as he continues to get no help from his offensive line. A banged-up offensive line that lost Joe Alt earlier in the game. If you weren't around earlier, Tucker Kraft helped off the field. C.J. Stroud not returning. He's being evaluated for a concussion in the Broncos-Texans game. So a lot of injuries to go around. Also, one non-NFL note, if you missed it earlier, Hugh Freeze fired as Auburn head coach. They lost 10-3 this weekend, so that was the final straw. So he goes along with James Franklin, Billy Napier, and Brian Kelly as notable college football coaches that got the axe this season. We got a lot more to get to. All the NFL action, all the updates, the fantasy updates. We'll hear from some players live from the locker room post-game. We'll get the 4 o'clock window. The great Jody Mack joins me at 6 o'clock. All that right here. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
Well, Anthony, this report is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud has been ruled out with a concussion. Stroud was hit after sliding late on a scramble attempt. The back of his head slammed into the turf. Stroud was able to walk off the field under his own power. Davis Mills in at quarterback for the Texans, who lead the 6-2 Broncos 15-7. The Broncos, though, do have the football. They've just crossed midfield and are in Texans territory. The Colts in danger of taking just their 2nd loss of the season. Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers with a 24-10 lead on the Colts. 10:45 to play in the 4th quarter in Pittsburgh. The Patriots looking to improve to 7-2. They have a 24-17 lead on the Falcons. 9.5 to go at Foxborough. The Chargers ahead of the Titans 27-17, despite left tackle Joe Alt suffering a right ankle injury. Alt was carted to the locker room under 8 minutes to play in Nashville. Rico Dowdle over 100 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns for the Panthers. They're looking to move to 5-4. The Panthers leading at Lambeau 13-6, under 9 to go. They're just about to hit the 4th quarter in Detroit. J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings have a 24-17 advantage on the Lions. The Bengals just about at midfield, down 4 to the Bears, 31-27. Started the 4th quarter in Cincinnati, and Joe Flacco just fumbled, recovered by Chicago to start the 4th quarter. It's the 49ers 27, Giants 17, under 8 to play at MetLife Stadium. 3 games coming in the later window. The big one sees the 5-2 Bills hosting the 5-3 Chiefs. The 5-2 Rams are hosting rookie Tyler Shuck and the Saints. The Jaguars are taking on the Raiders in Vegas. Trevor Lawrence has an illness but is playing. Jaden Daniels is back for the 3-5 Commanders tonight as they host Sam Darnold and the 5-2 Seahawks. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
We've got a lot going on here as the 1 o'clock window winds down. Falcons in New England's red zone. First and goal from New England's 10. Let's go out to Foxborough as Alan Siegel's got the update.
Well, Anthony, the Falcons indeed started the march on their own 15-yard line and trailing by 7 have gone all the way down into the Patriots' 10-yard line. Here's what happened a couple of plays ago. It was a pass from Michael Penix to Drake London, a 40-yarder. And on that play, and I'm going to mention this for a second, Christian Gonzalez, the Patriots all-pro quarterback, came down fast, hard on his back, and left the game. And we don't have any injury update on that. But basically the bottom line is that now Drake London does not have Christian Gonzalez on him. And a few moments ago, on a 4th and 4 to 20, with Carlton Davis on him, London was able to call in a 10-yard pass to make it a first and goal for Atlanta at the 10-yard line. They are now 3rd and goal at the 8-yard line. So 4:48 to go. You can follow along. Patriots have a 24-17 lead, but the Falcons threatening here at the 8-yard line, Anthony.
Thank you so much. And it is now 3rd and goal, like he said. We'll see what happens after the penalties decline ineligible downfield players. So we'll see what happens. Let's go out to Green Bay. The Packers trying to stay alive in this one. They have about 5 minutes or so left in the fourth quarter, and more on that. Our guy, Bill Rabier.
Yeah, the Packers now have it in the red zone with 4:35 left after a completion to Luke Musgrave. Got the ball down to the 18-yard line. Packers 1st and 10, trailing by 7, 13-6, as they run it up the middle for a couple yards there. The Packers had it on their last possession, went for it on 4th and 8, and nearly threw an interception in the end zone. Carolina took over. Packers defense held. They got it back at their own 30 or 29-yard line to be exact, and then a quick completion for 21 yards to the Packers' Romeo Dobbs. That got it out to midfield, and they've slowly worked it now inside the 10. We'll have 1st and goal from the 7-yard line, trailing by 7 with 3:56 to play. On the injury front, some bad news for the Packers. Tight end Tucker Kraft is out with a knee injury. Matthew Golden, the wide receiver, is also out with a shoulder, and defensive lineman Colby Wooden out with a shoulder injury as well. So the injury to Kraft has allowed Luke Musgrave to make some plays on this drive, and the Packers looking at 1st and goal and now have it inside the 3 with 3:30 left. Trailing by 7, 13-6 Panthers lead the Packers, but the Packers about to try to punch it in here at Lambeau.
Thank you so much, Bill. And we'll get an update there. Some other games. Like I said, the Lions kicked a field goal before we went to break. That made it 24-17. Chargers have the ball after a Titans field goal. It's now 27-20. Herbert, like he's had to deal with all year, is dealing with a lot of pressure. He's able to still maintain and play a pretty decent game. They've already had injuries to that offensive line. They lose another guy today in Joe Alt, so it's becoming a tough task for him to stay upright. I'll get an update there. We just spoke to Alan. Let's get a complete breakdown of what happened after we got off the phone with him, as the Falcons and Patriots are still battling out. Alan, what's going on?
Well, I mentioned to you, and you mentioned also the penalty on the Falcons for too many men downfield, and that was declined. So it set up basically a 4th and goal at the 8-yard line. And Penix went back, and I mentioned to you that Christian Gonzalez is not in the game. Carlton Davis is on Drake London, and London hauled it in, a beautiful catch in the end zone to make it 24-23. That means we're going to have a tie game with 4:40 to go, right? Paco Romo went right of the upright on the point after touchdown. And so with 4:40 to go, the Patriots are going to get the ball, now clinging to a 1-point lead, 24-23, Anthony.
Let's go out to Houston. The Broncos were threatening when we last spoke, or when we went to break, and let's get the complete breakdown. Adam Spillane's got us covered from NRG Stadium.
Anthony, the Broncos get the game tied. R.J. Harvey caught a 27-yard touchdown pass from Bo Nix, who came out of the backfield and beat the linebacker Henry To'oTo'o to get into the end zone. That made it 15-13. And then Knicks found Troy Franklin in the end zone for the two-point conversion. That ties the game. The Texans have the ball back, but they had a second down and 15 after they were just hit with a delay of game penalty. So second and 15 from their own 43-yard line. Davis Mills, who was in the game in place of C.J. Stroud, almost threw an interception on the very last play, a deep pass to Nico Collins that was almost picked off, but it fell incomplete. The second and 15 coming up for Houston. The Texans have kicked 5 field goals in this game. Denver has not run a play from the red zone in this game. Both their touchdowns, the 27-yarder to Harvey and then the 30-yard touchdown pass to Cortland Sutton, have provided for all of the Broncos' points in this game. The Texans had the ball first and goal from the 1 or the 2 on 2 different occasions today, and they had to settle for field goals on both. So 10:58 to go. The Texans and Broncos are tied at 15.
Thank you so much in that one. It is now, they just got a penalty as he was speaking to us, so it's going to be 2nd and 15 in that. 3rd and 2 for the Bengals at the Bears' 39-yard line. Now 3rd and 14 after a 6-yard reception for Amon-Ra St. Brown. The Lions have it at Minnesota's 28. Now 19 after another pass to Amon-Ra St. Brown's for 9. And it's now 4th and 5 for the Lions in the Vikings territory. So we'll see if they go for it there. You know how aggressive Dan Campbell likes to be. 34-17. Let's get a breakdown from Mike Mancuso from MetLife Stadium.
Right now, Anthony, 2:18 remaining in the fourth quarter, as you mentioned, 34-17. The 49ers just completing a 60-yard drive, 6 plays. McCaffrey going in from 3 yards out. McCaffrey's had a really terrific game, both sides of the ball. 5 catches, one of them for a touchdown. He's rushed for 97 yards, one of them for a touchdown. Mac Jones, 19 of 24 in this game, 235 yards, so he's been solid. Also want to mention linebacker Tatum Berthume. He's got 15 tackles in this game, leading the 49ers defensively. So 2 minutes, 8 seconds remaining. Giants trail the 49ers 34-17.
Thank you so much. We last spoke. We thought the Colts were going to go down the field and put up 6, and then they stalled. Let's get a complete breakdown from Pittsburgh. It's Brian Backo's got us covered.
Yeah, not so fast. That was kind of their last-ditch effort there to try to get back into this one. But Alex Highsmith, strip sacks, Danny Dimes, been a temple of doom for Indiana Jones here in Pittsburgh. 4 turnovers for him, and the Steelers just went up 27-10 on a Chris Boswell field goal. 6:51 left, barring something unforeseen. Steelers are going to get out of here at home with a huge upset win over the NFL-leading Colts, guys.
A big win in a lot of factors. That Steelers defense got questioned, and they've done an absolute tremendous job. 4 turnovers on Daniel Jones now. He has 2 fumbles lost, 3 fumbles total, 2 lost, and 2 interceptions. His worst game of the year by far. And Jonathan Taylor getting nothing on the ground, 14 carries for 45 yards. So the Steelers putting up points offensively. Aaron Rodgers did not have to do a lot today. 24 of 34, 199 yards, about 5.9 average on that. So he has the touchdown. 13 carries for 25 yards for Jaylen Warren. No one else above 4 yards besides that. Jaylen Warren's got 2 touchdowns. So it's been a big day for the Steelers defense, and this is what you kind of envisioned in that one. The Broncos take over in Houston. Let's go out to Cincinnati as the Bears and Bengals battle it out in this shootout, and the Bengals are now threatening. Jason Earhart's got more for us.
Yeah, this drive could be in jeopardy. However, they are threatening there at the Bears' 26-yard line, but long after the play ended, the officials just threw a flag down. They're going to call intentional grounding on the last Joe Flacco pass. So not only do you lose the down, you lose the yardage on that. So now it's 4th and 13, and it looks like they may send Evan McPherson out for what would be a long, long field goal. Bears lead this game 34-27. They extended that lead a few minutes ago after a Jervon Dexter fumble recovery. They turned that into a 36-yard field goal by Cairo Santos to give them a touchdown lead. Looks like this field goal, they're lining up around the 44-yard line. This would be 54 yards if McPherson can knock it through. They were going to go for it before the grounding call, but McPherson's field goal looks like it is not going to have the distance, just a hair short, and the Bears will have great field position and a 34-27 lead with 5:53 to go for Cincinnati.
Thank you very much on that one. So the Lions actually converted on a penalty. Now it's an incomplete pass. It'll be 2nd and 10 from the 14. On that 9-yard reception from Amon-Ra St. Brown, he was hurt. We'll get an update on that in a second as soon as we actually have one. But let's go out to Green Bay. Packers, Panthers. Packers are on the goal line, and let's get more from Bill Rabier.
Well, the Packers are in the end zone after a lengthy review. Josh Jacobs' carry from the 1-yard line on 3rd and goal from the 1 was ruled a touchdown. It looked like he was stopped short, and then there was a question of whether or not the ball came loose as a couple of players were fighting for it down on the pile. But as it turned out, the replay clearly showed that before he was down, the nose of the ball broke the plane, and therefore the touchdown was good. So the Packers had to challenge it, but it was overturned, and they get the touchdown and the extra point. They went ahead and kicked it. I was wondering whether or not they might go for 2, but they decided to kick it and tie the score, 13-13. So we're setting up for a wild finish here. 2 minutes and 32 seconds left, and the Packers and the Panthers are tied. Green Bay about to kick off to Carolina. This one has been for Carolina. Offensively, the Rico Dowdle Show, 21 carries, 109 yards. He's been the workhorse. He's scored twice. Bryce Young is just 9 of 16 for 83 yards through the air. For Jordan Love, he's 26 of 37 for 273 yards. No touchdowns through the air. He has thrown an interception. Josh Jacobs, 17 carries for 87 yards and a touchdown, his 10th of the year, coming just a minute ago. The Green Bay leading receiver is Romeo Doubs, 7 catches for 91 yards. But right now it's the Panthers taking over at their own 29-yard line. 1st and 10, 2:28 left in a tie game at Lambeau.
Thank you so much, Bill. And it looks like the Falcons have the ball now, and we get another touchdown for the Giants in that one. That makes it a 10-point game with about 1:20 left. So barring a miracle, that game feels over. Jake Matthews with a false start, so we will get the exact yardage on where the Falcons are in that one as they look to. It was a great pass by Jackson Dart on that one. The Falcons are going to have the ball now. 1st and 15 from their own 26 as they're down 1. They got to get the field goal, about 2:20 left in that one. No finals yet. Once we have, there's some games that feel like finals, like this Steelers-Colts game, as the Colts will take the ball from their own 24-yard line. The Chargers have the ball, about 1:09 left. They're up 7, barring a turnover or, anything catastrophic in that. They are down. They are up 7, 1st and 10 from Tennessee's 34-yard line. Jackson Dart, 3 touchdowns in the Giants game passing, as he looks a little shaken up. I don't even know what's going on with him on the sideline right now. He looks a little shaken up. We'll get that going. Maybe he took a big hit and he's just catching his breath. The Falcons just got a first down. Drake London now, 9 catches, 119 yards, 3 receiving touchdowns, as you can see their kicker getting warmed up on the sideline. 3rd and 9 at Minnesota's 13 for the Lions, as they're trying to tie this one up. Still waiting for an update on the Amon-Ra St. Brown injury. He may be back out there. I'm not entirely sure because I didn't see it take place, and I don't currently see him right now. 13-13 Panthers-Packers, 2 minutes to go in that one. Panthers have the ball from their own 31. That one's 2nd and 8. So we'll see if the Panthers can pull off the upset victory. A lot of upsets in the making right now. After what was a exciting comeback by the Broncos, they go 3 and out and have to punt, 2 incompletions from Bo Nix. And now the Texans have the ball at their own 36-yard line. So we'll see if they can do anything offensively. C.J. Stroud out if you missed that. The Niners now have the ball at the 48-yard line after the missed onside kick by the Giants. Giants still have their 3 timeouts, so we'll see if they can do anything there to stop the clock, get the ball back, and hold out a prayer's hope. Colts down 27-10, 1st and 10 at Pittsburgh's 46, as they're trying to mount a miracle comeback, but it does not feel like that is in the books. The only game final right now, like I said, it was, in the bag unless something drastic happened. Chargers 27, Titans 20. Chargers move to 6-3. We wait and see what happens in that Broncos game, but they could be tied for first in that division after today. We got all of that, more coming up. We got post-game sound. We'll get post-game interviews. The 4 o'clock window. Jody Mack at 6. Stay tuned. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. 45 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, welcome back. We got a lot to get to, but before we get to anything, this portion of the show is brought to you by Ethos Life, the easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes, up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Atlanta was trying to get themselves a situation where they only needed a field goal because Romo missed, and they got the Patriots couldn't do anything. They went 3 and out. Atlanta got the ball back and on their 19 and drove all the way upfield, but they ended up with a grounding play and a couple of penalties, and then the pass to Drake London, but they only got to the 42 and had a punt. The Patriots then were able to situation, can they run out the clock? Well, they got the Jennings timeout, second timeout by Atlanta. They go to Jennings again on the second down. Timeout Atlanta, their final timeout of the game. It set up a 3rd and 5 at the 23-yard line, and they put the ball in Drake May's hand, and he hit Hunter Henry on the sideline. Hunter Henry went up, got the first down, went down on the ground to let the clock go, and the Patriots were able to run the clock out, and they win it 24-23. 6th win in a row for the Patriots. They're now 7-2 with Tampa Bay, who has a bye week this week in Tampa Bay next Sunday. So Patriots, surprising and very good season continues, Anthony, with their 6th win in a row.
Thank you so much, Alan, and we will, monitor that as we go forward this season. The Patriots are legit. And a loss in week 9, for like the Colts, and we'll get to more of an update there, does not, disregard anything they've done. But a big win like that, Patriots didn't have their best stuff today. They were able to hang on late. A team that was hyped up coming into the day, and by me, myself, at times, the Lions down right now 27-17 after a Vikings field goal. The Vikings blocked the Lions field goal after a 12-play 33-yard drive, 6 minutes and 50 seconds by the Lions, come away with nothing. The blocked field goal by Rodriguez, and then Isaiah Rodgers. You guys remember Isaiah Rodgers from the big week he had earlier in the year, took it about 41 yards to Detroit's 26-yard line after a couple of big runs and a sack. They end up kicking, and it's now 27-17 in that one. Let's go out to Denver as the Texans have the ball with 6 minutes left and a tie game. Adam Spillane has more.
All right, Anthony, big 3rd and 3 for the Texans coming up from their own 27. This game remains tied at 15, and the defenses have really taken over in the fourth quarter, especially the Broncos, as Davis Mills' pass is knocked down at the line of scrimmage, and so the Texans will have to punt once again. It's been basically 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out ever since the Broncos were able to tie the game on that R.J. Harvey 27-yard touchdown catch. So Tommy Townsend will punt on his last punt. The Texans, it looked like, had downed it at the 1 yard line, but replay assist ruled that the second man who came in to touch it linebacker Jamal Hill was actually on the goal line when he touched the football. That moved the ball out to the 20. The Broncos still went 3 and out and had to punt it away. Bo Nix, 13 of 30, 143 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 1 interception. Davis Mills in for C.J. Stroud, who suffered a concussion, is 16 of 27 for 133 yards as Townsend kicks the ball into the end zone. So another touchback. It's a 73-yard punt for Townsend, but no return. So a net of 53. So 4:40 to play. Texans and Broncos tied at 15. Anthony, it feels like whichever offense makes the mistake is the team that's going to lose this football game.
It feels like that right now because it feels like neither team is getting it going offensively. Speaking of a team that couldn't get it going offensively, the Colts struggled to do anything today until late. 27-17, Steelers over the Colts. Let's find out how we got there from Brian Bacco.
Yeah, guys, big sigh of relief just now for the Steelers after a fumble by second-year receiver Roman Wilson, kind of just a young guy, boneheaded mistake as they're trying to put this game away. Who picks off Daniel Jones? Joey Porter Jr., Steelers cornerback, and what makes that really special today here in Pittsburgh is they are celebrating the 20-year anniversary of the Super Bowl XL team that had his dad, Joey Porter Sr., on there. So that pick by Jr. probably puts this one away with the Steelers up 27-17. Nearing the 2-minute warning. 6 total giveaways today by the Colts. 5 by Daniel Jones, 1 on a muffed punt. You don't see that very often. No. 6 in the NFL. Great performance by the Steelers defense.
Incredible. And a nice little note there. I did not know they were celebrating that anniversary. And, that was the only way the Steelers were going to lose. The fumble and the Colts driving down the field, but a bad interception there. Daniel Jones, Jonathan Taylor did absolutely nothing today. Taylor's shortcomings could be more of a result of the poor passing attempt. The Bears have blown that one open as the Bengals are trying to stay in it with anything they got, as it is a 14-point lead right now, 41-27 Bears. First and goal for Cincinnati at Chicago's 5. It's now 4th and 3 for the Texans as nobody wants to get a first down in this game. 15-15 as they are about to punt it back to the Broncos. We will see that the Colts-Steelers game is about 2:47 left. Some other finals: Niners 34 over the Giants 24. Chargers 27 over the Titans 20. Patriots 24 over the Falcons 23. And the shocker so far today, even more than that Colts-Packers game or Colts-Steelers game, the Panthers win on a last-second field goal over the Packers, 16-13. Let's go out. The 4 o'clock window is getting ready to kick off. But first, let's go out to Cincinnati as the Bengals try to stay alive, and Jason Earhart has more.
Yeah, it looked like the Bengals were going to stay alive. Andre Yosivas caught what looked to be a 5-yard touchdown, but they said he was out of bounds. The very next play, Joe Flacco throws an interception. Tremaine Edmonds picks it up, gets off the ground, and runs 94, 95 yards. And barely anybody chased after him. Joe Flacco did, but pretty much the Bengals just sat there and watched him run. Bengals defense has given up 497 yards today. Rookie Kyle Monange, 175 yards rushing, almost as many as he had in the first 7 games combined with 186. Bears attempting the extra point, which would make it 48-27, 2+ minutes to go here in Cincinnati.
And I just saw the replay, so it ended up, it's 2nd and goal now for them. We will get an update here. We got an early score, I believe. I don't know if this is a scoring mistake, but on the scoreboard it said 2-0 in that Raiders game. So we'll see if that actually was the case. I don't think so, so we will wait for an update on that one. But let's go out for a preview of the day's matchup at SoFi. Saints visiting the Rams, and Chuck Hayes has more for us.
Hey, thanks so much, Anthony. 13-18 remaining first half. The Saints are now going to punt. They're going to go 3 and out, and it was the start for Tyler Shuck, the rookie from Louisville, having the opportunity to take his first snaps. The Saints won the toss and elected to receive. The Rams defense stiffened. The punt just went down. They're going to mark it at the Rams 11-yard line. And just remember, when the sun came up in L.A. today, it was the world champion Los Angeles Dodgers being celebrated. And it's interesting, you have Clayton Kershaw and Matthew Stafford. Stafford, of course, the veteran quarterback from the Rams, who played all kinds of youth high school football and soccer together in Highland Park in Dallas, Texas. Now with his buddy getting another ring, it is up to Matthew Stafford to take control of this Ram team. And this is obviously a mismatch today. The Rams come in at 5-2, the Saints at 1-7. And we haven't seen the Rams in SoFi in a few weeks. So now Stafford starts the ball off, gets a completion, and they move the chains to go. So no score, 0-0 on a 72-degree day in Southern California, 12:54 and counting, first quarter, 0-0. Rams to Saints just underway.
Thank you so much, Chuck. And the Rams trying to keep the L.A. party going. Chargers won today. Dodgers won the World Series last night in exciting fashion, so they try to keep that going at SoFi. Saints 1-7, Rams 5-2, and we'll hear from Chuck Hayes throughout the day. Correction to what I said before, it definitely was a mistake. It said 2-0 on the Raiders on that thing. They haven't even there hasn't been anything leading that. It is now 0-0, so I just wanted to correct that mistake. I jumped ahead of myself there. We got a big play here, though, in the Lions game. The Vikings had kicked a field goal, made it 27-17, and just moments ago, Jared Goff deep down the left field sideline. Jamison Williams, it looked like he didn't get in, and then he was able to punch it in, and it is now going to be, once we get an update, I think it is 27-23. We'll see if they made the extra point in that one, but an exciting play there. And the extra point is good. So 27-24, 2 minutes left. There is some life for the Lions in that one. They have all three timeouts. Both teams have all three timeouts, so we'll see what happens there. Broncos have the ball at their own 48, so they're at midfield. They just hit the 2-minute warning. It's 1st and 10 for them. Raiders got the ball after a punt by the Jaguars. Ashton Genty carries it about 8 yards to get it to the 19, and that is going to be second, and I will see in a second what that is exactly. 2nd and 9 for the Bears from their own 5. As the Bengals weren't able to convert, it's 41-27 in that one. The Vikings are going to take over after, well, let's see something here. It looks like, no, the extra point was good. So the scoreboard just not updated on my side. So it is 27-24. So I was correct about that. They're going to kick it off. So we'll see if they actually kick it off, or they kick it off. So no onside kick, as they have all three timeouts. And the Vikings are going to take over at about the 24-yard line. So we'll see if that Lions defense can get a stop and give that high-octane offense a chance to bounce back here. Amon St. Brown came back into the game, as I updated you earlier, on his injury. Some updates on our end. We did hit the Christian McCaffrey anytime touchdown. We did hit the Amon St. Brown over 6.5. We did not hit the Colts to cover, and the Bengals with the points, because that, unless something drastic happens in that Bengals game, and we will see if we hit the other leg. So the woes keep on woeing for me. 0-8 now in the parlays of the season. 1st and 10 for the Raiders. Oh, they got the ball now at their own 31-yard line, as they look to do something to start this game after making the Jaguars go 3 and out. It is now a 1st and 10 from the Chicago 4, 2:29 left. Like we said, 41-27 Bears over the Bengals. Waiting for an update in this one. It is now first. We will see. I think it's actually second and 6 for the Vikings after the timeout. So 1:45 left for them. J.J. McCarthy under center after the pass for 4 yards, and they're going to hand it off, and he is stopped at the line, maybe a yard gain. So it's going to be 3rd and about 5 for them going forward. We'll see if they could get another stop, the Lions, to force the punt. They call their timeout, so about 1:40 left in that one. 2nd and 8 for Bo Nix and co, as they are at the 50-yard line now, and it is about 1:30 left in that one. 2nd and 8, like I said, from the 50. They're trying to get in the field goal range. This one has been all defense. 5 field goals for the Texans, 2 passing touchdowns for Bo Nix, but he's 17 of 34 in this one with an interception, 170 yards passing, so not a big day for him. And he is not, they didn't look like anyone blocked on that play as he gets chased down. So it'll be 3rd and 8 for the Broncos from the 50. It is now 3rd, and they get the first down in the Vikings game, a pass to, I think that was Josh Naylor. So it's 1st and 10 from Minnesota's 44. That'll probably do it with 1:30 left. They'll kneel it out. And we got a 4th and 5 for the Raiders as they're going to punt in that one. Rams, Saints. Rams have the ball in the red zone. 2nd and 1 from New Orleans' 14 after the punt on New Orleans' end. So we'll see what happens there. We'll get an update in this Broncos game. As always, that one's coming down to the wire. We'll get a complete update when the Colts-Steelers go final, Bears-Bengals go final, and in this Minnesota-Lions game as they are going to kneel it out. It's 4th and 8 now for the Broncos. We'll get an update, all that, player interviews, Jody Mack, 4 o'clock window, back after this.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back. Another fantastic day of NFL football, and we continue to react to everything. We'll get you an update in this Broncos-Texans game and a very interesting turn of events in this Bengals-Bears game as the Bengals scored. We'll see if they were able to recover the onside kick. I'm not going to lie. It looks like they did. And the Broncos trying to get in the field goal territory here. But first, we are joined by, in a very exciting win, another win for this Patriots team, Demario Douglas, 24 Patriots, 23 Falcons. Demario, what's going on, bro?
How you doing?
Good. How you doing today? Huge day. You eclipsed the 100-yard mark. You score a touchdown. You guys are able to hang on and win yet another game. How are you feeling?
Man, I'm feeling good. Blessed. My word, I can't even.
So how are you guys able to stay ready? It feels like every week you guys have a lot of contributors, whether it's in the run game, or today with Jennings and Henderson, or yourself being able to have a huge game when called upon. What do you credit that to?
Man, I credit that to our OC, McDaniels, getting everybody, putting everybody in their spots to succeed, and obviously got to give that to Drake also. He's the one dishing it out.
So
but,
I was going to answer there. I'm sorry to cut you off there. My apologies. How much confidence do you guys have in your quarterback, Drake May?
All of it. Yeah, we have a lot of confidence in my guy. He's been doing this thing, and we're proud of him.
So how far can this team go? This is now, 5-6 consecutive victories. How far do you feel you guys can go as a squad in that AFC?
The furthest we can go. I feel like we can do it. Just got to keep, taking every practice by practice and game by game and get to that mark.
Demario, enjoy the victory. Enjoy the big day. You deserve a nice victory celebration. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Demario Douglas, 4 catches, 100 yards, a big touchdown, a 58-yard reception, his longest of the day. The Bengals do recover it. We have another game coming down to the wire right here as it looks like the Broncos are going to line up for one. But let's get the complete breakdown from our guy, Adam Spillane, live from NRG Stadium.
Yeah, Anthony, Will Lutz is lined up to attempt what would be a 35-yard field goal, which would end the game, or which would win the game for the Broncos. This drive has been all about Bo Nix and Bo Nix's legs. That has put the Broncos in field goal range. He had a 25-yard run on this drive, and then he just had a 9-yard rush to make this a much easier field goal. Will Lutz is 0 for 1 on field goal tries today. He had one blocked. This one is up, and it's good. There is a flag down. I think they're going to get the Texans for offside, but we'll wait for the announcement. But it looks like right now it is offside, so the game is over. The Broncos have beaten the Texans 18-15. The Texans had a 15-7 lead, but Bo Nix able to lead the Broncos back a couple of touchdown passes in this game. as the Texans lose without C.J. Stroud, who left the game in the second quarter due to a concussion. The Texans in this game were just 3 of 17 on third down, and they really could not do anything offensively in the second half after they kicked a field goal to start the half. So final score, it's the Broncos 18, the Texans 15. Denver improves to 7-2 on the season. The Texans fall to 3-5.
Thank you so much, Adam. And that was a big one. A lot of field goals, 6 field goals in total, 5 by the Texans, 1 by the Broncos. A defensive struggle all game. Broncos coming out on top. And that Texans defense is not going to be rewarded for what was a fantastic performance from them. So we'll see what happens there. A wacky play just taking place in Las Vegas. Let's go out. Jacksonville, Vegas. Tony Cordasco's got more for us.
Yeah, there's 7:23 to go here in the opening quarter. Jacksonville has the football on this drive, and they're moving the ball, and they just picked up a first down on the Travis Etienne run, and it is just outside of the red zone at the 25-yard line of Las Vegas. Some of the players that are inactive today, Travis Hunter, the wide receiver and linebacker, or rather DB, for the Jaguars, is on IR, placed on IR. Freak knee injury, non-contact variety in camp this week. Safety Eric Murray is also out. Wide receiver Tim Patrick, and they expected to have Devin Lloyd back returning today, but that calf injury is still bothering him, and he is out of action today as well. We look for Parker Washington to pick up a lot of those receiving yards and targets in place of Travis Hunter. And the good news for the Raiders is Brock Bowers has returned for the first time since week 4, yet to have a target in this game. Jacoby Myers is back, 2 targets on the afternoon, 1 reception, and he has just 5 yards receiving. The Raiders kicked off first, a 3-and-out for Jacksonville. Raiders get the ball back and can't do much with it. The only big play there was an Ashton Genty 13-yard burst. He has 17 yards on the ground so far this afternoon on just 2 carries. And then on this drive, it really started way back, and 9 plays and 64 yards later, they're now faced with a 3rd down, and we'll call it 6 for the Jaguars at the Raider 20-yard line. So there's no score here in Las Vegas. 5.5 remaining in the first quarter. And again, no score between the Jaguars and the Raiders.
Thank you so much, Tony. Let's go out to Cincinnati as this game is off the chain. We called it a shootout, and I think that's almost an underestimation. And let's go out. Jason Earhart's got more from Cincinnati.
Yeah, definitely one of the more crazy games I've ever seen here. The Bengals trailed by 14 points with about 2 minutes to go. Noah Fant got a touchdown pass with about a minute and a half to go. They did an onside kick that hit the foot of Bears lineman Daniel Hardy. It was recovered by, it looked like, Marco Wilson. The Bengals went right down the field, got a touchdown. The only thing they did wrong here, they scored too early. There's still 54 seconds to go. The Bears have 1 timeout, but the Bengals have taken the lead 42-41. They made a 2-point conversion after the Fant touchdown, which the analytics typically tell you to do. Remarkable. I don't know what to say. A 39-38 game last week. It's 42-41 now, and the Bengals, if there's ever any time for their defense to step up and make a play, this would be it. One of the more remarkable comebacks I've seen here all my years covering this team. 54 seconds to go. Bengals lead by 1.
Thank you so much, Jason. We'll get an update from Jason as soon as that goes final. We might hear from him in 20 seconds the way that game's going. 42-41. Bengals over the Bears. 54 seconds left. Every time you feel like it's going to be a dud of a Sunday, something happens. It feels like the Broncos, every game this year has been ridiculous. But now this one, as the Bengals and Bears battle it off, our game of the week, Bills-Chiefs, is now underway. Bills have a first down. It's now 1st and 10 after a penalty from their own 25. The Rams have the ball 3rd and 6 from their 46. We'll get an update on that one in a second. And the Jaguars are in the red zone from Las Vegas's 12, so we'll get that one too. Let's go out and get that update from L.A. Saints, Rams. Chuck Hayes has more for us.
Thanks so much, Anthony. 4:05 remaining first period. It's the Rams 7 and the Saints 0. The Rams got on the board at the 6:18 mark, first period. A 1-yard touchdown play action, Tyler Higbee touchdown pass from Matthew Stafford. Higbee played possum and snuck out in the right side of the end zone, and Stafford was able to just play catch with him. One of the easier 1-yard touchdown throws you'll ever want to see. Cardi with the extra point. That drive, 12 plays, 88 yards, took 6:43 off the clock. Stafford on the drive was 8 of 8 for 72 yards. Puka Nacua had 4 receptions for 33 yards. Devontae Adams, 1 for 20. Kyron Williams rushed the ball, 4 for 16. And if you're going to put on a coaching reel for Sean McVay when he goes on his off-season tour, that's the first drive you want to see. It came out perfectly. Now, from the Saints standpoint, they have gone 2 times 3 and out. The Rams just punted, put the ball down inside the Saints' 4-yard line. So rookie Tyler Shuck out of Louisville has got 96 yards of green turf ahead of him. And let me tell you, the Ram defense has been playing motivated today, and the Saints just look a little bit flat. And it will be up to Kellen Moore, the head coach, along with his coordinator, Doug Nussmeier, to try to get things going. Alvin Kamara is a weapon for them, and it's just not worked out so far. In 2 possessions, they'll get the ball now on the 3rd try. 3:56 remaining first period. It is the Rams 7 and the Saints 0.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we'll monitor all of the action. We'll get a breakdown as it's now 3rd and 10. Let's try to stay here for one more play, see what happens before we go to the update. 3rd and 10 for the Bears, 35 seconds left. They are on their own 28-yard line after the incompletion to Calvin Ungai. It wasn't even close, so we'll see what happens there in a moment as they're lining up. 3rd and 3 inside the red zone from Vegas' 4-yard line. Jaguars are trying to punch it in for a score. They did waste the timeout just moments ago. So the Bears are lining up 4 wide, 1 in the backfield, 2 to the right, 2 to the left, and they drop back. Caleb Williams is now scrambling for his life, as always, and he is going to run. They still have a timeout, so he runs inbound. He gets to about the 44, and they call the timeout. So we'll see what happens there in a moment. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud was concussed after taking a big hit while sliding late on a scramble in the second quarter. Davis Mills finished the game at quarterback for Houston. The Broncos rallying late again with Will Lutz's 34-yard walk-off field goal. Broncos win in Houston 18-15 to improve to 7-2. The Vikings may have been playing for their season in Detroit today, entering at 3-4. Questions have surrounded J.J. McCarthy and whether he could keep the Vikings a postseason contender like Sam Darnold did last year. Well, McCarthy providing some answers today.
J.J. McCarthy, who takes the snap, short drop, runs out to the right. What's he going to do? He's going to run. 10, 5, end zone, touchdown! He's J.J. McCarthy with another rushing touchdown this season, and the Vikings have a 23-14 lead.
Vikings radio, McCarthy and the Vikings beat the Lions 27-24. Kicking has been a problem for the Falcons this year. Drake London caught what should have been a game-tying touchdown, but Parker Romo missed the extra point. The Patriots able to hold on from there, winning 24-23 to improve to 7-2. Rico Dowdle carrying the Panthers to a 16-13 win at Lambeau. Dowdle rushing for 130 yards and 2 touchdowns. The Panthers are 5-4. The Bears answering back in Cincinnati. Caleb Williams hitting Loveland for a 58-yard passing touchdown. The Bears just taking a 47-42 lead on the Bengals. Extra point pending. There will be 17 seconds on the clock for Joe Flacco and company to try to answer. The Chargers top the Titans 27-20. The Steelers hand the Colts their second loss of the season, 27-20. The Colts turned the ball over 6 times. Christian McCaffrey with 2 touchdowns in the 49ers 34-24 win over the Giants. Jaguars and Raiders scoreless late in the first quarter. The Rams have a 7-0 lead on the Saints. That's also late in the first, and they're about 5 minutes in Buffalo. The Chiefs and Bills still scoreless. I'm Pete McCarthy.
3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. The 4 o'clock window is underway. Real quick before we get the updates in those ones, the Bengals-Bears game finally went final. 47-42. Bears over the Bengals. When we were in break, we had a crazy turn of events, a 58-yard touchdown to Colston Loveland. The 2-point conversion attempt was failed, but they were still able to, hold on to it. And then the next drive, a 13-yard pass completed to Jamar Chase. And then with the clock running out, Joe Flacco threw an interception to right, and the game ended there. So the Bears hang on to win that one. Jaguars-Raiders, 0-0 in that. But let's go out and update our marquee matchup of the day. Chiefs, Bills. Let's go out to Highmark Stadium as Paul Hamilton's got more for us.
Oh, what a beautiful evening for football. 55 degrees. The fans are keyed up. The Bills are already on the board as they put together a very nice drive to start things off. And on the second drive, James Cook on the first carry goes for 9 yards. That would be his 6th carry for 36 yards. The Bills put together an 11-play, 84-yard drive. It took 7 minutes. Some key third down conversions in there. Allen went 6 for 6 for 52 yards and a touchdown. And on 3rd and 8 from the Kansas City 23, Allen goes back, and Kincaid, who has really been a savior for him a lot of times in the games the Bills have won, found himself at the corner of the end zone, right before the end zone, probably around the 2-yard line, wide open. Allen hit him for a 23-yard touchdown, and that put the Bills on the board. They're smartly using the run game. They're using a swing pass to Ty Johnson that got them 9 yards on a 3rd and 4, picked up a first down. So they're Kahil Shakir, yes, I do speak English. He made a couple of nice plays right at the beginning of the drive and a couple of nice catches. So Allen's spreading the football around. He hasn't been running around like being chased and like a chicken with his head cut off. He's staying in the pocket, staying very calm, got the Bills downfield, and here we are with about 5:43 left to go here in the first quarter, and the Bills have the ball on their second drive for 45 yards. The Chiefs went 3 and out. There was an overthrow where the Bills had it well covered. There was a drop by Hollywood Brown, and the Chiefs had to punt. So usually what we see here is the Bills pretty much dominate the regular season game, and then the playoff game comes. The reason they dominate the regular season game is the Chiefs don't show them anything. And then in the playoff game, they show them stuff they've never seen before, and the Bills are like, what do we do here? So that's usually why it goes that way. And one little key thing, Sean McDermott is calling the defense for the second straight game. He will not admit that, but it's very obvious looking at him down on the sideline that he is calling the defense.
Thank you so much, Paul, and we will bounce back there. That is, you know what? That is a good, observation because, when you're watching on TV, they're not keyed in on the coach, and that was the rumor last week and the rumor going into this week. So we'll see how that affects this Bills defense. And it is now 3rd and about 8 for the Bills as a little short pass to Johnson, and there we'll see what happens in that one. Let's go out to L.A. Rams have the ball on New Orleans side of the field. Chuck Hayes has got us with an update.
Yeah, thanks so much. We're at 14-17. We're just starting the second period, and it's the Rams 7 and the Saints 0. And it's been one of those football games where the Rams have done everything offensively. Matthew Stafford looking very sharp. The Saints on offense, 3 3-and-outs. And let's look at it from statistics so you can kind of understand what goes on. Alvin Kamara, 3 carries for 6 yards. Tyler Shuck, 3 of 5 for 15 yards. Shaheed, 1 catch for 6 yards. Brandon Cooks, 1 for 6. Kamara, 1 for 3. And then you look at the Rams, who have been efficient. Matthew Stafford, 10 of 13 for 105, 1 touchdown, that being a 1-yard touchdown reception to Tyler Higbee. Kyron Williams, 6 carries for 18 yards. Nakua, again, 5 receptions for 48 yards, along with 15. Devontae Adams, 1 for 20. And I just want you to look at a name and a number and look down the road in regards to this. Terrence Ferguson, the tight end, rookie out of Oregon, 6'5", 252. He is going to be a player that is going to develop down the stretch for the Rams, and Matthew Stafford has a lot of confidence with him. He hit him on a beautiful 18-yard reception that was as good as anything I've seen Stafford throw. So right now the Rams are on the Saints' 30-yard line. They have the ball 1st and 10, 14-10 remaining in the first half. It is the Rams 7 and the Saints 0.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we'll monitor that one as we continue to go along and this game goes along. Some stats, like he said, Puka Nacua, 5 for 48, Devontae Adams, 1 for 20, Terrence Ferguson, 1 of 18, Davis Allen, 1 of 16, Kyron Williams, 6 for 18, Matt Stafford, 10 of 13 for 101 yards and a touchdown. A rough start for that Saints offense as they have 12 total yards in general, a lot of time left in that first half. We saw this happen last week with them where they struggled to put up points and yards in that first half and then came alive a bit in the second half. The Chiefs are taking over at their own 47 after a Bills punt. So we'll see what happens there as they're down 7-0. Allen, 8 of 10 for 60 yards and a touchdown. James Cook, 7 carries, 42 yards. And let's go out. Jacksonville versus Las Vegas. Tony Cardasco's got more on the Jags and the Raiders.
It's a 4th down and 1. The chase is on Geno Smith, and he's going to throw deep and incomplete, intended for Michael Mayer. It was a 4th and 1 from the 36-yard line of Jacksonville, and the Raiders will turn it over on downs and we still have a scoreless game here in Las Vegas with 11:28 to go in the first half. The last drive for Jacksonville, they had a big play on a Brian Thomas reception, and Malcolm Kuntz of the Raiders was called for a roughing the passer penalty on Trevor Lawrence. And then after that, it was Jacksonville working the ball deep down to the 1-yard line. It was sent back on a false start penalty. They got it down to the 2-yard line. And after that, a big turnover, an interception by the Raiders, Isaiah Polamau, as he intercepts Trevor Lawrence, who throws into double coverage in the end zone and turns it over. It was a huge drive for Jacksonville, 17 plays, 81 yards in 10:27. And they come up empty on that drive. And then we just saw the Raiders on their drive, and they were moving the ball effectively. In fact, Ashton Genty had 20 yards on that last drive, 20 of his 37, and they were getting him into a groove. And then, of course, they cannot convert on fourth down. So far in the game, Geno Smith is 5 of 9, dinking and dunking again, 28 yards. Trevor Lawrence, 49 yards on 7 of 10, and that costly interception in the end zone. On the ground, Ashton Genty, as we mentioned, 6 carries, 37 yards. Trevor Etienne with 16 yards on 6 carries. And they also have their wide receiver, De'Ami Brown, 28 receiving yards on 2 catches. And Brock Bowers has his first couple of receptions since coming back for the first time since week 4. So that's encouraging. He has 13 total yards. But, again, it is a scoreless tie here. And Jacksonville will have the football, a 1st and 10 on their own 37-yard line with 11:28 to go here in the second quarter of play.
Thank you so much, Tony. As always, we get to hear from some players after the games and the big victories. And joining us from the Niners locker room, Clelin Ferrell, Niners 34, Giants 24. Clelin, what's going on, man?
What's up, baby? I'm doing well. I'm doing great, actually, off a win. So
I hope so. Let's start with you. You haven't been out there a lot, but you go out there today. You have a huge game, a big sack. How do you stay ready every week when your number is called?
I think it's just, every day sticking to being consistent. The best part about this team is that, somebody being in this locker room that used to be in here, my locker mate is Christian McCaffrey. So I just follow, the guys who've had success for many, many years and their game plan. So rule number 1, I'll be in the cold tubs tomorrow. that's what the old heads do, Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey. So we'll be in that's how you celebrate a game like that.
So, also to stick out, that's been the MO of your team all year. You guys have dealt with probably more injuries than any other team in the league. Like, how does that locker room, stay together, and how are you guys just ready every week to overcome adversity?
I mean, I think the biggest thing is that we accepted the challenge. I know I wasn't even here at the start of the year, but Kyle is someone who, when you have set an identity and you want to play a certain way, you understand that it comes with certain things. So it's really just that next man up mentality. We believe in everybody in this locker room, so injury is a part of how we play because we're a physical team. So that's just it. Come with the game.
Clelin, enjoy the victory, enjoy the win, enjoy that cold tub.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Clelin Ferrell, 3 tackles, a tackle for a loss, and a sack. He had a couple more pressures to go along with that, and a QB hit. So a big day for him, a big day for the Niners as they come away victorious, 34-24. Obviously, they had no Fred Warner. They had no Brock Purdy, no Gross Matos, no Bryce Huff, no Ricky Pearsall. So guys like Clelin Ferrell, his second game of the year, his first game in almost a month, comes in and gets the job done. That's been this Niners team's, agenda, their MO all season long. I don't want to be repetitive, but that's what they've done. Next man up, and they've stepped up, and they are now 6-3. Yes, 6-3. The Giants go to 2-7. As the murmurs for people being on the hot seat, whether it's Mike McDaniels, we heard saw Chris Greer get his job the axe this week for the Dolphins. It may not be Brian Daboll this week for the Giants, but another bad defensive performance for that Giants defense. So we may see whether it's Shane Bowen or somebody else come down with the loss of their job with another disappointing loss this week. And, rumors that the team's quitting on them, and we'll see what happens there. First, before we go to the break, let's get an update. Saints, Rams, we just heard from. Let's hear from again as the Rams are in the red zone. Chuck Hayes has got more for us.
Yes, it is 11:28 remaining first half. The Rams 13 and the Saints 0. And the only thing the Rams have done wrong today was Joshua Carty missed wide left on the extra point. It was Matthew Stafford, a 3-yard touchdown pass on an in-cut to Devontae Adams. That 3-yard touchdown pass capped an 11-play, 62-yard drive, taking 5:53 off the clock. And really, Anthony, I don't understand in regards to the Saints. They're trying to get it going. You can see their players are really trying to get motivated, if you will, to get some juice flowing. Mm-hmm. And I thought they were having it when Alontae Taylor, their cornerback, 4-year veteran out of Tennessee, blitzed in on a run blitz and blew up Kyron Williams. And that really seemed to kind of lift them a little bit. And then they had a big Chase Young sack of Matthew Stafford. But on this series of plays, Alontae Taylor was trying to cover Tyler Higbee in the end zone. Stafford missed the pass play. There was a defensive holding call against Taylor. That ball was marked to the 3-yard line. And then he had Devontae Adams one-on-one. And I would say this is probably one of the easiest pitch and catches that Matthew Stafford has had. Now, here's what's happened. We have just had a replacement. Taysom Hill has come in to play quarterback for the Saints. And I think Kellen Moore has seen enough. And he just ran the football for a long gain and really caught the Rams a little bit asleep. There's an injury on the field right now for a timeout. But with 11:16 remaining and Kellen Moore trying to do everything possible to get this thing going, it is the Rams 13 and the Saints 0.
Thank you so much, Chuck. And we'll see if that was more of a one-off gadget-type play as Taysom Hill has a big carry there, or if he ends up carrying the load under center for the Saints going forward. That was a 20-something plus yard run there, 29-yard run. 2nd and 20 for the Jaguars on their own 38 after a penalty. Trevor Lawrence has a pick. Ashton Genty, 6 carries for 37 yards. Brown has 2 catches for the Jaguars and 26 yards in that one. The Chiefs have the ball at Buffalo's 3-yard line. We'll get an update in that when we come back from the break. We still got 3 hours to go. Jody Mack joins me at 6 o'clock. So stay tuned for that. We'll do our midseason awards. We'll hear from maybe some more players from the locker room from that 1 o'clock window. We'll play some sounds. Maybe we'll get to hear that exciting Bears win as well. I'm trying to see if the Saints are going to make a QB change or not, as they tend to the injured lineman out there. 7-0 Bills over the Chiefs. 13-0 Rams over the Saints. Scoreless Jags Raiders. We'll come back. We'll update everything. I'll give you the updated fantasy players of the week so far. All that. Gridiron Game Day. Back after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. We are back. While we were in break, the Chiefs scored Rashee Rice with a touchdown. It is now 7-7, and it's going to be 4th down, and the Bills will look to punt. The Saints have the ball now. They kicked a field goal. Sorry, apologies on that one. 13-3, Rams over the Saints as they kick the field goal after getting the long run from Taysom Hill. 4th and 20 for the Jags at Las Vegas's 46-yard line. So the Jags looking to do anything here, and it's going to be a punt. So they get nothing on that drive. Let's go out and get an update from SoFi. Our guy Chuck Hayes has more on the Saints and the Rams.
Thanks so much. 7:50 remaining first half. It is the Rams 13 and the Saints 3. The Saints broke through. It was a Blake Grupe 39-yard field goal. That drive took 8 plays, 44 yards, taking 3:38 off the clock at the 7:50 mark, where Rams are waiting the kickoff right now to get the ball back. And you're right, it was Taysom Hill that got it going. Head coach Kellen Moore had seen enough of Tyler Shuck, and he thought he needed something to spark the team. And it was a long 29-yard run by Taysom Hill. He has 2 carries on the day for 30 yards. Unfortunately, in the passing department, he's 0 of 1. Shuck came back in the game, and they were driving down back inside the Rams territory. But on 3rd and 1, they would not convert. And then they went 4th and 1 and then had a motion penalty and went back, and they settled for the field goal. So the Rams get the ball back, and it's been a really solid day for Matthew Stafford. 13 of 16 for 120, 2 touchdowns. Kyron Williams has run it 8 times for 30 yards. Nakua, 5 balls for 48 yards. He has just had another completion. They move it up to the Rams' 39-yard line. So with 7:42 and counting in the first half, it is the Rams in control, 13-3 over the Saints.
Thank you so much, Chuck. And he is right. They are in control in this one. 120 yards through the air, 34 on the ground, as the Saints have 16 net yards through the air and 45 on the ground. So not a good day at all. We'll check back in with Chuck in a bit. Let's go out to Paul Hamilton in Buffalo as he's got an update in Chiefs-Bills.
Well, it only took the Chiefs one series of downs to figure out the Bills. The Bills did go 11 plays, 84 yards to take a brief 7-0 lead. But on their next drive, they went for it on 4th and 2 from the Kansas City 48. Nothing wrong with that. What was wrong was the play. It was just a stupid throw, a stupid play to Shakir, who was well covered. It was almost intercepted. So that gave the Chiefs a short field. They took advantage, 7 plays, 52 yards. It was a direct snap to Rice. He easily takes it in on a 3-yard run to make it 7-7. The Bills get the ball back, another 3 and out on 3rd down. Allen scrambles. He can't really get loose. Nobody was open, and I mean nobody was open. We could see downfield, and that's been their problem for most of the year. They just have wide receivers that can't get any separation whatsoever. Allen is sacked. Now he punts, so the Chiefs now have the football on their own 37-yard line. 1st and 10, 12:47 left to go here in the second quarter. 7-7 is our score.
Thank you so much for the update there, and we will get to the rest of the games in a bit. We had an exciting game prior to the 4 o'clock window. Broncos win 18-15 over the Texans, but the game of the day, Bears 47, Bengals 42. Back and forth, a shootout to the end, and in the end, the Bears pull it out. And joining us right now, he did everything today. DJ Moore joins us from the Bears locker room. DJ, what's going on?
Nothing. A bunch of happy cheers in here right now.
I can imagine. DJ, you know, in baseball, we got utility guys, and you are the definition today of a utility guy. You had a rushing touchdown. You threw one. You caught 72 yards worth of passing reception yards. How does it feel? Is that your first career passing touchdown?
Yes, that is my first career passing touchdown. I had a few attempts and finally got one.
So what's going, when you're first in the huddle, you're calling that up, what's going through your mind in the huddle and then as the play's developing?
When it and in the huddle, I was like, oh, man, it's go time. And then when we actually got the play off, I'm like, oh, man, there's somebody jetting upfield. Just got to make a miss, and Caleb was wide open.
So how is it for this team? You guys, you know, choke away a big lead, and it feels like everything's going against you. And at the end of the day, you're still able to make a play. What do you credit to the team just sticking with it and getting the job done?
I credit our practice and then going all the way back to training camp. Training camp was pretty tough. And when we came down to it, we just leaned on all the fundamentals that we go through every week and every day at practice, and we pulled this one out.
Your head coach was able to mix in a lot of different looks, whether it was the trick play to you to throw the pass, but also you getting involved on the ground. What can you say for Ben Johnson's offensive play calling?
You got to be on top of everything. It can be complicated, but if you know what you're doing in detail, you're good to go every week.
Your quarterback, he is a lightning rod every week. He gets a lot of flack, I think a lot of it unfair. What can you say to just him and what he brings to this team?
When the lights are bright, he shines the brightest. He goes out there and executes and dots everybody up with the ball and gets us going.
DJ, enjoy the game, enjoy the week, and enjoy celebrating with your teammates. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
DJ Moore, he 1 of 1 passing, a passing touchdown to Caleb Williams. He had a rushing touchdown of 17 on the ground and also 4 catches for 72 yards. A big day for DJ, a big day for that Bears offense and the team in general. They go to 5-3, 3-2 on the road, and the Bengals go to 3-6. 2-3 at home. Kyle Monangai, 26 carries, 176 yards. So stepped up in every possible way today for him. DJ Moore did a little bit of everything. So a big day for that Bears offense and Ben Johnson. Let's go out to Vegas. Jags versus the Raiders, and let's get an update from our guy Tony Cardasco.
We just had a pass interference call on Andrew Wingard of the Jaguars, so the Raiders will pick it up here. First down, Brock Bowers, the intended receiver. We have 3:22 remaining in the first half, and there's still no score here in Las Vegas, and it'll be a 1st and 10 at the Raiders' own 42-yard line in the drive that started at their own 5-yard line. It's been a very controlled offense today for Geno Smith and the Raiders. He's 7 of 12 for a total of 50 yards. And pretty much this game has been more or less favoring Jacksonville because they've had time of possession and they've had drives, but they keep shooting themselves in the foot. Earlier in the first quarter, the 17-play drive encompassing 81 yards, 10:27, and it was culminated by the interception on the pass from Trevor Lawrence looking for a man in the end zone into double coverage, and Isaiah Polamau of the Raiders picks it off, and so they come up empty on that drive. And then the last drive for Jacksonville, they're moving the football. They get down to the 36-yard line, but then they have illegal motion again, 2nd and 20, 2 incompletions, and they really can't penetrate into the red zone and try to get some offense brewing here. And when you look at the stats here, there's not much to show for it. You've got Trevor Lawrence on 10 of 16, 1 interception, 81 yards. And you have Travis Etienne with 19 yards only on 7 carries. De'Ami Brown, the wide receiver, 2 catches, 26 yards. And the quarterbacks are not throwing deep downfield. Ashton Genty has had a pretty good afternoon. He leads in both categories in rushing and receiving, 38 yards on the ground on 7 carries, 2 catches for 20 yards. So they've utilized him in a number of different ways, and he's into his rhythm, and they just need to keep feeding the beast there in Ashton Genty. So the Raiders pick up a first down as they throw the little ounce pattern on the far side of the field to Jacoby Myers, and they'll pick up the first down. It's a 1st and 10 for the Raiders at the 47-yard line of Jacksonville. We're approaching the 2-minute warning, but a pass is complete inside the 40-yard line, and that is to Trey Tucker. And so the drive continues for the Raiders. They pick up another first down. 2-minute warning here in Vegas, and again, no score between the Raiders and the Jaguars.
Thank you so much, Tony. Let's go out. Another score in this Rams-Saints game, and let's get an update from our guy Chuck Hayes from SoFi Stadium.
Thanks so much, Anthony. 5:35 remaining first half. It is the Rams 20 and the Saints 3. And again, Matthew Stafford just carving it up, doing what he does best, and that's being super accurate. And he hit Puka Nacua, the 3-year vet out of BYU, for a 39-yard touchdown pass. And he put the football where no one else could touch it except Nacua, right at the corner at the pylon. That drive, 3 plays, 65 yards, took 125 off the clock. And the 17-year veteran out of Georgia, Stafford, is as accurate as I've seen him in a couple years. 15 of 18 for 164, 3 touchdowns, a 1-yard touchdown pass, a 3-yard touchdown pass, and then the 39-yard one. He's had very little pressure today. He only has been sacked 1 time by Chase Young, and other than that, the Rams have kept him upright. They haven't had to run the ball. Kyron Williams, 8 carries for 30 yards, a long run of 9. Blake Corum has 2 carries for 25 yards along the 21. and the Saints. It's just been anemic. They're in a scenario right now where they're on defense again. Taysom Hill, they brought him in to be a spark plug. He had 2 carries for 30 yards. Tyler Shuck is 4 of 8 for 25 yards. Kill 0 of 1. Brandon Cooks 2 carries for 2 receptions for 16 yards. And it's just been an overall dominant day by the Rams. And when you look at first downs, the Rams have 14. The Saints have 2. The Rams are 3 and 5 on third down. The Saints are 1 and 6. 211 total yards. The Saints have 65. Rams 29 offensive plays. The Saints have 19. So as we're getting ready for the Rams to come back again with TV timeout, 5:27 remaining in this first half. It is the Rams in complete control, 20-3 over the Saints.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we will continue to monitor that as always. It's 5:12, but it is the 5 o'clock hour. So Gallows, Fantasy 5, Drake London, 9 catches, 118 yards, 3 touchdowns. That's for 38.8 in your standard PPR format leagues. Caleb Williams, 20 of 34, 280 yards, 3 touchdowns, 5 rushes, 53 yards, and a pass reception for 38, receiving touchdown for 38.7. Christian McCaffrey, 28 rushes, 106 yards for a touchdown, 5 receptions, 67 yards, and a touchdown for 34 and a third points. T. Higgins, 7 receptions, 121 yards, and 2 touchdowns for 33.1. Joe Flacco, 31 of 47 for 470 yards, 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions for 30.7. One other note, I just want to note it because he has been kind of a dud. It was Tyler Warren, Colston Loveland, the 2 big tight ends coming into the season, and Colston Loveland, 29.8 points on 6 catches for 118 yards and 2 touchdowns. Rico Dowd continues his impressive streak, 130 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns to go along with 2 catches. And to put it into perspective, when you look at the overall season and where guys rank rushing-wise, Rico Dowd, 106 carries, 605 yards. That puts him 7th overall. And remember, he did not start the year as a every down back, and he has taken that job and run away with it. So we will continue to watch that one. He's been impressive. I mean, they are now 5-4, that Panthers team. They are, when you look at the division standings, they are a half game back. They are a game and a half back of the Bucs, who had the bye this week. So the Bucs 6-2, the Panthers 5-4. They're 2 back in the loss column. So a very impressive start to the season. 3-1 at home, the Panthers. They're 2-3 on the road, 1-0 in the division. They have, a minus 35 differential. And what's crazy about that? Because of the blowout last week of the Bills, they have a shutout victory this year against the Falcons, a Falcons team that put up a big fight earlier to the Patriots. Some other noteworthy standings across the league. The Jaguars looking to get to 5-3 in their division, as they are. The Colts are 7-2, so you win this week and you put yourself 2 games back of that Colts team, or I guess a game and a half back. I don't know. Math is not my strong suit. That's why I talk sports, and I don't do much else. But 10-7 in this Bills-Chiefs game. It is 2nd and 13 for the Bills at the 44-yard line, and they get the first down, a big completion down the left sideline. That's going to get them to the 7-yard. Dalton Kincaid with the big reception. So that gets them within the red zone, within the 10-yard line. So that's going to be first down with about 8 minutes left in the half. 4:12 left in the half in LA, as it's 20-3 Rams over the Saints. 2nd and 6 for the Rams from the their own 35-yard line after a Kyron Williams 4-yard carry. 39 seconds left in the half. Jags, Raiders, as it's 1st and goal from Jacksonville 7. The Raiders trying to put some points on the board and get back in the win column there. We got a lot more to get to, a lot more football, updates, scoring, turnovers, fantasy, gambling, everything you can think of right here. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. 15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We got some upsetting news if you're a Packers fan. Per Mike Silver, Packers fear Tucker Kraft has torn an ACL. So once we get confirmation, but it's not looking good. The coach said he thought it wasn't looking good. I'm trying to find some more updates. As we know, C.J. Stroud left that Broncos game in concussion protocol, so we'll see if there is any more on that. Joe Alt got hurt in the Chargers game again, and it did not look good also. So we'll continue to monitor all that. We'll get the updates as soon as possible. Some other updates for you. We have a couple of red zone alerts here. Rams, 2nd and 8 from New Orleans 14. So we'll get an update there. The Jags have the ball, trying to do something before the half. So let's start there and get an update from our guy, Tony Cordasco.
We're in the final seconds of the second quarter. There's the clock ticking down, 22 seconds remaining, and the Raiders taking a 6-0 lead on a great drive there at the end of the first half of play, and they'll get the kickoff here to start the second half here coming up momentarily. But a 13-play drive. They started that drive at the 90. It was a 95-yard drive. Started at the 5-yard line, and in 5:04, they capped it off with as good of a catch as you will ever see by Brock Bowers. Bowers was entangled with the corner Greg Newsome III of Jacksonville, and Bowers comes up on a pass into the end zone by Geno Smith, right on the money. He catches it with the left hand and secures it, and his backside he controlled the ball. Backside lands inbounds after a review because they called it out of bounds on the first call there, and they said he was out of bounds. And so they review it. They overturn the call. It is a touchdown, and that was the first score on the afternoon in this game, and pretty much a terrific drive by both the Raiders and by Geno Smith, who really came to life there. 9 of 11 on the drive, 85 yards. And that touchdown now 14 of 20, and the touchdown and 113 yards overall. This is a game in which we saw the Jacksonville Jaguars blow a couple of opportunities. They're going to try a field goal here, and they're spotting it. 68-yard field goal attempt. 68. Hold on right here. And the kick is good.
Oh. Wow.
And that is Little, Cam Little, a 68-yard field goal. What? And it just clears the bar. Oh, I'm just watching the replay here, and everyone's kind of stunned. And it had plenty of legs to go over 70 plus. 68-yard field goal. And we're live on the air, and we're calling it here in Jacksonville, finally breaking through. Lawrence on the afternoon, 12 of 19 and 100 yards. Trevor Etienne has 19 carries on 19 yards on 7 carries. And, things are kind of crazy here right now as the final gun goes off, and we are at the break. So, again, the score at halftime here in Las Vegas, it is the Las Vegas Raiders 6, Jacksonville Jaguars 3.
Oh, unreal. Thank you so much, Tony. You can only get an update like that right here on Gridiron Game Day. That's the record, right? A 68-yard field goal from Cam Little to end the half. He did it. This is how he won his job. He had a 70-yarder in the preseason, and what school did he go to? He is an Arkansas Razorback alum, so a huge field goal. Unreal. 68 yards. The longest kick in NFL history was 66. That was Justin Tucker on this. I have to confirm this, but I think it was Justin Tucker in September 26, 2021. So the year of the kicker continues, and a massive 68-yard field goal. Not done in Denver, by the way, which normally it feels like it's always done there. Also not done by Sebastian Janikowski. That's a throwback there. I know Nico's, he's too young for that one. But Cam Little, 68-yard field goal. Unreal. We got some more updates in the game of the week. Bills, Chiefs, Paul Hamilton's got more for us.
Well, last time I lied to you. I told you none of the Bills receivers can get open. There was one guy who was getting open. First of all, it was Dalton Kincaid wide open for a 23-yard touchdown that gave the Bills a 7-0 lead. The Bills now lead at 14-10 because Dalton Kincaid came across the middle, wide open, 47 yards down to the Kansas City 8. Ty Johnson capped it off with a 3-yard run, a 5-play, 70-yard drive. Josh Allen went 3 for 3 for 72 yards on it. So the Bills got the offense fixed after a couple of bad drives. Now it was the Chiefs' turn. They had a nice return as Tyquan Thornton brought it back to the 40, Kansas City 40. On 3rd and 3 from the Bills' 40, it was broken up by second-year safety Cole Bishop, who quite honestly has taken a lot of garbage from Bills fans here. They have not been happy with the kid. Well, they were pretty happy with the 3rd and 3. On 4th and 3, a slant to Rice. Guess who was there again? Bishop to break it up. So the Chiefs turn the ball over on downs, and the Bills will take over. First down and 10 from their own 40, leading at 14-10. Butker had hit a 46-yard field goal to give the Chiefs their 3 points and 10 points overall. So the Bills have the ball, 4:12 left to go in the first half, and a chance to extend their lead.
Thank you so much, Paul, and we'll continue to monitor that one. A big offensive half so far. 138 yards for Josh Allen, and Dalton Kincaid off to a red-hot start. 3 catches, 75 yards, and a touchdown. Let's go out to L.A. That game's getting closer to the half. Rams, Saints, and Chuck Hayes has more for us.
Yeah, 36 seconds remaining in the first half, Anthony. It is the Rams 20 and the Saints 3. And from the Saints standpoint, probably the best play of the day other than the Taysom Hill run. Justin Reed on special teams was the outside guy. And the Rams, Joshua Carty was attempting a 39-yard field goal. Reed broke through the veteran from Stanford and forced Carty to push it wide right. So that was a big highlight because the Rams had gotten into position where they were going to score again. It was their tight end, Davis Allen, who Stafford hit what looked to be a 14-yard touchdown pass. And that was called back because Allen really got his hand on the Saints defender and grabbed it, and they pushed that thing back. The Rams could not make a play. They missed a field goal, and right now we got 18 seconds remaining in the first half. The Saints have the ball 2nd and 10 from the Rams' 23-yard line. Tyler Shuck is starting to seal it a little bit as the Rams have been playing a little bit looser on defense. So they have one more timeout left in this first half, and with their approach down inside Ram territory, he takes a big sack, and they're gonna gift this back to the Saints because they're gonna say this was a hit to the head, roughing the passer against the Rams, and they will set this up. And the Rams defense made a big play, but we got a roughing the passer call, and that will help stop the clock and give the Saints one more opportunity with 13 seconds to go before they have to either score or settle for a field goal. So 13 seconds left in the first half. It is the Rams 20, the Saints 3. They moved the ball half the distance to the goal line here at SoFi.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we'll continue to monitor all of these. These games are getting closer to the half. Like he said, Jags Raiders is 6-3 at the half. Like Chuck was saying, 20-3 Rams over the Saints. After the penalty, it'll be 1st and 10 from the Rams' 11-yard line. Bills 14, Chiefs 10. That's at the 2-minute warning. So we'll get an update. We'll come back. We'll get a little bit of a halftime breakdown in all of these. But first, our guy, Pete McCarthy, has an update.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, one of the wildest games of the year had a fitting play to decide it.
Safeties are back deep. Adunze motions left. They're blitzing. It's picked up. Caleb throws. Middle of the field. Loveland catch. Breaks away at the 30. Loveland 20. Loveland 10. Loveland end zone. Touchdown Bears. Colston Loveland on a throw by Caleb Williams on the blitz with 17 seconds to go.
Bears radio, another heartbreaking loss for the Bengals. 47-42, the final in Cincinnati. The Bears are 5-3. That's tied with the Lions in the NFC North. The Lions bested by the Vikings 27-24. J.J. McCarthy passing for 2 touchdowns and running for another in the Minnesota win. The Packers still sit atop the NFC North despite losing to Rico Dowdle and the Panthers in their home field 16-13. The Patriots are first place in the AFC East at 7-2 after edging the Falcons 24-23. Parker Romo's missed extra point in the final minutes, dooming Atlanta. Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud exited with a concussion. The Broncos scored 11 unanswered the fourth to win in Houston 18-15. Denver is 7-2. Chargers topped the Titans 27-20. Christian McCaffrey with a pair of touchdowns. The 49ers 34-24 win over the Giants. In the later games, the Rams have a 20-10 lead on the Saints. Matthew Stafford throwing 3 touchdowns in the first half. Bills 14, Chiefs 10, 2 minutes to play in the first half in Orchard Park, and the Raiders have a 6-3 lead on the Jaguars at the break. College football, Auburn fires head coach Hugh Freeze, according to Pete Thamel. South Carolina fires offensive coordinator Mike Shula per CBS Sports. The latest AP poll is unchanged in the top 7. NBA, the defending champion Thunder bidding to remain unbeaten. Looks like they will. The Thunder all over the Pelicans, 114-87. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with 30 points. The Bulls are 5-0 for the first time since the Michael Jordan era. Chicago visiting the Knicks at Madison Square Garden tonight for a 7 Eastern tip. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Week 9, NFL. In about 20 minutes, the man, the myth, the legend, Jody Mack joins us at 6 o'clock. 2 games at half. The Bills and the Chiefs still playing. Bills 21, Chiefs 10. We're going to complete breakdown how the score got to that in a bit. Rams 20, Saints 10 at halftime as the Rams gave up some points there at the end of the half. The Saints were able They were able to do 6 plays, 71 yards in 47 seconds. Shuck to Juwan Johnson for 11 yards to score. So a little bit of life there as the rookie, the second-round rookie, is showing some life. The Jags and the Raiders just kicked off in the second half. Raiders 6, Jaguars 3. If you missed it, before the half, live on here, Tony Cordasco had the breakdown for us. Cam Little, a 68-yard field goal, the record in NFL history. He also hit a 70-yarder in the preseason. So a big kick, and that's a big turn of events for this Jaguars team who needed any kind of spark. So we'll see what happens there as the Raiders have the ball right now, 2nd and 8 from the Vegas 31. But let's go out to Highmark Stadium. Paul Hamilton has a breakdown of Chiefs-Bills as they're still in the second quarter.
Well, when last we spoke, the Chiefs went for 4th and 3 at the Buffalo 40 and were unsuccessful, so the Bills got the ball. They did put together a 7-play, 60-yard drive, and it was, again, a tight end that got open for Josh Allen. He has been able in the passing game to find his tight ends. This one was Dawson Knox. He found him for 30 yards down the right sideline to the Kansas City 3, and then it was the tush-push. Josh Allen from the 1-yard line just got pushed across the goal line to make it 21-10 for the Bills. Now, the Chiefs did call a couple of timeouts. They have time here. We're waiting on the kickoff, but they have 1:33, and they do have one timeout left. And you know what Patrick Mahomes can do with 13 seconds, if we're going to be honest, but with 1:33. So there might be some more scoring here before the first half is over, as the Chiefs are about to receive the kickoff, and we'll see what Mahomes can do with one timeout and wherever he winds up starting this drive, which is going to be at around his own 33-yard line.
Thank you so much, Paul. Let's go out to SoFi. Saints-Rams. That's at halftime. Chuck Hayes has got the update.
Yeah, thanks so much. Rams 20, Saints 10. And as I mentioned before, the Rams were in complete control, but they had three things happen in the first half that Sean McVay, who's obviously a perfectionist, he's a football coach, will not be happy about. One of them was they had a missed extra point. Joshua Carty pulled it wide left, and that's when they went up 13-0 when Devontae Adams had caught a 3-yard touchdown pass from Matthew Stafford. Then, as they were coming in to score, it was their tight end, of which they are playing with 3 today, Davis Allen, the veteran out of Clemson, was going to score, and the Saints defender came up, and he put his hand on his face mask, the Saints defensive player, and didn't push it. He just grabbed it and held and maintained, and the officials who was right in front of him, so they threw the flag for that. Okay, that pushed the Rams back. They did not have the opportunity to make any more offensive progress, so they were getting ready for a Joshua Carty 39-yard field goal when DB Justin Reed, who was playing on special teams, blew through on the Rams' right-hand side, the Saints' defense left side, and forced Carty to push it right. And the Saints got the ball, got some momentum back, came down the field, and Tyler Shuck went back and was drilled. But unfortunately, it was a hit to the head. It was the roughing the passer call. They moved the ball down inside, and the next thing you know, tight end Juwan Johnson, a 6-year veteran out of Oregon, took a 11-yard touchdown pass and made his way into the end zone to get the Saints on the board with their first score. Shuck on the day, A of 14 for 84 yards and 1 touchdown. So here we are at halftime. The specialists are out there warming up, getting their legs loose and get ready for a second half. And the Saints are back in this game emotionally. It's the Rams 20 and the Saints 10.
Thank you so much, Chuck. We just had a big play by this Jags defense, and they now have the ball. And let's get more on that from Tony Cordasco.
Yeah, once again, Geno Smith throwing an interception here as the Raiders have the football in the first series here in the third quarter. And the intended receiver out in the flat was Michael Mayer, telegraphs it, and it is intercepted by Monteric Brown, and that was at the Raiders' 32-yard line. And we've got 11 minutes to go in the third quarter. It'll be a 3rd down and 6 coming up for Jacksonville, still maintaining possession of the football at the 16-yard line of the Raiders. The big story here, etching his name in the NFL record book at the end of the first half, Cam Little with a 68-yard field goal, which we were on the air, and to be quite honest, beyond belief.
Yes.
And that would have been good. It hit the back wall, by the way, and that would have been probably good from 75, thereabouts. So they have in the quarterback, Lawrence. He won't pick up the first down, and Jacksonville stalls are going to have to settle for a field goal attempt. The Raiders got on the board there at the final few minutes of the second quarter because first it was the Raiders as they traveled 95 yards, 13 plays, and 5:04, capped off by this should be an easy one, a chippy of just 33 yards, by the way, for Cam Little. But the Raiders scoring the touchdown, and the kick is good. So the lead is extended. But Brock Bowers scored a touchdown on a 7-yard pass from Geno Smith. First ruled incomplete, but they show that his backside, according to the referee and his call, landed in the end zone, maintained possession of the football, and the touchdown was good. And then Carlson with the miss on the extra point. So right now we've got 9:53 to go in the third quarter. And even though it's a low-scoring game, we've had a lot of drama here in Las Vegas. It is the Jacksonville Jaguars 6, Las Vegas Raiders 6.
Thank you so much, Tony, as we continue to monitor that one. It's about to be 4th and goal now for the Chiefs as they are unable to convert on the last 2 or 3 plays, this time going to Travis Kelce across the middle and thrown behind him, and he takes a big hit on that one. He was going – actually, it wasn't across the middle, sorry. He was going to the left pylon, left corner of the side, and he gets hit hard. Bounces back up, but that definitely had this thing. So they're lining up for a 19-yard field goal with about 6 seconds left in the half, and that's going to make it 21-13. Worth noting, that touchdown pass that Davante Adams caught before was his 110th all-time, and that puts him – he was already in 9th. That puts him 1 behind Tony Gonzalez for number 8 all-time, and if he gets 2 more, he'll be at 112. They put him number 8 overall, and then he is currently 6 behind Antonio Gates at 7, so a big monumental catch there. DeAndre Hopkins needs 1 more to get 86, which would have him in at 19th all-time alone, so that's a big one. Mike Evans needs 4 to get into 9th place. Actually, no, it would actually be 5 because Davante Adams has scored that one. So a little bit of a milestone there. As far as receptions, he is now, let me give you the exact count because he's coming up on a reception milestone as well. He's got 2 today. So he is 10 receptions away from having 1,000 receptions all time. And 1,000 would put him tied with Hines Ward for 16th all time. DeAndre Hopkins is also 6 away from 1,000. Stephon Diggs eclipsed 900 today. So a lot of milestones coming up for those guys as well. Sacks, I know we had a couple of sack milestones very close. Von Miller is a half a sack away from moving into 13th all-time alone. Cam Jordan is 2 away from moving 19th. Calais Campbell, a sack and a half. Myles Garrett, after today with or no, they were on bye, sorry. Myles Garrett and Khalil Mack would be moving up the leaderboards too very soon. Myles Garrett is at 27, Khalil Mack at 32, TJ Watt also at 28. They're all very close to creeping into the top 25 as well. So that is something to monitor there. So a lot of milestones coming up, which is pretty cool. And I know last week we had some with Derrick Henry and the Ravens. Speaking of the Ravens, and we're going to get into this conversation with Jody, in the 6 and 7 o'clock hour, but the Ravens traded away Jair Alexander and a 7th-round pick. They got back the Broncos' 2026 round pick from the Eagles. So Jair Alexander going to the Eagles for the Broncos' 2026 6th-round pick, and they send Alexander and a 2027 7th-round pick to the Eagles. And that's coming off of the Eagles also trading for Michael Carter from the Jets. So they are trying to bolster that secondary as they put Marcus Epps and Azeez Ojulari on the injured reserve. Howie Roseman, always active when it comes to his, trade market and what he tries to do, upgrading that team. Davenport of the NFL is reporting the Titans are not shopping Calvin Ridley. Teron Davenport, Titans are not shopping Calvin Ridley, as some reports are saying, confirmed with multiple team sources that it's not the case. They, however, received calls about Ridley and other players. Like we said, no Jeffrey Simmons and no Cam Warner, like the absolute no-goes for them. Chargers, Joe Alt is believed to have suffered another high ankle sprain, only this time it could require procedure to repair. Per sources, Alt will undergo an MRI on Monday to confirm the diagnosis on the same right ankle he injured earlier this season at the Giants. That's all from Adam Schefter. This is also from Schefter. 49ers, Kyle Shanahan told reporters that the team is concerned that first-round pick Mikel Williams suffered a torn ACL in the late in the fourth quarter of the win against the Giants. Like we said earlier, the Tucker Kraft injury, we've heard Matt LaFleur say that it does not look good. Mike Silver is saying that people are fearing that it is a torn ACL. Some other college football news, we got the Hugh Freeze news as he was fired by Auburn earlier today. Dylan Raiola, this actually came out a while ago. Pete Hamill reporting Dylan Raiola out for the year with a broken fibula. He suffered the injury against USC on Saturday night. So a lot of injuries both in the NFL and in college. The other injury that happened, C.J. Stroud suffered what they feared to be a concussion. He's in concussion protocol, so he never returned in that game. That happened early in the first quarter, so a lot of injuries across the league there. So maybe the Chargers are a team seeking a offensive lineman. They already, have injuries on the defensive side, so maybe they seek an offensive lineman at the deadline. Jaguars kicked a field goal, so it's now 6-6. Raiders have the ball in the Jags' red zone, and they are going to get to the 1-yard line after a big pass and catch. Geno Smith to Brock Bowers, as Brock Bowers having another big day, 5 catches, 55 yards, and a touchdown. So first and goal at Jacksonville's 1-yard line, about 8 minutes left in the third quarter there. 20-10, as this game is now well into the second half. Rams over the Saints, 20-10. 12 minutes left in the third. L.A. was forced to take a timeout, but it is 3rd and 2. L.A. has the ball at their own 40-yard line, so we will continue to monitor that one as well. The Chiefs and Bills, it is 21-13 at half. Josh Allen, 15 of 17 for 176 yards, so he's having a big day. Very efficient. Only 2 carries, 1 for a touchdown. No overall yardage on that. Ty Johnson, 2 carries for 8 yards and a touchdown. James Cook, 11 carries for 64 yards. Dalton Kincaid, the big pass catcher there, 3 catches, 75 yards in that one. Patrick Mahomes, 7 of 15, so a rough start early, 123 yards. 6 carries for Kareem Hunt with no Isaiah Pacheco out there, 34 yards in that one. 3 catches for Rashee Rice, and Hollywood Brown, a catch for 40 yards. We'll continue to give you the updates all along. Rashee Rice, also a rushing touchdown. We'll update you through these 3 games. We'll get you the breakdown from the complete 1 o'clock window, all when Jody Mack joins me at 6 o'clock after the break. We'll give you our midseason awards, some thoughts. We'll talk about the trade deadline. We'll preview the primetime window. Stay tuned. Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. It's 6 o'clock on Gridiron Game Day, so you know what that means. Jody McDonald, Jody Mack, the man, the myth, the legend. He joins us now. Jody, what is up?
How is your Sunday going there, Anthony?
Oh, you know it's going a lot better after what took place in that 1 o'clock window. As always, never in doubt with my Broncos.
Oh, my God. Yeah, they it's both a good thing and a bad thing. Bad thing is it makes diehard fans like you just stone cold crazy, have games that they should be able to win. You think they're going to win easily, going to be able to coast, going to be able to relax. No, they make you work every single Sunday. Now, they're coming out on the right end.
Yes.
Very, very often. I thought they'd be good this year. I picked them to make the playoffs, but to be where they're at right now, as good as anybody in the AFC record-wise, didn't see that happening. So you have to deal with the angst that they deal you every single week as long as you continue to put W's on the board.
Right, and they lost 2 games early on last-second field goals, so obviously you could say it's a learning experience, but it would be nice if they didn't have to wait till the fourth quarter to put some points up. But the game I want to start with, though, and you've been very critical of the, more Caleb Williams and the Bears as a whole, but coming into today, I thought the Bengals were going to win this game, and I thought they were going to take care of business, and it got away from them early. They come back and then lose another game in excruciating fashion. And to be fair, I mean, all credit to that Bears offense being able to stay. It was a shootout, to be able to stay in pace with the Bengals and finally win it at the end of the game.
I will give credit to the Bears offense, but I will also point out the fact that the Cincinnati Bengals defense is as bad as I've seen. It's certainly the worst in the NFL, and that's saying something.
And no Trey Hendrickson either today.
Exactly. That did not help. And the Dallas Cowboys defense has been brutal too, but they're worse. I can't believe how bad the Bengals defense is. They let Lou Anarumo go last year, their defensive coordinator, because somebody had to get fired because they had an unexpectedly mediocre year. And I did not think he was the biggest problem.
No.
And their replacement at D.C. has not only not improved them, he's watched them slide backwards to the state of worst defense in the National Football League. And I'm being honest, holding my hand on above my head and my other hand on my microphone, so you know I'm telling you the truth. I thought when they scored the touchdown today, I said, oh, shoot, they scored too fast. The Bears are going to go down the field and get this game turned around. That's how little confidence I had in the Bengal defense, and they did just that. They are brutal. But the other thing that's interesting about Cincinnati, how big a Burrow fan are you?
I'm very high on Burrow, and I feel like maybe I've soured a little bit. I don't know if that's overreaction because of what we've seen just a competent Joe Flacco do with this offense. But I think he's one of the 4 best quarterbacks in the league.
As do I, and I thought at certain times, other than the fact that Mahomes keeps winning Super Bowls, didn't last year against the Eagles, but that you could compare Burrow to Mahomes. He's the only guy who's beaten Mahomes in Kansas City these last 5 years. But the more I watch the Bengals play without Joe Burrow and watch old man Flacco, someone texted me earlier today, and I told them I was going to borrow this from them. Flacco could be the next George Blanda. Now, that might be a little before your time, Anthony.
I do not get the reference. I know George Blanda, but I don't get the reference.
Okay. George Blanda played quarterback in the National Football League. I think to age, I know it's 46. It might have been 48. And took the Raiders to the playoffs one year as a 48-year-old quarterback. The starting quarterback, I think it was Darryl LaMonica, went down, and Blanda came off the bench and led them to win after win after win after win, and they went to the playoffs. And he was a kicker for many, many years in his career, but he was a part-time quarterback, and he got his best quarterback action in after the age of 40. Joe Flacco is looking exactly the same. He's playing as good now. Shoot, I know he won a Super Bowl with the Ravens, but he is being more productive, putting up bigger days, bigger yards, bigger stats than he ever has in his career. Do you think maybe it has to do with the very talented wide receivers the Bengals have? And maybe, just maybe, they're making Joe Burrow look as good as he is? And to the Bengals' credit, they might not be able to field the defense, and they don't usually spend. They got both of their 2 uber-talented wide receivers locked up. They just can't get anything else right, so that's the problem.
Yeah, they spent all that money on offense, and maybe they have to make the tough decision. I don't think they will, but maybe they have to make the tough decision that Trey Hendrickson could be a sacrifice, that maybe they could get more pieces on that defense in the offseason. But I will say this, 33 points against the Steelers, and then in back-to-back losses, he put up 38 and 42 points. So that offense is is cooking with Flacco, and it's worth noting. Also just shows you how bad the Browns offense is. So when Browns fans and I guess NFL pundits are, evaluating the quarterback position in Cleveland, maybe take into account that Dylan Gabriel isn't the source of all their problems.
Correct. And I did see this stat as well. Don't know if you saw this one. The Bengals, this team with Joe Flacco at quarterback, is the first team to score 38 points in back-to-back weeks and lose both games. The first team to do that since the 1966 Giants.
Wow.
Man, we got to turn back the clock a whole bunch. 50, sneaking up on 60 years was the last time an NFL team scored 38 points in back-to-back weeks and came out 0-2. That's exactly what the Cincinnati Bengals have done the last 2 weeks.
It's a crazy stat. I want to jump back in. I do want to talk about the Bears, but first let's get an update from L.A., Rams, Saints, and another big play for Davante Adams.
Thanks so much, Anthony. 5:14 remaining in the third period. It is the Rams 27 and the Saints 10, and it was Matthew Stafford, a 4-yard touchdown pass to Davante Adams, which ties him with 8th all-time with 109 receiving touchdowns with Tony Gonzalez. So Davante Adams having a day, and of course Stafford is 23 of 30 today for 268, and he has a touchdown pass counting 4, a 1-yarder, a 3-yarder, a 39-yarder, and now a 4-yarder. And that play was set up inside by Puka Nacua, who made a nice catch outside, and then they ran a reverse for him inside, and was only 3 yards, but it was what they needed to get settled into that position. Again, that drive was beautiful. 16 plays, 80 yards, took 9:46 off the clock. Joshua Carty with the extra point. So we have a scenario where the Saints, who at the end of the half, started to get a little bit on track with rookie Tyler Shuck, 8 of 14 on the day for 84 yards and 1 touchdown. Chris Olave, 1 catch for 27. Shaheed, 2 for 19. Johnson, the tight end, 2 for 19 with 1 touchdown pass. Brandon Cooks, 2 for 16. And Alvin Kamara, normally a great weapon, only 1 reception for 3 yards. And rushing-wise, Kamara, 4 carries for 9 yards. So with 5 minutes and counting in the third period, it is the Rams 27 and the Saints 10.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Raiders, Jags, they're battling it out in Vegas. And let's get an update from Tony Cordasco as well. Tony, what's going on?
To cover the Raiders. It's a 3rd down and 1 coming up here for Jacksonville. They're faced for a 3rd down and 1 at the Raiders' 23-yard line. It was so loud here in the stadium that we saw that Lawrence had to call a timeout. Trevor Lawrence had to take a timeout, and now they're going to approach it on a 3rd and 1, but they'll go for it on 4th as well. I'm sure penalties have really killed both of these two teams. Jacksonville, 7 for 57 yards. The Raiders, 6 for 40, but it's when they happen. And on the last drive, Raiders get the ball down to the 1-yard line, and then they have a false start. And Lawrence is going to take it himself on the keeper, dive forward. Looks as though from here, and he is. He's got the first down, so the drive continues for Jacksonville, trailing in this game 9-6 to the Raiders, but the Raiders hurt themselves, and they had to settle for a field goal. Again, penalties plaguing each team, and the Raiders cashing in 8 plays, 37 yards, and 327 on a Daniel Carlson 24-yard field goal. Also in the second half, the scoring started off tying the game. Cam Little, 7 plays to 17 yards after the Geno Smith interception, and Cam Little with a shorty of just 33 yards. And that tied the game at 6. But earlier in the first half, that's when we saw in the final minute of play all sorts of fireworks. So 35 seconds to go. Brock Bowers with a 7-yard reception in the end zone for the touchdown. Originally called incomplete. They came back. Yes, his buttocks landed in the end zone. Touchdown as they reviewed the play. But the extra point failed by Daniel Carlson. And right after that, with no time remaining on the clock, the NFL record 68-yard field goal by Cam Little. And that was just 4 plays and 19 yards. And, of course, the stadium was buzzing at halftime. As far as stats go, for the Raiders, Geno Smith, now 16 of 25. He has 1 touchdown and 1 interception. Trevor Lawrence, 16 of 24, 1 interception, 130. Travis Etienne, 12 carries, 44 yards on the ground, 44 as well for Ashton Genty. Genty's also been good on catching the football. Parker Washington has had a good day, 71 yards on 6 receptions today. Brock Bowers, 55 yards on 5 catches and that touchdown. And it's a 3rd down and 1, and Jacksonville will not get there. I think it was Etienne on the carry, and he is pushed back and loses a yard there. So it'll be 4th down, and they're going to bring on the field goal unit once again and looking for the hat trick on the day from Cam Little. Once again, from Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, there's 38 seconds remaining in the 3rd quarter, and your score is the Las Vegas Raiders 9, Jacksonville 6.
Thank you so much, Tony. In the Bills-Chiefs game, Bills 21, Chiefs 13. Bills have the ball at about midfield, so we'll get an update there. Just to clarify, Davante Adams tied with Tony Gonzalez for 111 touchdowns. He started today with 109. He's now at 111, so an impressive marker for him. Mike Evans not far behind him, so a big day there. Jody, we were talking about the Bears. We talked a little about the Bengals, but I came away, and I understand the Bengals' offense is not very good this year, but this is, again, the Bengals won back-to-back weeks, 25-24 over the Raiders and Commanders on the road. They win this week on the road. After what looked like was going to be a crushing defeat, they come back and win. Is there, a little bit of, I know the quarterback hasn't been perfect, and at times he is what's holding them back. As a Bears fan, you have to be a little excited about what you saw today and what you've seen at times from this offense.
Part of the reason why you should be excited about the Bears is above and beyond the things that you just stated. They're playing good football. They're scoring a lot of points. Caleb Williams will make you pull your hair out, but he'll also make tremendously exciting plays for you. And Ben Johnson does look like an offensive genius. I thought that was well overstated during the offseason. I said, can we let him coach a couple of games, become the head coach before we put him on a pedestal and say he's going to be an all-time great NFL head coach? We know he's a good offense coordinator. The numbers were the numbers in Detroit. They were off the charts good. But the reason I would be most excited, and Bear fans won't cop to this, but as someone without a rooting interest, just looking from afar, the thing you should be most excited about is that division is so wide open.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, Lions get beat by the Vikings today, and the Packers lose to a game against the Panthers, and I didn't watch that game, but they kept going to it on the Red Zone channel.
They couldn't do anything offensively.
And every time you went there, nothing was happening. I'm going, well, why are we watching this? Isn't someone else about to score? Because nobody's scoring all day long. They get the score late. The Green Bay does that they're supposed to get, but then they allow the Panthers go down and kick the game-winning field goal at the end of regulation. So Lions lose, Packers lose, Bears win, Vikings win. Vikings playing Lions, so somebody had to win that game in the division. Better the guy who's behind you than the one who's in front of you. So, yeah, they're in the mix because that division is so jumbled, so even from top to bottom. And, yes, I'm going to put Minnesota, even though they played poorly. I said last night on here on the Infinity Sports Network, Minnesota had a chance today, not because their second-year quarterback was going to come in and light the world on fire, and he played pretty damn well.
Yep.
But Carson Wentz is done. And they made the decision to go with Carson Wentz as their backup before the season started, and I didn't think he was going to be able to help them, and I watched him play his old Carson Wentz-type football against the Eagles 2 weeks ago. Now that they have gotten their guy that they're ready to handle their franchise over to, McCarthy, for the next several years, maybe they could get on a roll, which means that division is completely and totally up for grabs. Any of those teams can finish first. Any of those 4 teams could finish last.
Yeah, and what I came away from it today, I still like the Lions as the best team in that division. But like you said, they are not an unstoppable force. They could be beaten. We've seen them lose 3 games this year, 2 in the division, and it's been a poor go at times, and it looks like they have been figured out at times offensively. Defensively, they've been a little bit better, but they also didn't make the plays when they needed to today. And offensively, when they couldn't figure it out, it felt like they figured it out too late. I look at the Packers. I've been unimpressed at times by their defense and at times by their offense. And today they lose to the Browns. They lose to the Panthers today. I know the Browns have an elite defense and the Panthers have a good defense, but these are not teams that they should be losing to, let alone struggling to get a first down against when you're considered a Super Bowl contender. So if you're the Bears, you have to be excited. And I think what the Bears have shown as they have the ability to come up big in big moments. And Caleb Williams, what he's disappointed me in as an overall progression, he has impressed me late in games with the way he's been able to handle it. So outside of a couple of big losses, I've been very impressed by a Bears team I didn't think was going to be that good.
Here's what bothered me today about the Detroit game, because, I picked Detroit, thought they were going to win. They did.
I did too.
Shame on me. Jahmyr Gibbs, who is a legitimate game-breaking, anytime he touches the ball kind of guy, got 9 carries for the entire game.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't like, oh, my God, they fell behind by 3 touchdowns, and they had to throw it on every single possession that they had. No, by the way, if you can throw it, it's good, just as good to throw it to Gibbs as anybody else on the field. And he did get 3 passes, but all of 3 yards on 3 receptions. That's not good, averaging 1 yard per catch. But they completely underused him. Montgomery's a nice player. He's a solid player. He's not a game breaker like Gibbs. You've got to have, in a game that looked to be pretty high scoring, and it was very early on, you had 21 points scored in the first quarter, you got to feature Jahmyr Gibbs. You have to design and call plays to get the ball in his hands where he can break a big one and give you a major boost. Maybe they are missing Ben Johnson a little bit more than I thought they might, because how Gibbs comes out of a game like that with only 9 carries and 3 very short passes thrown his way just doesn't make sense to me.
I agree, and it also doesn't help. Like, it felt at times the offense was fine, and it felt like they were overthinking it. And then I know, like, the blocked field goal in the fourth quarter was kind of the deciding factor, because at that point you let you not only get the blocked field goal, but it instantly turns into 3 points the other way for the Vikings. So it's a 6-point swing immediately. But it felt like Dan Campbell and that offense, they were overthinking it today. And he had 3 targets. He caught all 3 of them. You didn't give him a chance to really get going. And Montgomery, it wasn't like he was doing much either. And I felt like it would have opened the passing game a little bit more. And the passing game really didn't open up until midway through the fourth quarter. So a disappointing loss. It doesn't really shatter their windows. They still have high hopes for that Lions team, but they are clearly flawed the way they go about it. Before we go to break, let's go out to L.A. and get an update. Jaguars also just put a touchdown on the board, a scramble by Trevor Lawrence. That's now 13-9. Let's go out to SoFi, get an update from Chuck Hayes in the Saints-Rams game.
Thanks so much, Anthony. We're at the end of 3. It is the Rams 27 and the Saints 10, and the Rams are now on the Saints 20-yard line. They have 1st and 10. They've been driving. Only update we can give in regards to injury, Puka Nacua, who on the last series when the Rams scored on the Devontae Adams touchdown pass, on the play before, ran the ball from his flanker position and got turned awkwardly inside the Saints 3-yard line where a linebacker put a hit on him. And right when he hit him, you could tell it knocked the wind out of him. And he's a tough guy. He got off the field, but as soon as he got off the field, he got down on one knee. So he's being evaluated for a chest injury. I doubt if we'll see him back again with this lead of 27-10 with the dominance that the Rams have on the day. Matthew Stafford in 3 quarters, 23 of 30 for 268, 4 touchdowns. Nacua 7 for 95, 1 touchdown. Adams 5 for 60, 2 touchdowns. Ferguson 2 receptions for 54 yards. Allen 2 for 24. Tyler Higbee 3 for 13 with 1 touchdown. So with the start of the fourth quarter right now, Stafford has just hit a pass play. The Rams will take the ball inside the Saints 7 as they're in full control of this game, 27-10.
Thank you so much, Chuck. And we will get an update on the rest of the games. Me and Jody will continue recapping the 1 o'clock window. In the 7 o'clock hour, we will give you a little bit of a mid-season award show. All that right here, Gridiron Game Day. Be right back.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day right here on Infinity Sportsnet and the BetMGM Network. Before me and Jody continue our conversation, let's get an update from a few of these games. Chiefs battling with the Bills, our marquee matchup of the day, and Paul Hamilton has got us covered from Buffalo.
It's still 21-13 in favor of the Bills with 5:31 left to go here in the third quarter. Buffalo will start 1st and 10 on their own 26-yard line. Kind of got a break in the last drive. Kansas City wound up, instead of a 3rd and 7, wound up with 3rd and 17 because Mahomes was called for intentional grounding. There was no question that Michael Hoyt tipped the ball. He should not have been called for the penalty, and that's what the Chiefs were arguing. But there's really no replay on that. So there was really nothing they could do. So they wound up going for 3rd and 17. It was an absolutely perfect rush by the Bills. Remember Hoyt, this is only his second game. He was suspended for the first 6 because of he had put some substance into his body in a medication that he didn't know was illegal. And he got the sack, but they surrounded Mahomes. Russo on one side, Bosa on the other, Hoyt up the middle, and Mahomes had nowhere to go. And usually he can get out of that. He did earlier when he was back in the end zone and waited for Kelsey to get open and hit him down the middle for a big gain on a 3rd down. But it was stopped there. The other thing I saw, too, you remember the Bills really had problems with the Chiefs' speed in the playoff game, so they drafted for speed. Max Hairston, their number 1 pick, got hurt in training camp. This is only his 2nd game. In that drive, Hairston was step for step with Worthy down the sideline. I mean, he was right with him. So, you know, whether Hairston turns into be a good corner or not, he came as advertised, as very, very fast, had no problem keeping up with Worthy. And, so we'll see where that goes for the Bills, too, as they try to improve their speed. So Buffalo now will have the ball in the third quarter here, as so far Allen is 17-20 for 193 yards. So he's having a pretty good day out there, a very efficient day. He ran for a first down up the middle for 11. He's not running too much. Does have a rushing touchdown and a tush push. So he gets it started again, 1st and 10 from the 26, 5:31 left to go your third quarter, and a 21-13 lead for Allen's Bills.
Thank you so much, Paul. Let's go out to L.A. Chuck Hayes has got an update on what is a beatdown of the Saints by the Rams. What's going on, Chuck?
11:55 remaining in this one. It's the Rams 34 and the Saints 10. The Saints now got the ball inside the Rams 15-yard line, and Taysom Hill, the all-purpose player, now is playing fullback. Saw him as a kick returner, saw him as a quarterback, now playing fullback. And the Rams scored at the 12:40 mark. It was 4th-year Notre Dame running back Kyron Williams, a 1-yard touchdown blast. That drive took 10 plays, 52 yards, took 6:22 off the clock, and it was set up by Cam Kitchen's recovery of an Alvin Kamara fumble at the Rams' 48-yard line. Linebacker Nate Landeman punched that out, the 4th-year veteran from Colorado, and Kitchens was right there to get it. And let's look at Kyron Williams for the day. 20 carries for 89 yards, 1 touchdown, a long run of 15, 4.5 yards per carry. So he's obviously doing a great job for the Rams. His running mate from Michigan, Blake Corn, 10 carries for 56 yards, 5.6 yards per carry, 21 yards is the long run of the day for him. And, of course, the veteran Matthew Stafford, 24 for 32 for 281, 4 touchdowns. Nakua, 7 for 95. As I mentioned, he has a chest injury. He's questionable for return. So with 10:37 remaining in this one, the Rams 34-10 over the Saints. The Saints now inside the Rams 14-yard line with a 3rd and 8. Tyler Shuck at the helm for the Saints, hoping to make something happen.
Thank you so much, Chuck, as the Bills just passed midfield after another first down pass, about 4 minutes left in the third there. Let's go out to Vegas as the Jaguars and Raiders are exchanging scores. Tony Cordasco's got more for us.
With 9:31 to go in the game, it is the Raiders 16, Jacksonville 13, and the crowd has come to life here in Las Vegas as the Raiders just cap off a 9-play, 69-yard drive in 5-12 with an Ashton Genty 15-yard touchdown on a little swing pass from Geno Smith. Imagine being Antonio Johnson trying to be the only man out there in space, and it was a Genty stiff arm that puts him away, and he rambles into the end zone for the touchdown to give Las Vegas the lead in this seesaw affair. Earlier in the fourth quarter, when we last left you, I thought that they were going to bring out on a 4th and 1. We thought they would bring out the field goal unit, and instead Jacksonville goes for it on 4th down. Trevor Lawrence picks it up, and then he has a 7-yard touchdown run to start the fourth quarter as he runs up the middle, veers to the left, and goes right into the end zone on 13 plays and 69 yards on that drive. So that's the scoring since we last left you. And there was no scoring in the first quarter of this game, but things got underway. Brock Bowers, there. Mad Max just made a big play there. Finally, he gets Max Crosby gets into the action, and a loss on that play because he's been pretty quiet today. They've done a good job in blocking him, but he gets the sack there on Trevor Lawrence, so it'll bring up a 3rd down and 11 now with 8:20 to go. But earlier, the touchdown to start the scoring, Brock Bowers, 7-yard reception, unbelievable with just the left hand, hauls it in, 13 plays, 95 yards on that drive. And right before halftime, the Cam Little 68-yard field goal. Still cannot believe that as I say it. 4 plays is 19 yards. That's the NFL record. And a big play torn off by the Jaguars, and they're in plus territory inside the 40-yard line of the Raiders as we speak. After that, Cam Little, 33-yard field goal in the third, and Daniel Carlson from 24 yards out. So the leading players, I should say, in the categories, Geno Smith, 183 yards on 20 of 29, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. You've got Trevor Lawrence there with 167 yards passing. Etienne, 14 carries, 51 yards. And Parker Washington, 71 receiving yards and 6 receptions. Brock Bowers has had a terrific day today, and he has 65 yards on 6 receptions and the 1 touchdown. 7:43 remaining in this game. It's a 1st and 10 for Jacksonville on the 41-yard line of the Raiders. And your score from Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, it's the Las Vegas Raiders 16, Jacksonville Jaguars 13.
Thank you so much, Tony, and we'll continue to monitor that one. We heard about the Puka Nacua injury earlier. Schefter reporting he's questionable to return due to a chest injury. I'm sure he is going to just be out also as precaution, so we won't get a update on how impressive, how important that injury actually is until after the game, so we'll hold our breath and hope it's nothing, just a precaution. We'll come back. We'll continue the conversation with Jody. We'll get the update in this Bills-Chiefs game as the Bills are threatening to score on the goal line and a lot more as well. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
Well, Anthony, Josh Allen with his 2nd rushing touchdown of the game, and the Bills are leading the Chiefs 28-13, 1:34 to play in the third quarter as the Bills try to improve to 6-2. Allen has also thrown for 253 yards in this game. He has 1 touchdown toss to Dalton Kincaid. The Rams all over the Saints 34-10. Matthew Stafford has thrown 4 touchdowns for LA. The Jaguars are trailing the Raiders in Las Vegas 16-13, 7:43 to play in the fourth quarter. As you heard, Cam Little did it for real this time. The Jaguars kicker connecting on a record 68-yard field goal, breaking Justin Tucker's record that had stood at 66 yards since 2021. This preseason, Little hit a 70-yard field goal. Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud was concussed after taking a big hit while sliding late on a scramble in the second quarter. Davis Mills finished the game at quarterback for Houston. The Broncos rallying late again with Will Lutz hitting a 34-yard walk-off field goal. Broncos win in Houston 18-15 to improve to 7-2. The Packers fear that tight end Tucker Kraft tore his right ACL. He'll undergo additional testing. The Packers lose to Rico Dowdle and the Panthers 16-13. Carolina is 5-4. The Vikings may have been playing for their season today in Detroit, entering at 3-4. They even that up at 4-4. J.J. McCarthy, a rushing touchdown, 2 passing touchdowns, and the Vikings defeat the Lions in Detroit 27-24. Kicking has been a problem for the Falcons this year. And Parker Romo, it was mixed extra point in the final minutes, dooming the Falcons to a 24-23 loss to the Patriots in Foxborough. The Pats are 7-2. Chargers beat the Titans. Steelers and the Colts, their second loss of the season. Christian McCaffrey with 2 touchdowns. The 49ers win over the Giants. Tonight, Jaden Daniels returns from his hamstring injury for the Commanders as they face the 5-2 Seahawks. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day on Infinity Sportsnet and the BetMGM Network. If you're watching on YouTube, what is going on? Brian Thomas went down with an injury going into break. He is back on that scoring play for the Jaguars, which puts them up 20-16. So injury crisis averted there. I think it was Tootin with the touchdown as that game continues to be a back and forth. You know, it started off really slow. It looked like nothing was going to happen, and now it's back and forth. 34-10. Saints have the ball. After going for it on fourth down, they've actually turned it over. I don't know if it was a turnover on downs or just a straight-up pick. So 34-10. Saints losing to the Rams. Bills, Chiefs. Bills scored as we were going to break. I believe it was Josh Allen with a rushing touchdown. So that one is now 28-13. And the Bills yet again dominating the Chiefs in the regular season. Before we get back to the conversation, let's go out to L.A. for an update in the Saints and Rams game. What's going on, Chuck?
Yeah, thanks, Anthony. 5:24 left in this one, and the Rams in complete control, 34-10. And it was Tyler Shuck on 4th and 4 threw an interception that Emmanuel Forbes, third-year man out of Mississippi State, and the Rams made a nice play, and that really kind of seals the deal in regards to the Saints and their offense of the day. We have 5 minutes, and we're ticking. As I look to the Ram offense now, and I'm trying to see if Matthew Stafford is still in the football game, and yes, he is. Number 9, who's having quite the day today, and again, celebration of Matthew and what he's done. Along with the other members of the Rams team. Kyron Williams has 22 carries for about 97 yards. Blake Corum, 13 for 58 on the day, and I don't know if we'll see Stafford put it up anymore. He's 24 for 32 for 281 and 4 touchdowns. Puka Nacua, 7 receptions for 95 yards. He was targeted 8 times. He got a chest injury, and he has not been back since then. Devontae Adams, 5 receptions for 60 yards, including the one that tied him, was 8th all-time with 109 touchdowns with former Falcons and Chiefs and Cal tight end Tony Gonzalez. Ferguson, 2 for 54. Allen, 3 for 37. Higbee, 3 of 13, 1 touchdown, along of 8. So for the New Orleans Saints, Tyler Shuck, 15 of 24, 176, 1 touchdown to his tight end, 1 interception. Taysom Hill, 4 carries for 30 yards. Alvin Kamara, a subpar day for him, 6 carries, 14 yards, a long run of 3. And on that long run of 3, he fumbled the football. And that turnover gave the Rams great opportunity to go down and take the football 10 plays, 52 yards for their last score of the day. So with 3 minutes and counting here at SoFi Stadium in front of a crowd of 72,055, it is the Rams 34 and the Saints 10.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Jody, that NFC West is, the top three teams at the top of that division. The Niners keep surviving with all their injuries, but the Rams, cruising to a victory today, and we'll see what the Seahawks do against the Commanders. But those two teams, specifically the Seahawks and the Rams, are going to be in a dogfight, I feel like, all year. As I think the Niners have too many injuries to overcome. But what the Rams and then the Seahawks have shown me of late, they are two legit contenders, in my opinion.
By the way, when Chuck was giving us the attendance on the game, did you get the feeling that he was actually counting them? He kind of paused and waited, and I thought he was actually counting heads in the stadium.
On his fingers?
Very, very impressed with that. You are 100% correct that the NFC West, and I know the Cardinals have not been good and they don't play till tomorrow, but those top three teams are all legit. If you want to say the Rams have looked slightly better than anybody else, I probably wouldn't argue with you, although we'll see what Seattle does tomorrow. They were my upset pick to win that division before the year started, so I'm going to continue to root for them, and they've lived up to at least my expectations, which were pretty high to begin with. And the 49ers, you're right. Every week you have to check their injury, see who's playing, who's not playing, and but all they do is win. Like today, they beat a bad Giants team, and I still can't figure out how the Giants beat the Eagles a couple of weeks ago because the Eagles returned the favor last week, and the Giants didn't do much again today defensively. They've got guys who can get after the quarterback, but if they don't get there, they just get sliced up. The Giant defense is bad.
I also think the loss of Paulson, it's right where that Broncos-Giants game flipped was when Paulson Adebo and Javon Holland got hurt. And I really think that's where everything flipped for them. And we have an injury here in the Bills game. I will find out who that is in a second. But that Niners team, I think, is good. I just don't think they have enough to constantly without Ricky Pearsall, no Fred Warner, which I think is one of the more critical injuries in all of football.
Big, yep.
And I don't trust Mac Jones. When I look at the rest of that division, I love what I've seen from the Seahawks. They also dealing with a lot of injuries, but mostly just at their receiving core, and they still have their number one guy in Jackson Smith and Jigba healthy. I trust Darnold and I trust Stafford way more than I trust Mac Jones. And even Brock Purdy at times, when we have seen him this year, he hasn't looked great. And this is not to knock the Niners. I think that they are well in the driver's seat of being, I think they're the 7th seed right now. I have to see how everything shook out after today. But coming into the day, they were the 7th seed. Obviously, they're still in the driver's seat for a playoff spot. But as far as this division goes, I think the Seahawks and the Rams are up there with whoever survives the NFC North, the Eagles, and I think the Bucs. I think those are the 4 best teams in the entire conference.
Understand where you're coming from, and I know Mac Jones has been a kind of come-hither quarterback since he was drafted in the first round by New England. But he's played pretty well this year. Big guy, he had another good game again today, 135 quarterback rating. Is he going to be making the Pro Bowl? No, of course not. And as soon as Purdy is ready, they're going to put him back in. Now, it'd be very interesting to see if Purdy comes in and plays poorly. And when I say plays poorly, 49ers lose games. Well, I know they gave him the big contract. I know he took him to the Super Bowl previously, and I defended Brock Purdy to no end when people were saying this is a farce. He's not that good. How can Mr. Irrelevant be the starting quarterback for a Super Bowl team? And he was. But he was, you're right, not playing well when he played. And Mac Jones, all he does is win. Yeah, don't write Mac Jones off just yet, big guy.
So we'll see as that goes along. First, let's get an update. The Chiefs are trying to stay alive. They are threatening. They're in the red zone. So let's go out to Highmark Stadium, and Paul Hamilton has an update for us.
It's been a very physical football game, and the Bills have smacked Mahomes all over the field, and you know him. He doesn't care. He loves it. I mean, he pops right back up again. He doesn't care how hard he gets hit. And, He was facing a 3rd and 17, and he wasn't able to get that, threw the ball too low for Worthy, who couldn't hold on. 4th and 17, goes back. They faked out Joey Bosa as he stopped the pass rush. Had he kept going, he would have flushed him out of the pocket, but he didn't, and Rice was wide open downfield, and they found him for a 29-yard gain to the Bills' 11. Now Mahomes he stepped up in the pocket. Now he got them down to about the 4-yard line as the Chiefs still trail this game as they're trying to get on the board here in the fourth quarter. 12 and a half minutes left to go. It's 28-13. It was interesting to listen to Mahomes during the week. I loved listening to him. He goes, I love going there. He said, it's great. They hate us. And he says, I love it when they hate us. And he said, it's a hostile place to play. And he said, it's one of my favorite places to play because I can't wait to get there. And the Bills fans haven't disappointed, and the Bills haven't disappointed. It's been a physical game. The fans have been all over him, but as he always does, he responds. And the Bills, again, about the injured guy you talked about, by the way, that was Hoyt. Michael Hoyt, who's really helped on the pass rush. They've really been on Mahomes, and he's been a key part of it. He could not put any weight on his right foot, but he just hobbled to the bench and sat down. This is only his second game, and the Bills' pass rush has improved drastically. Bosa has gotten better. Russo has gotten better with him there. So he's somebody that I think I can say already they probably can't afford to lose, as we're going to have a 4th and 1 here from the Bills' 2-yard line. So we'll see what the Chiefs do here as they desperately need a touchdown. And they will get that touchdown. Straight ahead is Hunt. So that will make it 28-19, pending the extra point. 11:32 left to go here in the fourth quarter.
Thank you so much, Paul, as we'll continue to monitor that one, and Kareem Hunt punches that in to make it a 1-score game if the extra point is good. We only have about a minute or so, but let's go out to Las Vegas. A lot has happened since we last talked to him. Tony Cardasco's got an update in Jags-Raiders.
The Jaguars are trailing the Raiders 23-20. Jacksonville has the ball with 1:41 remaining in the game and 2 timeouts left, and they'll take the ball starting now on their own 31-yard line, as the Raiders just scored a touchdown, mostly exclusively Brock Bowers on that last drive, and he caps it off a 27-yard reception for the touchdown. Extra point good, 23-20. Your score here in Las Vegas. We'll have a recap coming up.
Thank you so much, Tony, and we'll monitor that one. About 1:47 left in that one. The 2-point conversion is good, so now 21-28. Bills on top. Chiefs looking to get a stop. About 11:32 left in that game. So we got a lot of football left. The other game has gone final. Saints 10, Rams 34. So the Rams take care of business. A big day for everyone involved on that offense. 281 and 4 touchdowns for Stafford. 114 and a touchdown for Kyron Williams. 7 catches, 95 yards, and a touchdown. And Devontae Adams moves into 8th all-time, tying Tony Gonzalez for most receiving touchdowns ever. So 8th all-time at 111. We'll come back. We'll talk about, the midseason awards that me and Jody have. We'll update everything that's going on in Raiders, Jags, and Chiefs, Bills. Stay tuned. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, right here on Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day. You're listening to Infinity Sports and the BetMGM Network. This game just went final. We'll get you an update on Bills, Chiefs in a bit, and Raiders, Jags. But first, let's go out to the SoFi Stadium as Chuck's got a recap for the action that took place there. Saints, Rams, Chuck Hayes.
Thanks so much. The final, the Rams 34, the Saints 10, and the Rams go to 6-2. Sean McVay picks up his 86th career win, while Kellen Moore, the first-year head coach of the Saints, drops to 1-8. And it was a complete team effort by the Rams today, led by Matthew Stafford, 24 of 32 for 281, 4 touchdowns. Kyron Williams, their veteran running back from Notre Dame, carried it 25 times for 114 yards, 4.6 yards per carry, 1 touchdown, a long run of 15. Blake Corum, his mate in the backfield for Michigan, 13 carries, 58 yards, a long run of 21. Let's look at the receivers. Nakua was targeted 8 times. He caught 7 for 95. Devontae Adams, 7 targets. He caught 5 for 60, 2 touchdowns, including the one that put him in a tie with Tony Gonzalez for career touchdown receptions of 8th all time. And when you look at the Saints, and obviously they're in a rebuilding mode, they decided to start Tyler Shuck at quarterback. He went 15 for 24, 176, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Taysom Hill could not complete a pass. He was 0 for 1, although he did run 4 times for 30 yards. Alvin Kamara, a subpar day for him, the veteran from Tennessee, 6 carries for 14 yards, a paltry 2.3 yards per carry, a long run of 3, and a fumble, which gave the Rams their final touchdown when Kyron Williams at the 12:40 mark ran in on a 1-yard touchdown blast. So with Stafford having the kind of day that he did and Williams running the ball and the Ram defense in control, Sean McVay's only complaints will be that he had a kicker miss an extra point. He had his place kicker also push the field goal to the right because the blocking tackle, outside tackle on special teams did not handle the Saint blitzer coming off the edge, which forced the extra point and forced the field goal to be missed. And then a touchdown that was taken off the board because of a personal foul, face mask call down inside the goal line. So you take those plays away, and you know that the Saints basically were climbing the mountain completely the entire second half, and the Rams basically iced it at the 12:40 mark. So the Rams go to 6-2. They go on the road and play the 49ers at San Francisco. The Saints drop to 1-8. It's been a great afternoon here in SoFi. A big celebration coming off last night's Dodger World Series win. I think it transcended because of the relationship that Matthew Stafford has with Clayton Kershaw. He certainly elevated his game today. And for the Rams, a 34-10 victory, which drives the fans in Los Angeles to sing "I Love LA" as it reverberates throughout the stadium.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and a big party in L.A., both football teams winning, and the World Series champion Dodgers last night being crowned. So a lot to be happy for in California, specifically L.A., not California, because, there are other teams that reside there. But let's go out to a team that used to reside there, Raiders, Jags. Cam Little has done it again, and Tony Cordasco's got an update for us.
He sure has, and we're headed to overtime. And Jacksonville won the toss in OT and has elected to receive the football for the 10-minute overtime period or less. And they tied the game to the Jaguars with 16 seconds remaining. And their hero of the day, Cam Little, boots a 48-yard field goal, 8 plays, 42 yards in 1:36 to knot the game up at 23. It's so hard to believe that it was a scoreless first quarter. It was a total of 9 points at halftime. The game goes over the total with a 37-point second half here in Las Vegas. And the story today, in addition to Cam Little, has just been it's been a back-and-forth affair. It's been actually a rather fun game. It's turned into a really good game as we're tied up here in overtime. Earlier in this quarter, it's been pretty much a scoring frenzy. It started off with Ashton Genty on a 15-yard reception, or I should say, it started off with a Trevor Lawrence 7-yard touchdown run, and that made it a 13-9 Jacksonville lead. And then Ashton Genty on that 15-yard swing pass, he scores the touchdown on the pass from Geno Smith. Las Vegas takes the lead at 16-13, and then Vishal Tootin on his second career touchdown scores at a 1-yard touchdown run, 20-16. Jacksonville Raiders back the other way. It's just been flip-flopping back and forth. Brock Bowers has been so effective today for the Las Vegas Raiders, a 27-yard reception. He found a seam there in the zone coverage on the back end, and he just runs left and outruns everyone, all the DBs, on the touchdown from Geno Smith, and then culminated with the field goal here from Cam Little here late in the game. And Jacksonville's going to get a really good return. And it's Trammell on that return as he takes it out to around midfield. So very quickly, Jacksonville gets really good field position to start things off. Geno Smith passing 245 yards on 25 and a 34, 3 touchdowns and the 1 interception, which resulted in a field goal for the Jaguars. Trevor Lawrence has a 22 of 33 day and 1 interception, 207 yards. Travis Etienne, 70 yards on the ground on 18 carries. Ashton Genty, 43 yards for Genty on 12 carries. He's been a battering ram throughout the course of today. And Brock Bowers with 110 yards this afternoon. And he has now 9 catches and 2 touchdowns. And I'm sure that Geno Smith will go back to him when the Raiders get the football here, because even if Jacksonville scores, Raiders have a chance to counter. And Parker Washington, 77 yards receiving on 7 catches. Currently, it's a 2nd and 11 on the 45-yard line of the Raiders. And we're in overtime. There is 9:08 remaining, and the score is tied here at Allegiant Stadium, 23-all between the Raiders and the Jaguars.
Thank you so much, Tony, and a lot going on there. We'll get you the final update once we get some news in that one as both of those teams battle out, if either team could come away with the W. Jody, a lot going on here, but I want to get through because we're about to get into a hectic zone, and I spoke to you before the show, and it is the midseason point. And I feel like we've talked a lot about MVPs, Rookie of the Year, Defensive Player of the Years, impressive teams, disappointing teams. And I feel like it's only right if we, hand out some awards.
If you want the awards that you asked me to come up with before the show started today, I'm going to give them to you, and then I'm going to cover my backside by saying I came up with this list before the games actually got underway.
Well, I see. I came up with a list, and I scratched some things out, and I made some
I'm not scratching out. You gave me this assignment. I completed it. I'm going to stick by it because, we got a lot left to go. It's a prognostication. It's a prediction.
Well, I'll say this much. It wasn't negatively affected by today. It was more positively affected by that. But let's start with MVP.
Really?
Yeah, it was somebody who impressed me today that I think I've changed my opinion about not just him, but his team as a whole. But let's start with MVP. I feel like I may know where you're going with this one, but who is your midseason MVP in the NFL?
If we're just talking about who did what in the first half of the year,
yes,
there's no question in my mind that the MVP is Jonathan Taylor. Now, he did not have a great game today for the Colts. The Colts themselves played awful football. That was the kind of team that I thought the Colts were going to be all year, and they came into the week with the best record in the NFL, only 1 loss. Taylor didn't do anything. They turned the ball over at least 3 times, might have been 4. They just played like a team that couldn't possibly be 7-1, and they were. Taylor has had the best first half. I know it's a quarterback's award. Last year I made the argument for Saquon Barkley, and I actually believe the Eagles could have cost Saquon the MVP because they sat him the last week of the season when he could have put up the biggest rushing yardage number in the history of the league. They passed on that. He didn't get the MVP. Jonathan Taylor is probably facing the same exact thing because it has become such a quarterback award. But I think he easily had the best first half of the season. Again, I do so with a little less fervor because he had a mediocre game today, but I think he was affected by his teammates stinking it up even worse than he did. So I'll stand by my Jonathan Taylor MVP selection.
Well, that was my point, was Jonathan Taylor was going to be my pick as well. And the way I thought he played today had nothing to do with actually him and how they started the game, not just turnovers-wise, but being down big early. So I felt like they got away from the run early. They got away from throwing him the ball as well. And I thought that was more on Daniel Jones and the overall lack of cohesion and competency from that offense. We got a big play in this Bills-Chiefs game. We'll get an update on that in just 1 second. I am actually, I was tentative to put him even in the running for this, but I think Drake May is the first half of the year MVP. He's got 17 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. He's already surpassed his passing yards from last year in 4 less games, 2,200 yards, 74% completion percentage. He's adds 270 yards on the ground and 2 touchdowns. What the Patriots have done as a whole, but specifically that offense has been very consistent. And outside of, a disappointing week 1, I felt like they've been very consistent all year. He's my MVP, and they might be the team I think is the best team in the AFC right now. And, with the way the Colts played, and maybe there's a little bit of doubt creeping in my mind with Daniel Jones, and even with my Broncos, who I have my own doubts about, I really love what Drake May's done without really any weapons to throw to. Today it was Douglas who had the big game for him. At times we've seen Hunter Henry and Diggs come up big for him. It feels like somebody each week he's finding in the end zone, and that's a team that could benefit from adding a wideout. But he is my first half of the year MVP.
You think they'll get a wideout here at the trade deadline? Because you're right. It only makes sense for them to attempt to do just that. But do they believe that they've got a chance to go to the Super Bowl? Because if they do, they should be out there bidding for the best wide receivers available on the open market.
Right. I wouldn't say that they're going to – I don't think Jalen Waddle's getting traded after the reports we heard this week that they want a 1 as a starter. But they have to go get a wide receiver, whether it's a Shaheed from the Saints or somebody of around that ilk where it's maybe not a star, but they have to go get a wide receiver for him and help that receiving core that desperately needs help. Maybe a tight end, but I don't think there is a tight end to trade for.
No, he likes Hunter Henry. He doesn't mind throwing the ball to Hunter Henry.
And the way they run that offense, Hunter Henry is a necessary player because he can block, and he's blocking a lot. I mean, last week he was basically double-teaming. It didn't help, but it was basically double-teaming Myles Garrett the entire game.
And give Kayshon Boutte some credit here, because I thought he was a borderline bust and was going to be released by New England and might not have been picked up by anybody else. And they stuck with him. They continue to work with him. I guess May worked hard with him and helped him pick up his game. He's had some big plays for him this year. He's their leading touchdown catch guy. And I actually thought he was a bust. So I'll give credit to McDaniels as the offense coordinator. May is his quarterback who's getting him the ball. But give credit to Boutte. If they don't get a wide receiver, it's because they think that he has become a legit 2 wide receiver in this league.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that he's a legit receiver. I think they're the team that's a contender that needs a wideout the most. I feel like you can make the argument for the Bills, the Broncos, even the Colts to an extent may need a pass catcher. But with Tyler Warren and Michael Pittman, maybe they don't feel that way. But I look at the Patriots. If they're not going to go get a tight end, they need a pass-catching wideout. And then the Bills, I feel like, have needed a wideout Josh Allen's entire career, even when Diggs was there. So they're another one. And the Broncos as well. I just don't think they have enough weapons to sustain if they want to actually do something and be a serious contender. So we'll see what happens there. But he's impressed me. I was not a fan of his when he came out of the draft. He impressed me last year, and he's taken the biggest leap out of any of those second-year quarterbacks in that class. Caleb Williams, Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels being injured obviously has slowed that down, but he has taken such a leap, and that team is legit to me.
And I've got no knock on just because I picked Jonathan Taylor. It doesn't mean that I don't acknowledge how great Drake May's been. I was a bigger Drake May fan than you are when he was coming into the draft. I said he should have been the number 1 drafted quarterback over Caleb Williams, over Jaden Daniels. He, of course, went number 3. He is easily the best of those 3 this year. And you're right, he flashed a little bit last year and showed you, all right, he's going to be their quarterback going forward. So if he gets it, I got no issue with that. He did once again, and I don't know if this is a record. I saw this stat last night. Consecutive games, he had gone 6 consecutive games with at least 200 yards passing and a 100% quarterback rating for 6 consecutive games. The only other quarterbacks in the history of the NFL that had ever done that, 6 200-yard games plus a 100 quarterback rating, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, and Patrick Mahomes. And in the
That's
years
unreal.
that they did it, they all won the Super Bowl. So if you're a Patriot fan and you want to hang your hat on that and think that you're going to have a parade because of it, it is trending in that direction. You got to say that. I'm going to have to look up to see if anybody had ever done 7. He was at 6, and I knew the 4 other quarterbacks he had tied for that. He might be, because he went for 200 yards and was over 100 again today, he might be the first quarterback to ever do it 7 consecutive weeks.
We'll give you the rest of the awards: Rookie of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year, some impressive and disappointing teams that we felt. But first, a big game going on, our game of the week, Bills, Chiefs, and Paul Hamilton has us covered on all of the late game frenzy going on there.
Well, we just hit the 2-minute warning. The Bills have a 2nd and 9 and a 28-21 lead. By getting a couple of first downs on this drive, the Chiefs have drained their timeouts, so they are out of timeouts. So the Bills right now will be able to at least snap the ball 2nd and 3rd down and get the clock inside of 1 minute, even if they don't pick up the first down. Now, the reason the Bills have the ball, remember I talked to you about Max Hairston a couple of updates ago, the number 1 pick, a corner who could keep up with Worthy. Well, he kept up with him again, and actually it was 4th down for the Chiefs, and Mahomes went downfield. He got hit by Bosa, who's been all over him pretty much the whole game as he was throwing. So the ball was a little bit short, and Max Hairston got his first interception in his 2nd NFL game as he picked it off to give the Bills the ball and end that drive for the Chiefs. And again, the Chiefs would have the ball back if here on this drive, Josh Allen didn't get a couple of first downs led by the running of James Cook. So they were able to get it down now inside Kansas City territory. They're inside the 40. And, as I said, they're going to get at least 2 more plays to run clock here. So they'll be able to get 2 more 40 seconds off the clock, which is 80 seconds. That we're sitting at 2 minutes. So you run a play, probably get it down to around a minute, run another play, and you can probably get it down to around 20 seconds before you got to do something else. The ball is on the 37-yard line. So I don't know if you want a chance to kick it a field goal, because if you get it blocked and it goes the other way, it's a tie game. So, they can almost run the clock out, but we'll see. The way James Cook is running, I'm not going to bet against him that he can't get 9 yards and 2 carries and put this game away. So we'll just have to wait and see. But it's been a good game by the Bills. It's a typical Bills-Chiefs regular season game where the Bills are the better team. Usually the Bills win it, and then they play in the playoffs. And it's the other way around. The Chiefs are the better team, usually a close game, and then the Chiefs win it because the Bills did not see everything the Kansas City Chiefs are going to throw at them today. They never do in the regular season, but they always see it in the playoffs. When you least expect it, that last play in the championship game, it was a blitz from the other side. The Chiefs had not run the blitz from that side all year. It wasn't on tape. But they did on that play, and Allen had less than a second to throw the ball. Now, it was dropped by Kincaid, who didn't drop the ball today, I'll tell you, as he has he's over 100 yards now. But, still, he had to throw the ball almost immediately when he got it. And that's the kind of stuff the Chiefs do. So we'll see if they meet in the playoffs how that goes.
Thank you so much, Paul, and we will update that as soon as that goes final. This portion of the show brought to you by Ethos Life, the easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam, just a few health questions. Get your free quote at checkethos.com. Not available in all states. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll do the rest of the awards. We'll recap the rest of the games. We'll talk prime time. All that right here. Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, that's right. And we've got a final in Buffalo as the Chiefs. They came down to a couple of Hail Mary heaves at the end, but Buffalo holds out. They are now 6-2 as they win 28-21. So an impressive victory for the Bills. But, Jody, stop me if I'm wrong, but I feel like until the Bills get it done they could beat anyone in the league, and I will be confident against them in the playoffs, them playing that team in the playoffs. But them versus the Chiefs, until they do it in the playoffs, I'm never going to believe they could beat this team when it matters.
Yeah, the stat was amazing coming to today that they had beaten them 4 straight times in the regular season, but lost to them 4 straight times in the postseason. 4-4, not surprising. 4 for the teams playing at a specific time of the year. Yeah, that's kind of telling. And you're right, Bills have been able to beat the Chiefs like a drum during the regular season, and they did so again today. We'll see what happens in January because there's a good chance they're going to meet up again, and the Chiefs have beaten them 4 straight times in the postseason. This is a good win. The Bills should feel good about themselves. They should celebrate tonight. Does it guarantee them anything? Does it give them a leg up when it comes to the playoffs? Not in my mind, it doesn't.
And we are right now, as we're speaking, real quick, Jaguars 30. Raiders scored the touchdown. Brock Bowers scores, and there's 16 seconds left in overtime, and the Raiders are going for the win and 2 points. Honestly, what do they have to lose? Because a tie is the same as a loss for them right now.
Agreed. And that is still a division that, because the Colts lost today, I think the Colts are better. I know they're better than they were today. Are they a lock to win that division? No, but they're the favorite because they put up the record they have till now. You got to take your shot. That's what this is all about, is trying to be able to find a way to win. The Raiders have nothing to lose. The Jaguars could see this game slip through their fingers if they convert this 2-point conversion. Nervy, I'm not surprised that Pete Carroll would do something like this because he's a salty old dude.
Yeah.
So take your chance here, Pete. Good luck with it.
Well, and they're keying in on Brock Bowers, I feel like, 100%. But that is – and, I mean, if you're the Raiders, you're playing for clearly a playoff spot because then it is an incompletion and the game is over. So it is Geno Smith couldn't even get the ball past the line of scrimmage, and Pete Carroll looks dismayed. And I feel like if you're a Raiders fan, that's a W. That is a W for you because you're not making the playoffs, in my opinion. They clearly think they can make the playoffs, and Pete Carroll doesn't want to rebuild this team. But you need to have as many losses as you want going into next year so you can actually, maybe get a quarterback.
Yeah, here's why what Pete Carroll did was 100% justified.
I agree.
If you complete the pass, you steal a win, you feel good about yourself, you play on. If you don't, then you get another leg up on a very high draft pick. If you tie, you accomplish nothing. If you kick the PAT and get a tie, you hurt your draft status. You don't really move up anything in the standings. It's like kissing your sister. Absolutely agree. Even though, as you just stated, the play did not work and the Jaguars are going to win by 1 point in overtime, I got no problems whatsoever with the decision by the head coach to play for a win or lose scenario.
Yeah, and right now, I'm looking at the standings right now, and the Jags, before they even finished that result, were the 7th seed. So if you're thinking about it, I think they'll be 5-3, and the Chiefs are 5-4. But with a win there, the Raiders would have been right after those two teams. So you would have been looking at the Raiders being a half game behind the Jags and a game and a half behind the Chiefs. So you got to go for it. And I am not a tanking kind of person, and I feel like that's not considered tanking when you're actually trying to win games. So I do think that was the best case scenario, though, long term for the Raiders, because Geno Smith is not your guy, and they don't have the assets next year to go trade up to go get someone and put a good young quarterback in a good position when they don't even have a good team as is.
It's a perfect case scenario because you, as you stated, you're going for a win. You're trying for a win, but you didn't get it. So guess what? You helped your draft status,
100%.
And you kind of tanked, but you tanked by accident. You didn't really try and tank. You benefit from a loss, which most people call tanking, but you were actually going for a win. Sorry that the Raiders couldn't connect on that one.
You're still trying to build those winning habits while not actively putting your team in a bad position to lose. Pete Carroll clearly is not trying to be there for a long rebuild, and that, hopefully, if you're a Raider fan, next year they do find a quarterback that is actually a part of the future, and the little time he does have with Pete Carroll rubs off on him. And they will, I like going for 2 in that situation, even if you aren't in the situation the Raiders are in, because I don't think a tie is that much better than a loss, especially at the end of the season. Like, I'm sure if you're asking Cowboy fans, in retrospect, they probably would have wished they won that game against the Packers when they're looking back now. And if you're the Packers, same thing. Like the tie was not, we were all, for the Packers, it felt like a loss. For the Cowboys, it felt like a win. And right now, it doesn't really feel that much better than a loss. So I feel like you always should be playing to win. I'm not the biggest fan of my head coach with the Broncos, but the one thing Sean Payton does is he always tries to, take advantage of those moments. We saw it earlier in the year when he went for 2 against the Eagles, and it ended up benefiting them.
And, oh, by the way, I'll rain on everybody's parade who is rooting for their team to stink because they know they need a new quarterback starting next year, like the Raiders, like my Jets, Jets. I don't know that there's a franchise quarterback in this year's draft. Like we had 2 years ago when May and Daniels and Williams were all in that draft. I said, you got 3 franchise quarterbacks in this draft. You put them in whatever order you wanted to. We know the order they were selected. I didn't agree with it, but I did agree that you had 3 guys who looked like they could be quarterbacks in the league, and good ones at that, for a decade. As we sit here right now with 6 weeks to go in the regular season and then the playoffs and then everything that comes thereafter, all-star games and the combine, maybe someone will emerge as a, no doubt about it, number 1 pick in the draft, going to be able to project as a franchise quarterback. I can't tell you who that is this year, Anthony. I'm sorry to say, but no one has been that good that I go, oh, my God, yeah, he's going to be the number 1 pick. He's going to be somebody's quarterback for a decade. That player has not shown himself to me in college football this year.
And every time I think there's a guy, he ends up showing up the next week and giving me a reason not to believe in him. But we'll continue this conversation. We'll preview the primetime game. We'll talk a little bit more about the midseason awards. But first, let's get a final recap from our guy, Tony Cardasco, in Vegas.
But first of all, you have to take a look at what's going to happen come Tuesday for the trade deadline for this Raider team. Jacoby Myers' name has been mentioned prominently. Eric Stokes, the DB, his name is floating out there. Jackson Powers Johnson as well, the offensive lineman. So first things first, I think we're going to see some movement for the 2 and 5 Las Vegas Raiders. Final score here today, the Jacksonville Jaguars 30 and the Raiders 29. And in case you missed it, the Raiders scoring the late touchdown there with 16 seconds remaining in OT as Brock Bowers makes a 2-yard touchdown catch from Geno Smith, and then the failed 2-point conversion. I think it was Danny Strigow, one of the defensive linemen, who got his hand up there and had the deflection. And so 30-29 is the final. The Jaguars now at 4-3. And next week, the Jaguars play at the Texans. The Raiders travel on a short week to Denver to face the Broncos this Thursday. Let's recap all of the scoring in this game. And it turned out to be a pretty good game. No scoring in the first quarter. Second quarter, the Raiders take the lead 6-0 on a Brock Bowers 7-yard touchdown reception from Geno Smith. The Daniel Carlson point after failed. It was no good, 6-0 Raiders. After that, in the second quarter, the monstrous 68-yard field goal from Cam Little, and that breaks the NFL record for the longest field goal. We were on the air, and that was just beyond belief, and that was just 4 plays and 19 yards. And at halftime, it was 6-3 in favor of Las Vegas. But in the second half, third quarter, actually really not a lot of scoring, just a field goal apiece. Cam Little from 33 yards out. Daniel Carlson, a 24-yard field goal. And in the fourth quarter, there was 31 total points. It started off with the touchdown by Trevor Lawrence on a 7-yard touchdown run. Cam Little with the extra point made it 13-9 Jacksonville. And then Ashton Genty, the 15-yard swing pass from Geno Smith. Daniel Carlson, extra point was good. 16-13, Las Vegas with the lead. Vishal Tootin, his second career touchdown, a 1-yard touchdown run. Cam Little, extra point, 2016 Jacksonville. Las Vegas takes a 23-20 lead on a Brock Bowers 27-yard touchdown catch and run from Geno Smith. And then a field goal by Cam Little in the final seconds of regulation, and that tied the game at 23. That was from 48 yards out in overtime. The Trevor Lawrence touchdown over the top. He scores the touchdown. Cam Little's extra point was good, 10 plays and 44 yards. They had a big kickoff return. And then on the other side, the ensuing kickoff, Raheem Mostert of the Raiders had a 51-yard kickoff return. And then later on, of course, on that drive, Brock Bowers with a 2-yard reception from Geno Smith. And we saw and heard the 2-point conversion failed. 367 total yards for Jacksonville, 331 for the Las Vegas Raiders. You had Trevor Lawrence in the game today, 220 passing yards on 23 out of 34, 1 interception. Geno Smith, 284 yards on 29 of 39, 4 touchdowns and 1 interception. On the ground, it was Travis Etienne with 84 rushing yards. Ashton Genty had 42. And receiving yards, it was for the Raiders, Brock Bowers with 127 yards. Washington of Jacksonville had 90 yards receiving on 8 receptions. So once again, from Allegiant Stadium here in Las Vegas, your final score, it was Jacksonville 30 in overtime, defeating the Raiders 30-29.
Thank you so much, Tony, and that was an exciting finish. Like we said, every time you think you're getting a dud, whether it's the 1 o'clock window or the 4 o'clock window, there is always a few games. The Rams-Saints game, blowout early. Bills-Chiefs came down to it, but it really didn't feel like it was coming down to it. And at the end, Jags-Raiders didn't disappoint. We'll come back. We'll finish up the show. We'll try to preview the primetime game, get to some more notes about the first half of the season. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, nothing came easy for Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. The Bills stifling the Chiefs' high-powered attack, winning 28-21. Mahomes completed just 15 of 34 attempts, though he did still rack up 250 yards. The Bills improved to 6-2. The Chiefs fall to 5-4. Jaguars kicker Cam Little hit an NFL record 68-yard field goal at the conclusion of the first half in Las Vegas. That breaks the previous record by 2 yards. Little had kicked a 70-yard field goal in the preseason. In overtime, Geno Smith threw a third touchdown of the game to Brock Bowers with 16 seconds left. The Raiders went for 2 in the win. They failed. The Jaguars hold on for a 30-29 win. The Rams blow out the Saints 34-10. Matthew Stafford threw 4 touchdowns. Tyler Shuck 1 touchdown, his first NFL start. The Rams improve to 6-2. Another heartbreaking loss for the Bengals. The Bears storm back 47-42, the final in Cincinnati. The Bears improved to 5-3. That's tied with the Lions in the NFC North. The Lions bested by the Vikings 27-24. J.J. McCarthy passing for 2 touchdowns and running for another in the Minnesota win. The Packers still sit atop the NFC North despite losing to Rico Dowdle and the Panthers 16-13. Green Bay also fears that tight end Tucker Kraft tore his ACL. The Patriots are first place in the AFC East, even with the Bills win. The Patriots are 7-2, edging the Falcons 24-23. Parker Romo missing an extra point in the final minutes to cost Atlanta. Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud exited with a concussion. The Broncos scored 11 unanswered in the fourth. They win in Houston 18-15. Denver is 7-2. Chargers top the Titans by a touchdown. Christian McCaffrey with a pair of touchdowns, and the 49ers win over the Giants. Tonight, Jaden Daniels is back for the 3-5 Commanders as they host Sam Darnold and the 5-2 Seahawks. College football, Auburn fires head coach Hugh Freeze. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day. One more segment for me, Jody's got you all the way till 10, and we got a lot to get to. An exciting finish in the 4 o'clock window. The Bills knock off the Chiefs 28-21. The Jags in overtime beat the Raiders 30-29, and the Rams win 34-10. Jody, we gave the MVP, and I know we got to get to the primetime game as well, but as early on in this season, Rookie of the Year, who has been the most impressive rookie for you?
And because unlike MVP, which has got the word valuable in it, and I think that has to include how good your team has been, it doesn't for Defensive Player of the Year or Rookie of the Year. Of the Year just means you put up the best numbers, you helped your team stay in games. I'm a Jackson Dart guy. I know the Giants stink, but their defense continues to get shredded week after week. Losing Scatterboo this week isn't going to help him going forward. But much like with the MVP award, it's kind of a quarterback's award, and it leans that direction. I think that Jackson Dart could actually get it, even though the Giants could win as few as 5 games.
Yeah, I was back and forth on this, and I really... And this guy that I picked has cooled off as of late. I went with Emeka Egbuka. I think Jackson Dart ultimately will end up winning it, and I think just because he's played a few less games than him, Egbuka right out the gate impressed me so much. And I think for a wide receiver, at times we see these guys, struggle to find their footing, and he just feels like the next great wideout in this league when they're all, especially with that offense, when you have a Mike Evans and a Chris Godwin, and I know his numbers have dropped a bit when they have, he's lost those 2 guys next to him. I really feel like he is the next great wideout in this league, somebody to go along and Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson and it was tough because I just look at Jackson Dart as clearly the best young quarterback in this draft, and it's not even close early, but early on, and I just want to give credit to him playing all 9 weeks, I'm going with Egbuka.
I'll sing his praises, too. I think he's going to be a darn good player, and he could be actually the leader. I'm taking a little bit of a preview look with Dart at this stage, but I'm not putting him in the same sentence with Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. Methinks you're moving a little too fast there, Mr. Gallo.
Well, I from what I've seen, how he came out of the gate, the way he's played, and it's not like that offense was clicking. I know they were more healthy at the time. Obviously, Evans was healthy, which I think is the key thing here. But the way he came out of the gate, I just feel like he's very special. He's a guy I was very high on in the draft. It's who I wanted the Broncos to take before they took the corner from Texas. But I am very high on him. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. But right now, he feels special. He feels like another one of these, elite pass catchers. And I only think he's going to go up as that team ascends. And Baker's benefited from him as a safety valve. 5 touchdowns, 562 yards on 34 receptions. He's off to a fast start. I really like what I've seen from the young kid. But I've also loved what I've seen from Jackson Dart, somebody who I thought was a terrible pick for the Giants. And it just shows Drake May, Jackson Dart. I don't know anything about the quarterback position.
Well, we'll see over time. You asked me to come up with Defensive Player of the Year, much like with Rookie of the Year. Doesn't matter the team's record. Myles Garrett is the best defensive player in the National Football League. He has been. He continues to be. He is right now. He would get my Defensive Player of the Year vote.
I agree with you. The only other guy I would put close to him is Brian Burns, and I feel like Brian Burns is a little bit more help on that defensive line than Garrett does. And I think overall that Browns unit is a more elite unit, and it starts with Myles Garrett. And it's one of those guys where I feel like every year I can vote for him to be Defensive Player of the Year.
But it tells you something. Being the leading sack guy in the National Football League is not the be-all, end-all, because the Browns are nowhere to be found, and the Giants are buried in the NFC East, and they have the 2 best sack guys in the NFL. I'll never turn my nose up at sacks, but if you think you're winning in the playoffs because you got the top sack guy, that has just not been the case.
No, and you look at, I think with the Broncos, I will give them credit. For somebody who loves the Broncos, I feel like I crap on them a lot. But they have gone with, instead of having one elite guy, they have 3 or 4 guys that are excelling, and maybe they're not Pro Bowl, All-Pro types, but they are all getting after the quarterback. And even with, again, stick with the Broncos, when Von Miller was leading them to a Super Bowl, it was a collective unit. They had DeMarcus Ware. They had Derek Wolfe. Any of these great pass rushes, the Bucs team that won that Super Bowl had a great pass rush. They had multiple guys, whether it was Shaq Barrett, I'm forgetting some of the other names, but they had a few pass rushers on that team. It wasn't just one guy getting after the quarterback. So, and it's what happens when you tie up a lot of money into a guy like Myles Garrett, and there's not enough money to go around to fix the rest of the team.
And though, by the way, in the Sunday night game, one of the wide receivers who I would have ahead of Mecca Buka, I could give you 3 right off the top of my head. Puka Nacua is certainly better. I think Devontae Smith of the Eagles is better and will continue to be better. And Jackson Smith-Njigba, another former Ohio State guy. There's a whole bunch of Ohio State guys who turn into superstar wide receivers.
Yes.
I expect them to have a big game tonight and the Seahawks to win by at least a touchdown.
Yeah, and that's fair. And listen, I love Devontae Smith, and especially working in that market. But also, if you think about it, Jackson Smith-Njigba's first year, he had under 1,000 yards, 63 receptions. So I do think that he obviously showed glimpses just like Ibuka has. They are obviously right now not in the same class. I think he could get to that level. Real quick, because we're up against it, you spoke about the Sunday night game. I feel like, the Commanders are kind of playing for their season right now, and the Seahawks are just playing to solidify themselves in a tough NFC West. How do you like this one?
I got, as I said, with Njigba having a 100-yard game, he gets it almost every single week from Darnold. I think the Seahawks continue to stay right in that mix in the West and win by a touchdown. And, oh, by the way, you asked me disappointing teams. Commanders are it! And I know that the big guy missed a couple of games and Marcus Mariota didn't help him any, but they were losing games with Daniels as the quarterback too. So I would call Washington the biggest disappointment so far this year.
Mine, I was going to go with, I have 2 written down, and it was either the Raiders or the Dolphins. I do think the Dolphins are a bigger disappointment than the Raiders because I think only Pete Carroll thought that team could compete, whereas I thought the Dolphins would be a lot better than what they are. And the GM lost his job. The head coach is going to lose his job soon, and they may blow it up at the deadline. Jody, you are the man. I appreciate you. I will talk to you again next week.
Mr. Gallo, I'll be back here in 7 days. If you're here, I'll join you.
Oh, I'll be here. Don't you worry. Stay tuned. Jody's got you for the next 2 hours. I'll be back next week, same time, same place. Gridiron Game Day on Infinity Sportsnet every week, 12 to 8. All the action, scores, updates, everything right here. Stay tuned for Jody. He's got more about recapping the day and all the big upsets and non-upsets. We will talk to you next week. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day. Talk to you next week.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the